Good morning to the people. Good morning to the people. Hey, no diggity. What the hell? What are you doing here so early? Neil was here a little early. Paulina also came in a teeny tiny early. Good day, my good friends. Good day, my good friends. How are you this morning? Good morning, starshine. The earth says hello. Oh, that's a little too high for me. That's a little too high for me. Kathy, good morning, sunshine. Good morning, starshine? Sunshine? No. Good morning, sunshine. The earth says hello. I can't sing that high. I don't know what I was just thinking. Sorry about that. Hope everybody didn't spit out their cereal. Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, friends. Happy Wednesday. It's the midweek trash heap, isn't it? It's Wednesday, right? Never entirely sure. All right, it's Wednesday, and you know what that means? Well, actually, I don't know what it means. It means it's the middle of the week, and I really hope that that is positive for some of you. To me, I don't know if it makes any difference right now. Yeah, it probably does. But I do think about the others who have to survive those work weeks. Those work weeks. I did it for 33 years, I think. Wait, let's think. Let's do the math, shall we? When did I actually exit the stadium of the work stadium? I worked from 1986 to 2020. Well, actually officially I think I left workforce completely at 2021. 2020. 2019 is when it happened. 2020 is when I really started to fall apart. And then I didn't get my medicine. And then 2020. So maybe just call it 2020. So 86. Let's see. What is that? 1986 to 2020. How many years is that? 4. Okay. So wait, if that was 90, it'd be 30. Oh yeah, 33. Okay. So I worked every day and actually more for 33 years. Didn't really take vacations. I did sometimes, usually between jobs, and raised my kid by myself. And you know, I am going to take a moment and look back. So that's why I don't feel bad right now that I can't work because. Oh, you do, Neil? Hello, you have a doctor appointment in a few minutes. Just want to say hello, catch you later. I love you, Neil. Have a great doctor's appointment. I hope it goes well. I'm not a fan of the doctor appointments, so I understand. But I hope you do well, and I hope it goes well. But yeah, so I enjoy, just kind of. Well, I don't know. I just feel like I worked really hard my entire life, like super, super hard. And so now I don't feel too bad about the fact that I can't work, but I really, yeah, no, I feel good. I feel good about the effort I put in to to keep my little family together and to, kind of do my thing. But anyway, I don't know how I got off on that tangent. Oh, it's because it's Wednesday and it's a weekday and it's midweek trash heap and it's hump day. And all the people who have to go to that, regular 5-day, 6-day a week job. I don't know. I feel because it's like I did that and it was just, it really can take it out of you. After 33 years, I was really feeling it. I thought I'd make it longer too, but I didn't. That's okay. That happens. That happens. What happens to all of us. I'm not sure what I'm going on about. Here's the thing. We've got so much stuff happening today. Oh my God. I don't even want to tell you all the things we've got going on today. It's so terrible. So I need to go look at let me look at the list because literally I have a couple of different. Wait, what? There's a Doge subcommittee first hearing war on waste. When's that? Is that coming up? Seriously? When is that happening?
Penalty like 14 years in prison, and he touched
Who
on
is he talking about? Because I really want to know now which one.
Entrance from the south lawn of the White House.
I'm sorry, you don't want to listen to that guy because he's literally an asshole. Okay, let me check because now I'm a little confused, and I want to make sure. Committee funding? What is that? See, I don't know what he's talking about. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Jasmine posted about it. Where is it, Paul? Hi, Paul. How are you, darling? That's okay. I know. Woke up again. Paul, I don't mean to laugh at that, but I'm using it as gallows humor. Muskie, good morning, Muskie Devil. How the heck are ya? Hi, friend. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. Yeah, Paul J, I feel the same way. Oh, I woke up. Okay, she posted about it. Did she post about it on Twitter? Let me see. She posted about it. Okay, let's see. She posts a lot of fantastic. God, she's got to be president someday. Really, come on now, please, please. Oh wait, here we go. If Musk compromises, no. Oversight Dems. He should drop by Oversight Dems. Okay, I'm sorry. Anybody know which committee is going to be hearing? Is it her? I'm so confused. Okay, hold on. I'm focused. You saw it on Face. Oh, yeah. See, good. Hi, gal. We were just looking for. Hold on. So the war on waste. I'm definitely going to want to watch that. I don't know if that's a real thing though. It's just RSBN right now. Hold on. Hold on. IDK what you're looking for, but check that Jasmine link. Oh, did you? Oh, yeah. Thank you, gal. Here's. Damn it, I was on X. That's why I couldn't find it. Thank you. Well, today I have my first Doge subcommittee hearing. If I had normal coworker, wait, I'll show you this. Jasmine, I wasn't call her Jasmine Sullivan. Jasmine Crockett is so fucking hilarious. Here. Oops. Oh, God. What is wrong with this thing? I swear to God, someone comes in and resizes all my windows in my fucking... in my goddamn streaming thing. Okay, well, today... Thank you, Cal. That's exactly what I was looking for. God, Jazz. Cal, you're the most amazing person I've ever seen in my entire life. Hi, Kim. How are you? Welcome. I love it when she says bullshit. You know, the thing about it is I'm not usually, well, actually, I'm fine with it. You try. Gal, you're the best producer anyone ever had. You know why? Because you think of things ahead of time. That's why. So, let me tell you, you have a future in producing, kid. Okay, so we've got this. All right, so it's judiciary. All right, okay, all right. I think I understand now. Okay, I think I understand. I just want to tee it up. Alhold on, and then I'll come back. I'll break the windows out your car. I always think of that Jasmine Sullivan, break the windows out your car. Have you heard that song? It's one of the most amazing songs. Actually, it's one of the first appearances by Kendrick Lamar. So, hey, hello, fun fact. Fun fact, in that video, he was in that video. Okay, let me see where this is. Judiciary Committee. I probably have it already saved because I already teed up a bunch of things, but of course, I wouldn't know that. House Committee on the Judiciary. Here we go. Oh, this is it. Wait. It's the censorship industrial complex? Because that's the one I had teed up. That must be the one, because that's the Judiciary Committee. And that's coming. So we're going to start there, I guess. And then there's, what else is coming up? I have a few others. Wait, I know. This is what I was doing. Hold on. I knew what I was doing. Hold on. I just want to check. Because in my description, in the description of the video, you just described to Slate because they're doing, oh, interesting. That's good. Good to know. I never really focused on them before. Whoops, got to turn myself down there so I'm not fricking around here. Okay, what was I doing here? Now I can't remember what I was doing here. Tina has helicopters on me. I only see her post on Blue Sky. I don't know if she posts on X anymore. I'm still going through my morning news routine. The kids' bus was late. Aw, babies. I love those babies. Let me see. What am I doing here? I know we're looking in and in and in. It's like a never-ending story. C-SPAN says today 801. 801 on government waste. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, it should already be going then. Why in the heck isn't it showing? Okay, hold on. What am I doing here? Oh, I know. This is what I'm doing. I'm looking at the description because I had here the Fed. Let's see. Greenland. Nook and Cranny. How dumb is that? That's happening. 10 a.m. Yeah, so that's happening today. Okay, fine. So there's, what is that? That's the Senate Committee on Commerce. All right, so there's that one. And then what was the other one? Oh, wait, here's mine. And then this one. The Fed's probably still Jerome Powell, so that's fine. This is the one I was going to do, Censorship Industrial Complex. Okay, so I have that one lined up. And then what was this? Waste, but not the real kind. Oh, here. Is this it? No. GOP oversight? No. Oversight House Dove release. Okay. Former FBI. Wait, here we go. C-SPAN says today at 8. 8? That would be like an hour ago. Or 2 hours ago. Okay. Hi, easily distracted. How are you, darling? I haven't seen you in a minute. Love ya. Chaired by Green, a former FBI witness and other witnesses of the House Oversight Committee on Delivering on Government Efficiency, chaired by Marjorie. Where the fuck's that one? I haven't even seen that one listed. Hearing? No. What? Wednesday at 10 a.m. Well, what the fuck where is it going to show up? Wait. Doge Subcommittee Chairwoman. What channel are they showing it on? Okay, fine. Ay. I hate C-SPAN. You know how I hate C-SPAN. They end their broadcast right in the fucking middle. Hold on. Doge. What? This is so... fuck you. Fuck you, C-SPAN. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. All right. Washington Journal. Blah, blah, blah. Senate markup. Useless. This is useless. Okay. What? Okay. Never mind. All right. That's fine. I don't know. I don't know which one. Okay, so that is not it. Okay, hold on. Let me just do this. I know. I wish I had a buzzer to say, hey, Lolo, look over here. Well, but see, this is it. I'm going to that link, but it doesn't have a link to whatever channel. What? This is not even anywhere on the... Okay, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, there it is. God damn it. Okay, I'm going to have to get these out because they're going to start making noise. And then we're going to be like, what? Why is that making noise? Yeah, screw you. Screw you. Fucking whatever. Okay, so that's the one we're going to watch. Well, I guess I did have this one pulled up. I'm all confused. Okay, that's fine. Welcome to the production office. How may I help you? I'll be Lolo, your tour guide. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. I know. I wish I had a buzzer. You know what? I wish you did too. I wish it was strapped to my ass and you would zap me every time I did something stupid. Gal, I love you. Thank you so much for doing all that. Oh my goodness. I thought I didn't see the little thing. I didn't see it. I didn't see the little player. Anyway, good morning and welcome to the show. I'm Lolo. This is Wake and Bake with Lolo, and I'm Lolo. Let's start over again. And I have this all lined up for you. You never even saw anything happening. Oops, wrong one. you were just being misled the whole time. Hey, you come for the incredible humanity that I show, right? Right? I'm just being human. That's all. I might drop and finish my news roundup. Going to read this. All right. Good morning, Karen. I just got an email. There will be layoffs today at National Cabinetry Corporation for new construction homes. Not me. I'm safe because I handle our most difficult customers. Oh, Karen, I'm so sorry though. I'm so sorry for your coworkers, for their families. Wow. Layoffs today. National Cabinetry Corporation for new construction homes. Layoffs. Tariffs, I would imagine. I don't know, Karen, if you have commentary on that, but I hope everything goes well for you. And it sounds like you're in a good position. And I hope your coworkers are able to land on their feet and get job. I love our beautiful shit show. I do too. I really do. And I appreciate everyone being patient with the shit show. I really do. I know it's sometimes frustrating, so I apologize for that. But I don't ever mean it to be frustrating, but I just want to thank you. And Gal, thank you so much. I love how we work together. I really appreciate that. I'm going to just pull up this New York Times while we're getting ready. Yeah, see, I like this kind of insight. I really like this kind of insight. This economy is going to tank? Probably. It probably will. Where Trump, Musk, and Doge have cut federal workers so far. Oh, excellent. That's a good article. We'll read that one. I do. I just love our beautiful shit. I love our beautiful, dysfunctional, lovely, functioning group of people. I just think that's so great. Oh, here we go. Interactive. Oh, no, this is the one you did. Oh my gosh. Targeted for agency dismantling. At least 8,700. DEI workers, at least 129. January 6th, and Trump investigators, at least 33. Government watchdogs, at least 22. Other staffers, at least 224. President Trump has moved swiftly to wage his war on the federal bureaucracy, defying norms and legal limits. On Tuesday, he signed a new executive order to limit new hiring and commence what he called a critical transformation of government. Dump has specific targets: foreign aid workers, inspectors general, January 6 investigators, and DEI workers. He has also given broad powers to Elon Musk Doggy, which has inserted itself into more than a dozen agencies in search of spending and staffers to cut. Many of those agencies had been investigating Mr. Musk's companies. Interesting. Courts have temporarily halted some of the administration's efforts, but many more layoffs across the government are expected in the weeks ahead. Here are the cuts and temporary removals that the Times has confirmed as of Tuesday. Targeted for agency dismantling, upward of 7,000 on leave or fired from USAID. More than 1,700 halted work at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. 4 fired from FEMA. Mr. Trump and Musk have made it clear that they intend to shut down the nation's aid agency, USAID. The administration began by putting nearly 60 senior staffers on leave and letting internal records be examined by what has been called the doggy department, an initiative led by Mr. Musk. We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. Mr. Musk posted on X on February 3rd. Days later, the Trump administration said it would drastically reduce the aid agency's workforce from more than 10,000 down to just a few hundred staffers. A judge temporarily I expect us to see an increase in suicides. I don't know if anybody's talked about that. I don't think anyone has. But hey, she laughed too much. No, I know nothing is the right. There's no alternative universe where everything was perfect. I understand that. But I can't imagine how far from perfect we are now. And I can't imagine that pushing us farther back, was helpful. I don't know if that's the way humans act. If humans need to experience, if they need to dive back into the pain in order to move to the next better, if that's their progress, if it's always you have to suffer back, you have to step back, you have to pull back progress in order to move forward on progress. I don't know. I have a hard time with that concept. I just have a hard time with that concept. and I do feel like it is good to have a change in the body politic. I'm not, the thing is you can say all this time, you're just sad she didn't win. That's not the point at all. Has nothing to do with her. I don't give a shit about her. I don't give a shit. Every year, the parks will hire thousands of seasonal workers, and the freeze, it will not happen. You're right, Peace Love. Good morning, Peace Love. How are you, darling? Did you know that if the federal freeze doesn't end, all national parks will be closed this summer? Yeah, I imagine. Which will be good for the animals. Hi, Jen. How are you? I'm sorry I missed, my chat got stuck a little bit there. I was just searching for Gal's dispensationalism thread because it's amazing. Oh, I know. She's so amazing. Hi, Iggy. Hi, Iggy. Hi, bestie. Did you know, let's see, Iggy and Badger, head Seth with horrible. But you know what? Gal shared yesterday the 13-year-old girl who organized the walkout of the middle schoolers on the base in Germany, and I am so fucking proud. That's the type. All these little acts of resistance are so important. So important. So important. We'll turn them on a little bit so they'll tell us what they're doing. So I just think it's really, I don't know. It's just, I was wishing we didn't have to pull back so far. Does it? Oh yeah, I've got the red light on today, like an orangey red light. I think it's fun. Crab monsters. Click, 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 click. Yeah, small acts everywhere, big acts. I mean, everything. We watched that documentary last night on Nan Golden, who is a famous photographer, kind of like, 80s New York, alternative, bohemian kind of queer scene artist, from way back, and an activist who really fought to get, because she had her collections in different museums across the world, she organized protests against the Sackler family, who are the family who made their money off the backs of OxyContin and pills, all these, the pharmaceutical, Purdue Pharma family. So she was instrumental in getting the Sackler funding turned down by museums all over the world through years of activism, of going into museums and staging protests with a relatively small group of people, like maybe 20 or 30 people. And they would stage these protests within the museums and other places where Sackler was giving money. And these museums turned down the money after a period of time. And I'm telling you, it was a wonderful movie. It's called All the Beauty and the Bloodshed. It's Laura Poitras, who, you can feel whatever you want about Laura Poitras. She did a film about, Edward Snowden, Citizen 4, and, I think she even did a thing about Saddam, or Gaddafi. I can't remember which one, but she is a great filmmaker. I don't know what her politics are. I don't really give a shit. But her filmmaking is absolutely stunning. So this film last night, it's a 2022 documentary, and it's called All the Beauty and the Bloodshed. It's all over my socials, so you can find it pretty easily. It's on Max and other places. You can watch it other places too, but if you have HBO, then you can watch it there. Really good. Really fucking good. Really inspiring and makes you feel lazy. And her life was absolutely incredible and tragic and beautiful and scary and stunning and resistance. And it was just, it was great. I love hearing people's stories about, you look at someone and you have no idea what they've been through in their life. No idea. No idea. And I think that it's just really, it's an interesting moment. Anyway, good morning. I'm sad she didn't win, but I would have taken any non-criminal. No. Listen, I understand people's frustration with traditional politics too. I actually grew up in the 60s and my household was very anti-government. So I actually come from a long line of resistors. And I also know that traditional, Democratic Party politics are not working for people. I get that. I just thought maybe that was the best hope we had amongst the people that were available. So, I don't know why we couldn't just make it to that point and then build on what we had in order to make it a more perfect union. And that's what's frustrating. But here we are, and that's cool. And it's not great. Not the best title for a doc. I know. Using a line from Heart of Darkness, which is, there's a long story behind why she used that title, and you would want to watch the movie in order to understand it. But, Heart of Darkness is a horribly racist novel. Joseph Conrad, terribly racist and colonialist, and she uses it as a tool of something that, I can't really say because it would give away kind of like a poignant part of the movie, but know that there's a reason that it's called that. And yes, so Karen, you were saying it's just that construction has slowed down so much. Yeah, probably a combination of factors, right, Karen? Anticipation of pricing of supplies, demand, interest rates, economy. Like, there's a whole bunch of things. I don't even know if this is the time of year when house sales are particularly high. I don't know that cycle very much. So yeah, I'm not really sure. It's all bad. As an avid police scanner listener, that suicides are up in my area, at least in the last couple of years. See, that's one of the statistics I would be interested in understanding. And just because hard times are, I don't know. I just think that's Tina's helicopters. Yeah, where are they? Where is Tina? I love Tina. Let's see. Good morning. I posted a video by Jesse Dollimore about military recruitments ending at top black universities, and a friend laughed. Thinks I have TDS. The thing about it is, listen, it's funny. My attitudes toward this administration are entirely based on what I read and what we read and what I hear and history. I like to do history, I like to look back so I understand going forward. Oops, here we go.
Efficiency will come to order.
Oh,
Welcome,
God.
everyone.
She's the chair.
Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any
The
time.
hell's wrong with their camera?
Also, for today's hearing, Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Connolly will each be recognized for 1 minute after me.
1 minute?
And the ranking member provide our opening statements. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. Today, we begin the first hearing on the Oversight Subcommittee on DOGE. This committee will be laser focused on bringing full transparency to waste, fraud, and abuse within the federal government and presenting the plans to fix the tremendous problems we expose. We as a country are $36 trillion in debt. That is such a stunning amount of money. It's absolutely staggering to even comprehend how we as a people, we as a country, found ourselves here. This is not a Democrat problem. This is not a Republican
I really hate it
problem.
when they say that
This
because it's
is an American
absolutely a
problem.
Republican problem.
To make
so
it
there,
clear for
I know.
everyone,
No
not
problem,
only
Lee.
are
Good
we
morning.
$36
Sorry.
trillion in debt, but the compounding interest on our debt is also growing out of control. Even if we decided to defund the entire federal government, we cannot escape our debt and the compounding interest owed on our debt, which grows bigger and bigger every year. In 2025, interest payments are projected to be $952 billion, which is more than our entire military budget. In 2026,
Hold on. 5-minute clip worth watching before. Every American should watch this short video from Gil Duran.
From the Nerd Reich, Silicon Valley's playbook to destroy America's government.
What Elon Musk is doing to the United States government today seems like chaos, but that chaos is actually part of a plan, one that's been an open secret for years. It was created by some of Silicon Valley's elite, and the goal of the plan is to destroy American democracy as we know it, and quickly. And that blueprint, right now, is being followed step by step. In 2012, a software programmer named Curtis Yarvin gave a speech in which he talked about something he called RAGE, or Retire All Government Employees. Most people ignored it, but Yarvin is close to Peter Thiel, a billionaire and one of Silicon Valley's most powerful figures. In fact, Yarvin became known as Thiel's house philosopher. And Yarvin's outline was to remake the US government by firing and purging most of the federal workforce. The idea is to get rid of anyone who believes in democracy or the law and replace them with people loyal to a dictator.
But, we're the crazy
Fast
ones.
forward to the 2024 election. Elon Musk begins to talk up DOGE, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or as I call it, destruction of government by Elon. It began during the campaign, and many people wrote it off as trolling and using a meme to do it. So many experts thought DOGE was just a cute name, playing off of Dogecoin. But even though it had a different name, it was the same playbook as Yarvin's Rage. Now here's where it gets kind of scary. Yarvin's overall vision was crystal clear. He said, if Americans want to change their government, they're going to have to get over their dictator phobia. And in April 2022, he updated his idea. He laid out exactly how the plan would work, and he called for what he termed a butterfly revolution, complete transformation of American government. The plan was detailed, specific, and it sounds exactly like what's happening right now. Step 1, the CEO dictator.
It does.
The blueprint started with leadership. Trump wouldn't be the actual power, he'd be what Yarvin called the chairman of the board. The real control would come from a dictator CEO figure, somebody Trump would pick from the business world to run America like a corporate dictatorship. Yarvin also wrote that this dictator CEO would run the executive branch without any interference from Congress or the courts. And today, Musk isn't just involved in government contracts like he was before the election. Instead, he's demanding unprecedented control over federal programs. Except it's more than demanding, because he's not asking for permission and he's not waiting for approval. He and his team are acting exactly like the dictator CEO ruler Yarvin described. Step 2 is the government purge. The next phase of the plan was called RAGE, Retire All Government Employees. It's simple, radical. Fire everyone in the federal government, or at least as many people as you can, and then replace them with people who are loyal to the dictator. And where are we today? In the past month, we've seen mass resignations demanded across multiple agencies, career employees locked out of their offices, critical systems handed over to private control. Entire departments have been threatened with elimination, and they're just getting started. There was an 8-month buyout offer to all government employees except those in the Department of Homeland Security. This is something that convinces the best and the brightest, the people with private sector options, to take their talents away from the federal government that needs them. It may seem like random chaos, but it's not. It's a strategy. It's Retire All Government Employees, rebranded as DOGE for 2025. Step 3, dismantle democratic institutions. Yorvin called for an army of what he termed ninjas to replace government workers. This will be a new government workforce who are loyal to the CEO dictator and not to democracy. The plan calls for the new regime to systematically strip power from federal agencies, courts, and Congress. Power will then be centralized under the executive branch.
Before
That's exactly
judges
what's
can
been
rule.
happening, and you can see some of the first steps in the past 10 days. The goal in the plan is very clear. Dismantle American government from the inside and convert it from democracy to autocracy. Step 4, control information and narratives. Yarvin's blueprint called for complete control over the flow of information through key areas: government, journalism, academia, and social media. The goal, to reshape public narratives and maintain power. We can already see it happening. Musk's acquisition of Twitter, media outlets getting rid of critical journalists, and the promotion of specific narratives while suppressing others. Even following the air disasters in Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia, the National Transportation Safety Board announced it will only update the press about the recent plane crashes on X, not over email, not in other legitimate ways. All of this aligns perfectly with the original plan, which isn't just about controlling government, it's about controlling how people think about government, and then they can keep power for the long term. So that's the plan, the one so many of the most influential figures in Silicon Valley have been talking about for years. Undermine the credibility of the federal government, defy legal oversight, and concentrate power in the hands of a small group of foreign-born billionaires. It's not chaos, folks. It's a plan, and it's working exactly as designed. But now you know it too. In
I think
future
those
videos,
7
we'll talk about
mountains
what
are,
comes next and what you should do.
Hold my beer. All right, that's very good. Yeah, I like Nerdreich. They're really good. Thank you for that. All right, let's go back to bullshit.
Can't sit
Oh,
on the
whoops,
sidelines.
I skipped ahead.
In this subcommittee,
Oh, we
will
missed part of
fight
her
the
speech.
war
I'm
on
sorry,
waste,
everybody.
Shoulder to shoulder with
I
President
just
Trump,
my
Elon
finger
Musk,
slipped.
and the Doge team.
And I
This week,
pushed
we
it to
turn our
live
attention
instead of
to
going,
improper
sorry.
payments by the federal government, including in Medicaid and Medicare. I'm looking forward to what we find out and how to solve this crisis. I now yield to the ranking member, Ms. Stansbury, for her opening statement.
Good morning, Cash.
Right.
How
Well,
you doing,
good
girl?
morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to the very first subcommittee
Love
on government
her.
efficiency. As was said, this committee is tasked under the Oversight Committee with ensuring that the government and the vital services
Meeting will come to
that it
order
provides,
without
from
objection. The chair is
healthcare to
authorized to
national
declare recess at
security
any time. We
actually
welcome
work for
everyone
the
to
American
today's hearing
people.
on
And
the
this is
censorship
certainly
industrial
a topic
complex.
that we have worked
The chair
on
now
for many, many
recognizes the
years here in
gentleman
the
from
Oversight
North
Committee,
Carolina,
in
Mr.
which
Knott,
I
to lead us
personally
in the
have
Pledge
worked
of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
50
under
years
God,
in the early 20th
indivisible,
century
liberty
means
and
more than
justice for all.
We appreciate everyone being here today for this important hearing. We'll start with opening statements. Chairs recognize what a difference a few years make. 4 years ago, President Trump was banned from all platforms, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube.
On as a former civil servant who worked at the Office of Management and Budget. And in fact,
I'm
for
so
anyone
sad.
who has
I'm
ever
so
worked
sad.
on these issues,
I had another
you
window.
know that there is ample ground for bipartisan work to make the government work better for the American people and to ensure that it operates in a more efficient manner. And in fact, all of us here on the Democratic side are ready to roll up our sleeves and to get to work. And just last week, I had the opportunity to sit down with the chairwoman and to discuss these very issues and opportunities to work across the aisle. And like the chairwoman who shared some of her background with me, I grew up in a working family. I grew up working for small mom and pop family businesses and understand the necessity of balancing the books, making sure we can deliver, and fiscal responsibility. And that's why today's hearing is focused on making sure that the federal government is doing what it's supposed to and digging into the more than $236 billion in improper payments that we see going out the door every single year. And we need to get to the bottom of that. And we need to make sure that we're putting into place rigorous oversight and controls to prevent fraud and abuse, and of course, to go after bad actors. And that is why myself and the Oversight Ranking Member Connolly and other Democratic members of the committee sent a set of bipartisan ideas that we'd like to work on together that would root out waste, fraud, and abuse and modernize and streamline how our agencies deliver vital programs for the American people. These are programs that are important for our seniors and our families and healthcare and the education system, and we need bipartisan solutions to get across the finish line. And we've been trying over the last several years to get these ideas out of this committee, but unfortunately, the committee's priorities have been elsewhere under the current majority. So I hope we can fix that this Congress. But we can't just sit here today and pretend like everything is normal and that this is just another hearing on government efficiency. I mean, all you have to do is look across this room and see that it is not a normal hearing. Because while we're sitting here, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are recklessly and illegally dismantling the federal government, shuttering federal agencies, firing federal workers, withholding funds vital to the safety and well-being of our communities, and hacking our sensitive data systems. In fact, while we were here discussing government waste on the House floor yesterday, Elon Musk was standing behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office with the president, and the administration was making emergency court appeals to try to unlock his team's access to the Treasury payment system, which they claim they are using to study improper payments, which is the topic of this hearing. But here's the thing. The Treasury payment system, which includes Social Security information and bank accounts for millions of Americans and data that's critical to national security and the operation of the U.S. government, and payments that go out the door annually equal to almost a fifth of the U.S. economy, is not where the payment decisions are made, because that happens inside the agencies that are currently being dismantled. And the people who actually investigate waste, fraud, and abuse at these agencies are the inspector generals, who Donald Trump fired his first week in office in a midnight massacre. So we have to ask ourselves, what is really going on here? Why did Republicans block Elon Musk from appearing before this very committee last week? Why is the administration so eager to allow Elon Musk and his hackers to have access to proprietary and private information in the Treasury payment systems? Why are our colleagues across the aisle shielding them as they are clearly breaking the law? And why is the vice president trying to rewrite the U.S. Constitution by tweet and undermine the judiciary? So obviously, we're in the Oversight Committee and we have a lot of questions, and so do the American people, especially while our colleagues across the aisle are trying to scoop up the savings from the dismantling of these agencies to pay for the largest permanent tax break in American history for billionaires and the folks that they're helping on their side of the aisle. So let me close by saying this directly to Mr. Elon Musk. We are well aware that you are eager to engage with members of Congress on social media, but we're not here to play. If you have serious desire to engage in democracy and transparency, we welcome you to the Oversight Committee. Come and testify in front of the American people under oath, because we want to know what you're up to. So if you're interested in talking to us, then please join us here in the People's House in the House of Representatives. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. President Trump signed an executive order on his first day in office called Establishing and Implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency. The EO simply renamed an office in the White House that was actually established by President Obama in 2014 called the U.S. Digital Service. President Trump can have Elon Musk into his Oval Office anytime he likes. I now recognize the chairman of the Oversight Committee, Chairman James Comer.
Well, thank
Little
you,
Jimmy
Chairwoman Green,
Comer.
for holding today's hearing
It's
to
little
launch
Jimmy Comer.
a war on waste. President Trump won an electoral landslide with a clear mandate from the American people.
Why does he have to sit at the end of the
Washington
dais?
waste and stop the theft of American tax dollars. And he is delivering
Margarine
on his
trader
promise.
gangrene.
President Trump has
No, I
empowered
don't know.
Elon
What a
Musk
terrible
and
person.
Doge to conduct a government-wide
course, she has to
audit
sleep
to
with
identify
Tintin, so-
solutions to curb waste and protect tax dollars.
You know, and
That's
here's the
exactly
thing.
what the mission
It doesn't.
of this committee is supposed to be, and I'm glad.
I'll just
that,
laugh.
my
I'll
colleagues on the
laugh
other side of the
when
aisle
they
have
are
found
as
a
impacted
newfound
as
interest
anybody else.
in
So
waste,
it doesn't
fraud, and
matter.
abuse.
I don't even care.
With a staggering $37 trillion in national debt,
I voted for the
we have
lady who
no
laughed
time
too
to lose.
much.
A key place to start is improper payments.
Yeah, share it on
Since
face.
2003, the government
Shared.
has lost
Do you want to be shared on
$2.7
face?
trillion
Yeah, sure. Hell yeah.
because of improper payments.
Share it out. I want as many
Fraudsters,
people as
organized
possible to
criminals,
see this
hostile foreign actors,
nonsense.
and even government employees
Doggy style
have
nonsense.
siphoned money away from those who truly qualify for assistance. For years, Republicans
Marjorie
and Democrats
Taylor
on the Oversight
Grievance, that's a
Committee have
good one,
condemned
Carlo.
this waste. But now
Landslide,
that Doge
yeah.
is
Hi,
taking
Pep.
real action, Democrats are choosing to defend the bureaucracy and status quo instead of standing up for the American people.
Oh, really?
I want to
Is that
thank
what it's,
Chairwoman
is that what
Green
we're
for
calling
holding
it
this
now?
very important hearing, not only to expose the problems, but to find solutions. We stand with President Trump and Doge in the fight to end waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington. With that, I yield back to Subcommittee Chairwoman Green, and congratulations again, Chairwoman, on holding
Range of $280
Whoops, I
billion
slipped
a year. And
again.
times
We
10,
missed her
we
part.
could cut
Let's go back to the
then
beginning
Todd
of Jerry
Platt-
Connolly's part, though.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for having this first hearing on Doge. Improper payments is not a new subject. I remember joining Steve Lynch and then Todd Platts, Republican member from
He wrote
Pennsylvania,
a book?
in my freshman year, talking about improper payments. At that time, improper payments were in the range of $35 billion a year. They're now in the range of $280 billion a year. And times 10, we could cut almost $3 trillion from the debt if we addressed improper payments in a deliberative way, which GAO has called for in the high-risk category for years. We can also, secondly, enforce the tax code. It's estimated that at least $500 billion a year is left on the table uncollected
Yes,
but
it's
owed
called In the Heart of
because lack
Uranus.
of resources in the IRS. Again, times 10 is $5 trillion over a decade. And finally, we can modernize federal IT systems, which we've championed for years.
This
on
is
this
the
committee.
Doge Commission
We
chaired
know that
by,
legacy-
you guessed it,
legacy
Marjorie
systems
Taylor
alone
Greene.
could save hundreds of millions of dollars a year in operating and maintenance costs. So if we want to be serious about it, let's be serious about it. But the way not to do it is to fire the people charged with the remit
Quick,
of waste,
find
fraud,
the
and abuse,
Simpsons
namely
episode.
inspectors general. President Trump has already now fired 19, including most recently the USAID Inspector General, who dared to warn that we could lose $500 million
Oh, thanks,
of
Paul
food
J.
aid, because it's in warehouses not being
That's what I was trying to
moved
say, Pepper. I
because
just
of the
couldn't get it
funding
out.
freeze that was imposed in AID. That's a cost we need to avoid. And for doing his job, that IG was fired. If we want to be serious, we've got to have objective, neutral inspectors general who are monitoring government waste, fraud, and abuse and expenditures. And I think you would find Democrats more than willing partners in that kind of enterprise if we're going to be serious. But a wrecking crew, a wrecking crane, a wrecking ball is not going to do it, and we're not going to support that approach to waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The President of the United States has the prerogative to fire anyone that has overseen $36 trillion in debt, enslaving the American people.
Oh,
and
she's just
rightfully
full of
so.
commentary.
I'm pleased to welcome today's expert panel
What a
of
little
witnesses who each bring unique experience and expertise that will be valuable to today's discussion. I'd first like to welcome Mr. Haywood Talcove, the Chief Executive Officer for Government at LexisNexis Risk Solutions, Inc. His commitment to customers' needs allows LexisNexis to develop market-leading solutions that have enabled customers to stop fraud, waste, and abuse. Next, we have Mr. Stuart Whitson, the Senior Director of Federal Affairs at the Foundation of Government Accountability. Stuart was previously a special agent in the FBI, a U.S. Army veteran, and now spends his time at FGA advocating to improve welfare, the workforce, and other policy. Next, we have Ms. Dawn Royal, a certified welfare fraud investigator in the state of Wyoming and director for the United Council of Welfare Fraud. She advocates for investigating and preventing fraud of government benefits and has done so over the past 16 years. Finally, we have Mr. Dylan Hetler-Goddett, the Director of Government Affairs at the Project on Government Oversight. Dylan leads advocacy efforts and policy reforms to a wide range of good governance. I thank each of our witnesses for being here today, and I look forward to your testimony. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand.
It's a full moon in Uranus.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Amazon hair.
Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may take a seat.
Dun, dun,
We
dun.
appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have
The wig
read
is
your
working
written statement,
now.
and it will
On the
appear in
tortoise
full
shell.
in
No,
the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes.
I already looked.
As a reminder,
I'm already
please
wrecked
press
enough.
the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you.
Yeah.
When you
that
begin to
little
speak,
button.
the light in front of you will turn
I'm in a
green. After
pissy
4
mood.
minutes,
Give me coffee.
the light
Thank you
will
for
turn
that.
yellow.
You did not need
When
to
the
do that,
red
but I
light comes
adore
on,
you.
your
Thank you
5
so
minutes
much.
have
I'm going to play you a
expired,
song
and we would
later
ask that
on.
you please wrap up. I now recognize Mr. Talcove for his
She's like
opening
Lucy.
statement.
Okay, wait. Wait, I have to tell you. Do you remember that scene in Charlie Brown Christmas when Lucy is like giving the stage direction? No, Twitter locked your account, Badger. Oh, fuck, man. Really? Save Badger, Badger, Badger. Free Badger, Badger, Badger. Oh, Badge, I'm sorry. That's fucked up. I want to get off Twitter. I'm ready to leave. If everybody's ready to leave, I'm ready to leave. You guys just need to tell me you're going, and then I'm out. Literally. Yeah, exactly. Badger is a badger, and she goes after the fucking maggots. And the Canadians, too. She's got that Canadian thing. She's got that swagger. I can't remember what I was going to tell you. But, it's, okay, that thing, in Charlie Brown Christmas when Lucy's about to direct the play, and she's like, you, oh, yeah, exactly. You, turn over here, and then you turn over there, and then you, I don't know. When I do this, that's what it is. When Lucy says, when I do this, it means speed up. When I do this, it means slow down. That's what it just reminded me of. Okay, never mind. Yes, download your stuff. Archive your shit. Archive your shit. You're waiting for Jim. I don't know if he's going to probably be, of the people that I know, he might be one of the last. So I don't know. They did. Yes, they called you. Should you authenticate? I don't know if no, I don't think I've been, no. The sky needs spaces. It really does. Cause it would be nice to have an audio thing, Anyway. Oh, you have a premium account? Yeah. All right. Anyway, sorry.
Member Stansberry and distinguished members of the committee. For over a decade, a silent war has been waged against American taxpayers, not with bombs or guns, but with data
Is this
and
Ollie,
technology.
or what's that guide?
Outdated government systems permit criminals to access unlimited sums of money. During the pandemic, they stole $1 trillion. 70% of those dollars went overseas.
What?
Shockingly, it's just
Who
not
are
criminals
you?
exploiting the system. It's the flawed system itself acting as the accomplice. If left unchecked, the U.S. government will continue to lead the world in funding cyber criminals.
It would be nice,
This
wouldn't
is
it,
a
Paul
data
Langan?
and technology problem, and it demands a data-driven response. Criminal syndicates have turned benefit programs into their personal ATM machines, exploiting
Who
those
are
in need
these
who wait months for
shadowy
benefits that may
criminals?
never come. These ruthless crooks use our money to fund child trafficking, disperse drugs in our
Thank you so
community,
much, Carla.
and
Haywood
terrorism.
Talcove. That's a
For
great
years,
name.
criminal networks have stolen
Is the
personal
CEO of
information from the public and
Nexus
private
Risk
sector.
Solutions
They
government
exploit
business.
real
He's known for
identities
his
to
work in
manipulate
public safety
antiquated
and
government
efforts to prevent
systems,
fraud. Oh,
siphoning
it
off
sounds so
billions and
milk
taxpayers'
toast.
hard-earned money.
Look at his
We
light gray
continue to
suit.
pay benefits to deceased and incarcerated
I think
individuals.
that says everything.
Direct money to bad actors flagged on the do not pay list, and overlook duplicate Social Security numbers by not following best practices. During the pandemic, a simple cross-check of PPP loan recipients against IRS records would have exposed massive fraud and prevented payments to transnational criminals who sold their quote-unquote sauce on the dark web. To stop this, we must reclaim control of our systems, not just from the criminal syndicates, but the flawed systems enabling them. Smarter technology, data, and identity verification are not optional. They are necessities to protect taxpayers and ensure aid reaches those who truly need it.
It's so
Now,
threadbare.
the use of AI is fundamentally
Marinara
changing
sauce?
society.
I know, like what
But in the hands
sauce?
of
I don't get
criminals,
it.
It has become a weapon.
I feel like
Lawbreakers are
I
now
should have heard
using it
from
to
Mr.
supercharge
Talcove
their
sooner.
war on taxpayers.
Don't you? Don't you
They
think
use
his hair should have
AI
been
to create fake identity
Mr. Talcum
documents
Powder?
that pass
Don't you
biometric
think Mr. Talcum Powder
verifications.
should have had his hair on
Bots
fire just
flood
a little bit
portals with
sooner?
thousands of fraudulent claims per
Oh, I
second,
want to read that
and
USAID
deepfakes that
report.
mimic real applicants bypass the outdated NIST 863
Grimes says Elon
standards
Musk took
from
their son to Oval Office
2017.
without her knowledge. I mean, they are
Honest and
really
deserving
fighting over
people
that
seeking
kid.
access to government benefits suffer
That's
through endless
an ugly,
application
ugly,
forms that are
ugly,
nearly impossible to navigate. But criminals from
ugly
Russia,
relationship
China, and
between
Romania
those two.
gain access
Just
with
horrid.
ease. The private sector has fraud rates below 3%. Meanwhile, the public sector operates at a 20% fraud rate. The solution is clear. It's already used every day to protect consumers. You seamlessly
His suit and his
interact
skin are
with
the
your
same
bank through
color,
an app
Pauling,
that
and you're
verifies
absolutely
your
right.
identity in milliseconds.
He's just one big
There's no excuse for the
swash of
government to
gray
lag
paint.
if we do the following. Number one, implement identity verification on the front end. Criminals should never receive a dime. Eliminate self-certification. No more honor system for billion-dollar programs. And continuous auditing. Keep verifying because criminals never stop adapting. Pay and chase does not work.
Never stop, never
$250
stopping.
billion stolen in pandemic unemployment fraud, less than $5 billion has been recovered. The idea in government that you cannot have speed and security is fiction. I urge Congress to consider making the following legislative changes. Number one, update the 1974 Privacy Act to allow for data sharing and matching. Number two, fund a budget for fraud prevention in each appropriation bill. The USDA spends
Those people
1/20th
have too
of
much
1%
information. This
on
is the
fraud
credit
prevention.
agencies, and these guys are the
Mandate that
ones I want
individuals caught
regulated the
stealing from
fuck out
entitlement
of. I
programs
want them
pay hefty
gone.
fines and are removed
Like just
from the program permanently. And finally,
when can our
eliminate
school children get
broad-based
those child-shaped human
categorical
shields to
eligibility.
carry to school?
This committee has a choice. Continue losing this war against
Oh, that's right,
criminal
Kim. He
cartels
picked his
and
nose and put it
nation
on the
states, or
Resolute
fight back
desk,
and
I
save
heard.
$1 trillion annually. Fraud prevention
Yeah,
is not
Jared.
benefit prevention.
Jared and his
It's the
brother,
key to
who
ensuring that
founded
every
Oscar
dollar reaches
Health,
those
which
who
is
truly
the
need it.
test case for
Hardworking Americans
privatization
rely
of
on these
healthcare, by
programs
the
not
way.
just to
You're going to have
survive,
a concierge
but to build better lives for
healthcare.
their families. When criminals exploit the system, they just don't steal money, they steal opportunities.
But yeah,
Stopping
regulations
fraud
are needed
isn't
to
about
stop
denying
fraud, but they
benefits,
don't
it's about
want
protecting them.
regulations. So
This crime has
ergo,
two victims. The first are the
as they say
taxpayers,
in the
and
Latin,
the second are those
they
seeking
don't want to stop
benefits.
fraudulent payments.
The fraudsters,
Do they know who they're talking about?
cartels,
Those
and
are their
criminal syndicates
donors.
are watching this hearing, I'm sure of it. It's time to show them that America will not fund its own destruction. Thank you, and I
Are
look
you
forward
sure
to
this
your
is the
questions.
problem, Mr. Talcott? Mr. Talcum Powder?
Thank you, Mr. Talcove. I now recognize Ms. Royal.
Someone has to tell her
for
what to say,
opening statement.
like word for word. Yeah, you should have done that.
Good morning, Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Stansberry, and committee members. My name is Dawn Royal. I'm a certified welfare fraud investigator, 2-term past president, and a current director of the United Council on Welfare Fraud. The United Council on Welfare Fraud is
What a horrid
national
job.
professional organization dedicated
What horrible
to protecting
karma.
integrity in our nation's public assistance programs. We are the only national organization
Right?
singularly focused on
It
the
is embarrassing.
detection, prevention, and prosecution of welfare fraud. For too long,
Wow,
agency
that's your whole
bureaucrats have
reason for
pitted
living?
citizens' access to welfare programs
That's your whole
against
reason
the
for
integrity
living?
of those programs. Access versus
wow.
integrity should never be an either-or dichotomy. We can all agree that access
Wow,
to
that's
public
one way to
assistance
spend a
is
life.
crucial. America's citizens should not be hungry or deprived of medical care because of
Yeah.
their inability to pay.
Right?
However, making sure vulnerable
but
citizens have access to these welfare programs should not mean that we simply turn a blind eye to integrity. We do not pursue the prevention, detection, and prosecution of if we do not pursue the prevention, detection, and prosecution of fraud,
How can we
taxpayers
help
become
poor
the victims
people if we
as
don't
the
go
welfare
after poor
programs
people?
become slush funds for anyone
can
wanting
we-
to supplement their
how can
income
we-
with SNAP benefits,
Yeah.
absolve themselves from the financial
Right?
responsibility of
Getting
medical
those food
bills,
stamps.
and using
What the
Medicaid
hell?
to further taxpayer exploitation by taking
Gosh, honey,
advantage of
you need
cash
some
assistance,
religion in
energy
your life.
assistance, child care, and other social welfare programs.
That's incredible.
One
That's
example
incredible.
of welfare fraud is
No,
a case
I don't
that
think I'm going to go
investigated
after
that was criminally
billionaires or
prosecuted last
CEOs
year.
or
The
any of
applicant
that.
mother
No, no,
failed
no,
to
no.
disclose her
I think
children's
I'm going to go
father,
after
as
the
well as
poor
his
people
employment
who
and
try and
income
get more
on multiple
money.
applications she submitted for Medicaid, SNAP, and low-income
I just think
energy
it's a weird way to
assistance.
spend your entire
The co-defendant
time.
father worked a steady job,
That's what I
earning a
think is
six-figure
weird.
salary, and provided an enviable
It feels
lifestyle
very
for his
wrong.
family, including vacations, luxury vehicles, snowmobiles, motorhomes, lavish gifts, including one from the wife to the husband, which was a $1,200 bottle of bourbon. Evidence we presented at trial included a candidate registration forms filed by the defendant
No,
father when he ran
well,
for town
all
council
right.
and later mayor of the
I don't
town where
know.
he declared he lived at the same address provided by his wife on her public assistance programs. This was a case of
They're
greed,
going after poor
but it
people.
emphasizes how easy it was for these criminals to make false statements on applications in order to receive benefits from multiple
I mean, yeah,
programs that they were
sure,
never
okay.
eligible for.
Yeah, if they want to get
I could
more
spend
money
the rest
per
of my
month
day providing
from
countless
those
examples
programs,
of how
that's
taxpayer-funded programs
know.
are exploited, and the message would be the same. Investigators continue to be hamstrung by antiquated regulations, conflicting directives from federal agencies, and the lack of access to technology. Sadly, investigators have also found themselves at odds with the career bureaucrats who recite watered-down facts about fraud in order to promote their political agendas. Specifically, we can look to the career bureaucrats who have historically claimed that the fraud rate in SNAP is less than 1%.
she reads pretty well.
The disregard for the value of integrity is evidenced by the less than 1/20th of 1% of the SNAP budget spent on the prevention, detection, and prosecution of fraud. As part of Medicaid unwinding debacle, the bureaucrats specifically directed states that they, and I quote, cannot recover or recoup the cost of services from a beneficiary, even if they have been found after an administrative hearing or criminal proceeding to have committed Medicaid beneficiary fraud or abuse, end quote. Sadly, it is already apparent that career bureaucrats are not being totally transparent as they attempt to protect spending and broken programs. We fail to understand how mitigating the rampant fraud in Medicaid, SNAP, and other welfare programs stands up or strengthens the welfare programs. Fact is, the opposite is true. Ignoring fraud and gaslighting fraud statistics erodes the very foundations of the
This
programs
is a subcommittee,
that are
Jane,
essential to
on
their
Doge,
future viability.
ran by, you guessed it,
There are things
Marjorie
this
Taylor
committee can do
Greene.
to help the investigators fight
Get
in the
ready,
war on fraud.
get ready to rumble.
Number one, eliminate self-attestation in the application process for all programs. Number two, funding for technology that includes identity verification tools that will help prevent fraud. The current pay and chase model is not sustainable.
I have
Number
some
3,
things to say about
immediately
this.
implement the National
I
Accuracy
really do.
Clearinghouse.
I have
the
some
NAC,
things to say.
That will provide data to states to prevent duplicate participation in all of the social welfare programs. And 4, allocate
Exactly,
direct
Lee.
funding
Rick
with
Scott,
mandates
largest
restricting the
medical,
use of the
Medicaid,
funding
or
to the
Medi-Cal,
prevention,
or
detection, and prosecution
Medicare
of fraud.
fraudster.
In closing, we're at a crossroads. Those of us who have firsthand knowledge of the degree in which
No, they
public
need more
welfare
money to
programs
find
are
the
being
fraud,
attacked
Muskie.
know that reform is absolutely necessary.
She wants
Reform to
more
the
money
recipient
dedicated
application
from the
process,
budget
the billing process in
to put into
Medicaid,
finding
and how
the
SNAP
fraud.
benefits are processed, and how providers
I guess
and
it's there's
retailers
not
are
enough. There's not enough
authorized.
people
We thank you for the opportunity
enough
for
people
UCOF to participate in this
to
hearing. We
find
feel
the
that
fraud.
The investigators who are on the front lines fighting the daily
and Daddy
battle
Gates' old
against the
company.
war on
Hell
fraud
yes.
need to be at
Oh,
the
they're
table
all
and participating in the
experienced,
development
rather,
of action
in
plans that will
Medicare
make a
fraud,
difference in
actually.
protecting the programs and defending the taxpayers.
Thank you, Ms. Royal. I now recognize Mr. Whitson for
He
his
said,
opening
"Tell her
statement.
thank you."
Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Stansbury, members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. On the campaign trail, President Trump promised to take on the bloated bureaucracy in D.C., rebuild trust in the DOJ and the FBI,
All right,
crack
everyone,
down
take
on
a
waste,
deep breath.
fraud, and abuse, and restore common sense.
I can't say
And on
this
day
isn't
one, he
really
started
happening
delivering on
because it
those
is really
promises with
happening.
a wave of executive orders
But just
and the official
hang in
launch
there.
of Doge, which he, of course, tasked Elon Musk to lead.
Take a
Already,
breather if you
Doge
need
efforts
one.
have brought to the public's attention countless examples of wasteful spending, including $59
Self-care
million
is paramount. I'm not
paid
sure.
to luxury hotels
I'm not
in
sure.
New York
I like the
to house
vest
illegal immigrants.
and the tie.
$1.5 million to
I like
advance
that.
DEI in Serbia's workplaces.
He might have he might have visual impairment.
$32,000 for a
That's what I was
transgender
thinking.
comic book in Peru. The list goes on. But rather than applauding
he
the work
must
of
be
Doge,
visually-
the
he
left
might
has
be
launched
visually
a coordinated
impaired.
campaign to try to demonize Mr. Musk with the hope of shifting focus away from the disastrous waste, fraud, and abuse that occurred on Biden's watch. But guess what?
What?
It's not working. Because no matter what political party people hail from, the vast majority of Americans agree that $10 million
it was just a big night.
worth of food funneled to Al-Qaeda was probably not the best use of taxpayer money. But there's another source, a key source of wasteful spending that
I
Doge
get
and the
it
subcommittee
now.
should set their sights on next, and that's Medicaid waste and fraud. While initially meant as a program for the truly needy, Medicaid is bloated into a massive welfare program for millions of able-bodied
Then you should
adults
talk to-
lured into the trap of government dependency.
Oh,
And as Medicaid has
my
grown, so too has mismanagement. Today, more than $1 in $5 spent on Medicaid is improper. In Medicaid alone, fraud and mismanagement is on track to cost U.S. taxpayers, get this, more than $1 trillion over the next 10 years. When it comes to the problem of improper payments, the Medicaid program is the biggest culprit, encompassing nearly 1/3 of all federal improper payments. And more than 80% of Medicaid improper payments are due to
He's
one
from
thing:
Maine.
eligibility errors. If Congress wants to help President Trump address wasteful spending, then targeting eligibility errors in Medicaid should be one of your
He's
top
a real
priorities.
expert on like
Bottom line,
government
to address
accountability
this
and
challenge,
stuff, federal
Congress can
spending
take
issues.
3
It would be
decisive
interesting to
actions.
hear.
So first, Congress can strengthen the
lobbyist.
Medicaid program through legislative action. That would include repealing Biden's disastrous Medicaid streamlining rule, which ties the hands of states trying to remove ineligible enrollees.
He's big into
You can and
Congress
should do this
reclaiming
through
power.
reconciliation, and it will produce $164 billion in savings if you do. You can also strengthen verification requirements to ensure only eligible individuals receive benefits and ensure a nationwide NAC is implemented without delay. Second thing Congress can do is
he wants
help
to rein in
President
emergency
Trump's DOGE
powers,
effort by ensuring that
congressional
entrenched
improve
partisan
congressional
bureaucrats don't
oversight
stand in the way of
and
reform.
reclaim
So
the
Musk and his
congressional
DOGE team
power
have
of
already
the
found
purse.
hundreds
Those are
of
the main
billions of
issues of the
dollars
lobby
funneled into
firm he
wasteful, fraudulent, and
works
flat
for.
out insane
He's
projects.
visually impaired,
But they've
I
only
believe.
scratched the surface. If this much fraud has been exposed in just a few weeks, imagine what else is buried under layers of red tape
Yeah,
and
basically.
government excuses. But guess what? All of these insane
Steps to
projects
reclaim
have
its
one
role
thing
as the
in
first
common.
branch among
They
equals.
were all
That's what he's big
approved
into
and
Congress. He
funded
wants
by
Congress to
unelected
be more
bureaucrats.
powerful.
And these and
I
other
don't know.
entrenched bureaucrats are already
I'm interested to hear what he
fight
says.
against President Trump's efforts to improve government accountability and efficiency. Personnel is policy. And
Hey,
without
Mr.
competent
Whitson, don't
staff
get
to
emotional,
faithfully
okay?
execute the
All right,
president's
you're talking
agenda,
about
the DOGE project will fail.
finances.
And this is where Congress can
Stop
help.
getting
Congress
emotional.
can support the president in carrying out his DOGE effort by making all executive branch employees at will, codifying the president's authority to fire unproductive or
Oh,
insubordinate
slow down,
agency
baby.
employees
I
as
know,
needed.
you're excited.
At the same time, Congress can grant
You're
the
meeting
president
one of your-
authority to permanently eliminate
one of your
vacant positions
heroes,
and
your
consolidate
sheroes, if you
non-essential
will.
positions across agencies and departments to help promote
You can
efficiency
calm down.
and put the right people in the right
Norm
seat.
Ornstein connected.
The third thing,
Oh.
Congress can make President Trump's DOGE cost-cutting and deregulatory reforms
sounds sweet.
permanent by passing the REINS Act.
Yeah, I
So
haven't
there's
seen
only
any
one big
proof.
problem
I know
with
what
the
it's
DOGE
like to
effort.
fill out the forms
Most
for
of its work
Medicaid,
can be
you know, or
undone by a
Medi-Cal in
future
my
president
case.
with a stroke
So
of
I
a
understand
pen.
what it's like to fill
To
out
make
those forms,
President
and I'm going to
Trump's
tell you
DOGE
right now,
reforms permanent, Congress must act.
it's
And the
next
best
to
way do
impossible not
this
to make a
is
mistake.
to pass the REINS Act. This would return Article
And I
1
made sure I had
budgetary
people
power
help
of the
me with the
purse to
papers, like
Congress
my family.
while promoting
So,
deregulation.
you know,
It would also
let me
help
tell
lock
you.
in the DOGE reforms and cement President Trump's legacy as the most consequential deregulatory and cost-cutting president in U.S. history.
Yeah, opaque is the new radically
American people are
transparent.
watching.
So true.
It's time
Oomph.
for
Well
Congress
said.
to act. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whitson. I now recognize Mr. Hetler Goddett for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Stansberry, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Dylan Hetler Goddett, and I am the Director of Government Affairs at the Project on Government Oversight, or POGO. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you here today to talk about the critical issue of bringing more accountability and transparency.
So there's
to
no
federal
minority
spending,
witness?
including rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse.
I don't sense a
Since our
minority
founding in
witness here.
1981, POGO has been focused on promoting more accountability and rooting out wasteful spending and promoting efficiency, especially at the Department of Defense. We have a long and well-established track record on these issues, and we take a back when it comes to promoting a better and more effective government, which necessarily includes a federal government that is a good and responsible steward of taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, what a mess.
Let's take a moment to
Pull
pause
the
here to talk a little bit
microphone
about
closer
terms that we're
to
gonna hear a
his
lot today
face.
and the difference between them. Waste is different from fraud. Fraud is different from abuse, and abuse is different from both. When we talk about improper payments, they are a subset of those other three categories. But that doesn't tell us the
Oh,
whole
they're part
picture
of the
either.
Pentagon
Sometimes improper payments are a
whistleblowers?
function of bad record keeping.
Are they part of
Sometimes
the
they are a
bad
function of
guys? You know,
outdated
those
information
idiots?
Technology systems. Sometimes they come about through human error, and sometimes they come about through negligence. There are a variety of reasons why improper payments happen.
Can anyone leave this guy
It just
alone?
simply is not the case that improper payments are only a function of bad
Measure
people
twice, cut
doing
once,
bad
people.
things with bad intent.
This poor
That doesn't
guy's
mean
trying
we
to
shouldn't
keep
focus
his
on trying to
rhythm.
mitigate improper payments, and that certainly doesn't mean that the American people should not be concerned with how their tax dollars are used. The good news is that there are some time-tested solutions and tools to help mitigate these problems. For example, when we think about the independence of inspectors general, we're talking about a resource that is extraordinarily valuable to the American people. In fiscal year 2023 alone, inspectors general identified over $93 billion worth of potential savings to taxpayers. Whistleblowers are also an incredible resource to the American taxpayer. Through the IRS's whistleblower program alone, billions of dollars have been recouped from tax cheats since the inception of that program in 2007. Whistleblowers have also played an instrumental role in helping the Department of Justice pursue False Claims Act cases that have resulted in billions of dollars in reclaims settlement costs. It seems to me that if an administration were serious about wanting to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, they would support and resource whistleblowers and inspectors general. They would not demonize them, and they would certainly not fire them en masse in an unlawful midnight purge.
Well, here we are.
There are other reforms
Well,
we can think
hello,
about,
Mr.
too.
Hetler Goddett.
Reforms that are more technical,
Welcome to
but
this.
just as
Welcome to the committee,
Key
sir.
statutes such as the Federal
Ooh.
Funding Accountability and Transparency Act, the Data Act, and critical platforms like USAspending.gov were really important improvements and innovations when they came about, but they are in need of overhaul and reform. Currently, the status quo is that we have an extraordinarily hard time tracking federal dollars from end to end. This is due in large part to a broken chain of data collection, of reporting information, and the ability to monitor and track in real time what is happening with federal dollars. this informational black hole is where a lot of impropriety happens. It's where waste, fraud, and abuse live. And yes, this is where improper payments often happen. But more importantly, we also don't have a good, clear, and consistent way of understanding what is happening with tax dollars at the end point. What is the impact that we're having? What is the return on investment that we're having? We now have an annual budget of close to $7 trillion a year. We can't say with any degree of clarity and consistency what we're getting for all of that money. We have some more good news, though. There are bipartisan efforts, and there have been for years, to try and clean up this situation. We at POGO have had the privilege and pleasure of working on some of those initiatives. We were a part of the federal taxpayers' right to
Mr.
know Act
Whitson
being
is now
passed into
wishing
law
that
just a
he
couple of years
was
ago, which created,
as
for the very first
composed
time, a
and
program
reasonable
inventory
as Mr. Hetler
of
got
all
at.
the programs in the federal government, and that would be available to the public.
I would
We have worked with a
imagine
member of
he,
this
well,
very
he's a
committee, the
he's a
House Oversight and
lobbyist, so
Accountability
he's also
Committee, to introduce
very
a piece of legislation that would bring
probably
more
very good
transparency
in
to
terms of
federal
communication. You
subaward
know, like
reporting.
I feel like lobbyists are
We
particularly
have supported and
smooth when it
endorsed
comes
multiple
to
pieces of
public
legislation that take
speaking and
direct
stuff.
aim at
He's
the
doing, I
improper
mean,
payment
obviously
issue.
he's doing a great job.
We also have additional ideas that don't yet have congressional champions. One proposal is to clean up and modernize and standardize the award descriptions that are available in USA Spending to make them more useful and relevant.
It's delightful
We
to
have
see
another
a
proposal to
lobbyist that
harmonize
has,
the amount of data
you know, like
and
has
information we collect between contract
this
spending and
position.
non-contract
Frankly, that's what's
spending.
striking
We
to
stand ready,
me.
willing, and able to
Is
work
that I
with
didn't
anybody who
expect
wants
him
to
to
work with
be
us
on this
these common sense
position, and
solutions.
that's delightful. I'm very happy
Lastly,
to
I
hear
want to put in a
that.
quick word for Congress. And specifically, I want to
The
ask,
gentleman's time has expired.
apologies.
Yes.
I can't see the flashing light.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Hetler. Got it. We appreciate your testimony. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. I'd like to thank our witnesses today for your testimonies and the suggestions that you have brought before this committee. I'd also like to thank Chairman Comer for this opportunity to chair the Historic Oversight Subcommittee on DOGE. Americans are shocked to learn that $2.7 trillion of their hard-earned tax dollars have been stolen or wasted in improper payments since 2003. You see, in the private sector, companies can't continue. They can't continue to run if they keep employees that allow waste and abuse with their resources. But that has continued for decades here in the federal government. Mr. Talcove, do private sector companies have a lower rate of improper payments than the federal government?
Yes, the fraud rate that the criminals are taking advantage of in the public sector is around 20%. In the private sector, it's around 3%. And it's really because the tools that are used in the private sector aren't used in the public sector. Front-end identity verification, self-certification, and then finally making sure that individuals are who they say they are. If we start using these tools, you will see the fraud rate go down dramatically, because for the most part, this fraud isn't taking place by real individuals. It's individuals whose identities have been stolen on the dark web. They use that information pretending to be somebody else, and because of the antiquated systems, processes, and technologies in place in government programs, they're able to steal at scale.
Right. Okay. So, Mr. Talcove, we would say that private companies that pretty much have to exist on a 20% profit rate, they are not allowed. They can't continue to be successful if they were to allow their customers' data to be stolen like that and used by criminals. However, the federal government, who can continue printing checks and continue in operation, never fixes its problems because it can't be forced to go out of business. Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Yes. One of the things I noticed during COVID was the criminals learned that government was the mark because it never runs
because it was sending out the money?
And they focus on it at scale. And then
because it was sending out the money?
Is virtually zero.
I think it's outrageous for Americans to know that their identity
that seems like a context problem and not really what you guys just figured it out.
And terrorism, like you stated in your opening statement. Ms. Royal, your testimony states that many programs operate under essentially an honor system in which applicants need not verify their identity, income, residency, or other key eligibility factors. You call this a trust everyone
Follow the
instead
yellow
of a
brick
trust
road.
by verify approach. Does this mean the federal government in some states are giving out billions of dollars to individuals without verifying who they are or whether they meet program eligibility requirements?
Yes, ma'am, that's
And then we don't get very
That's outrageous. Do states have enough incentive to prevent fraud and to recover improper payments?
No, and in fact, states are hesitant to spend their state dollars to protect federal dollars.
Would greater investment in program integrity efforts yield a positive return for taxpayers?
Yes, it could easily be self-funding.
Amazing. Mr. Whitson, your testimony states that both the Biden and Obama administrations issued rules and guidance that made it harder for states to verify eligibility for Medicaid. You say that repealing Biden's Medicaid streamlining rule would save $164 billion over 10 years because the rule restricts eligibility verification that states can't perform.
Not trillion.
Can you explain why this rule is so costly?
Yeah,
Over
so
10 years. That's what,
the rule does a number of
1.6
things,
billion?
but for instance, it prohibits states from
Is
verifying
that like
eligibility
pissing on a
more
house
than once
fire
a year.
nowadays?
So for non-disabled folks to just go in and look and say, hey, are you still eligible for the program? It says you are forbidden from doing that any more often than once a year. And so obviously people's lives change, and so they may become ineligible, and so it's designed to keep them
Are
on
you
the program.
kidding me? You
Another
want to
thing,
do it more often than a year?
In-person or phone interviews to verify their identity. So people.
Oh my God! Do you know?
and
Oh
then
my God! I hate this
says,
man,
"Oh, I just
Mr.
wanna call and
Whitson.
make
I
sure this
can't
is a real
fucking
person,
stand
not someone
you.
in
I
another
hope
country or
you
whatever."
are really.
The rule prohibits that.
Oh boy!
And so there's a number of other
No,
provisions.
I
It
need
also
some stoicism.
opens a lengthy reconsideration periods, and this is where illegal immigrants are able
What's
to
that
obtain the benefits.
stoicism?
And so basically, it says
What am I
once
supposed to
you
be
get,
doing?
You know, these benefits, you can't interfere.
How am I
with it for
supposed
a
to be
90-day
feeling right
period or
now?
Longer. And so there's a number of horrible things. But.
Thank
God
So we
damn!
can't
I just
verify if
authenticated my
someone is
account by
illegal
adding
or
up
legal.
rings on the
Just to
right.
correct that, yes or no?
I
You
feel
have to wait at
crazy. No
least-
phone
a
number
state has
asked
to wait
for.
at
That's
least 90
good.
days, and actually what we're seeing is it's led
Follow
some
the
states to
Helladick
wait as long
road.
as 13 years. And so on the program. Yeah, so-
Unbelievable. My time has expired. Thank
Yeah,
you very
bye.
much. I now recognize Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you
Massachusetts.
very much, Madam Chair. First of all, let me congratulate you and also Ms. Stansbury on your new positions. And I want to thank the witnesses for your testimony. We've already heard some good ideas about how to work together.
Oh,
and,
hi, Lucy's mommy. It's good to
Gaudette,
see you,
I, for one,
lady.
would be most open to working with POGO and trying to work on some of the legislative ideas that you have to actually get at some of this
It's digital.
waste, fraud, and abuse. Since this is my first opportunity to speak in this new subcommittee as the representative for the 8th Congressional District in Massachusetts, I want to first of all make clear that my primary purpose in seeking appointment to this subcommittee is for the singular and sacred purpose to defend our democracy, which I believe is under attack in this country, and to uphold my oath to support and defend the Constitution against those who might secretly or openly seek its destruction.
I like
Make
it when
no
Lynch
mistake,
gets really
this is a
heated, though.
moment
He's good at for heated.
representative democracy. This is a test of our resolve. In the coming days and weeks, we will all get to decide whether we stand with a couple of billionaires who, despite their own financial successes, still harbor such grievances in their hearts that after all that democracy
I'm going
has
to run and get
provided
some
to
more
them,
coffee. BRB.
they remain animated by the desire to dismantle this democratic government and to punch down at some of the weakest and most vulnerable in our society. Two men who clearly understand that the easiest way to incite large numbers of people is to use social media to exploit the dynamic forces of hatred and fear. Madam Chair, if we're going after waste, fraud, and abuse, let's start with abuse. Abuse of power. As of yesterday, there were 55 lawsuits under consideration by the federal courts across our nation as a result of Elon Musk's and President Trump's unlawful acts. Many of those lawsuits have already been sustained by the federal district courts and orders have been rendered to undo those unlawful acts. But this is just the beginning, and Congress has an important role to play, and I, for one, look forward to that opportunity. This is a moment of great consequence for our country, and for our democracy. And I remain grateful to the good people of the 8th Congressional District of Massachusetts who sent me here. Mr. Hetler-Gaudette, again, happy to join you on some of your efforts. POGO has worked very closely with our IG community, is that right, the Inspector Generals?
Yeah, that's correct, Congressman.
I know your work is very much similar to what we ask our Inspectors Generals to undertake. I want to ask you, what do you think? So in the most recent report from the Inspector Generals, and this is the Council of the Inspector Generals, a nonpartisan group on integrity and efficiency in government, they identified more than $93 billion in potential savings. So the first thing that President Trump did coming into office was to fire 17 agency inspectors general. What can you tell us from POGO's standpoint? What does that do to our ability to identify and root out waste, fraud, and abuse?
Thank you, Congressman. I would say, to put it simply, it completely undermines our ability to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Inspector General exists for essentially one purpose, and they were originally created in the immediate aftermath of Watergate, and I think you all probably do not need me to give you a history lesson at all on what happened in the Watergate era. There's a reason they were created at that time, because there was a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse happening, and there were not cops on the beat that were internal, that were independent, that were situated in agencies to be able to find these things and expose them and do something about them. That's what Inspector General exists to do. So it's completely anathema to, I'd say anathema to any stated mission to find cost savings and to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, to fire Inspector General and to undermine them. It makes no sense. Those two things do not add up.
Thank you very much. The firings that occurred on the when President Trump came to office included the Special Inspector General for Afghan Reconstruction, Mr. Sopko. I actually did over 20 trips to Afghanistan working with him. He actually uncovered $4 billion in savings in rooting out American taxpayer waste being conducted in Afghanistan. The IG at the Department of Defense, the agency.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back. Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you.
that. Thank you.
I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For far too long, D.C. politicians have gotten away with measuring their personal value and worth by how much of other people's money they give away. And for far too long, they self-righteously have opined that this spending was for altruistic purposes given out of care and compassion. For far too long, they've been more concerned with looking like they cared than having enough care and concern to actually do the due diligence to ensure that the tax dollars were being used wisely and effectively. And for far too long, those of us who've worked to uncover waste, fraud, and abuse have had to deal with what amounts to an unconstitutional fourth branch of permanent bureaucracy that has too often worked to ignore, obfuscate, delay, and frustrate our efforts to bring transparency and oversight. Over the last few weeks, the DOGE effort has begun to uncover not only how massive the waste, fraud, and abuse is, but also the extent at which D.C. politicians and too many obstinate bureaucrats have coordinated to create what is essentially the largest money laundering scheme in history. And while Americans have been working to make ends meet, they have been using taxpayer dollars to fund unnecessary, egregious, and even evil things here at home and around the world. Thankfully, in DOGE, we have a president bringing the leadership needed and a focused effort, along with the talent, technology, tools, and transparency to this waste, fraud, and abuse. And to those who would stand opposed to this effort, I would just point out, while it's understandable to find waste, fraud, and abuse that has grown and metastasized in this government even over decades, certainly accelerated over the last few years, to continue to protect it is corruption. I want to thank the chair for beginning this war on waste on this side of Pennsylvania Avenue and bringing together this committee. This effort is so important as we work to relieve the American
war?
people of this burden.
I thought there were
of
no
waste,
more
fraud, and
wars.
abuse. Mr. Talco, you mentioned
What?
in your
I
written
thought
statement
wars were.
and talked about it in your
Wait a minute.
statement at the beginning that this
I thought
waste,
there were
fraud,
no
and
more
abuse is a
wars.
national security threat.
No
and certainly
new
one of the
wars.
challenges facing us, it is a national security
Wait a
security
minute.
threat,
Is this
our
an okay
fiscal
war?
situation. And so
Is this war
we have
okay?
got to find ways to find savings to the American people in order to bring confidence to the bond markets, to put our country on a fiscal footing.
That's right, it's Doja.
And to
You
reverse
might
the
as well
curse,
call
so
it
to speak,
Doja.
that we are placing on our children and our grandchildren. You mentioned a couple
I
threats,
call it
though. You
doggy.
mentioned internal threats.
Doggy style
You said that
nonsense.
these
That's what we're
cases
watching.
involve government employees.
It says you're
individuals
following
entrusted
zero.
with
Oh, that's
administering
because
benefits
when
who,
you're
instead of using
suspended,
their
it takes away
positions
all
to
your
approve
followers.
fraudulent claims, override
I'll
security
definitely
controls,
grab you a bagel.
or even
Sorry,
sensitive
it's in the toaster
claimant
right now.
information for profit. Now, this is not
My
every
God, that
federal
sounds
employee
so
for sure,
good.
but
Sun-dried tomato
within
and Asiago. Sorry,
the
I'm just
context
talking
of
over him.
people
I
who
don't
are
know
trying to
why.
give their best effort. We have an internal threat, but you also mentioned transnational fraud rings, terrorist organizations.
Stop making sense. Crew is in
nation
charge.
states, North Korea nuclear weapons
That was a good
program
one.
funded by our tax dollars.
Yeah,
China,
Badger got
Nigeria, Iran,
suspended too.
Romania,
They're
Russia,
they're
not
going to
our
knock us all
friends
off slowly,
necessarily that are being
Jen.
funded by taxpayer dollars. Could you give us some examples?
One
of
at
how
a
this
time.
is
Max
happening?
was first.
Yeah,
She's not getting her
when
appeal
you think about what happened during the
approved.
pandemic, $1 trillion was stolen. 70% of that money.
Okay, you know what? You
went
say
overseas.
stolen, but I'm not sure
And I
you.
can give you some examples.
Could you,
In a
please?
Western
Because I'm
state,
struggling.
They had more people applying for unemployment insurance benefits than they had individuals over 18. The people that were stealing the money from Romania were using it to facilitate other fraud schemes that include fentanyl, that include doing things to impact
Whoa,
our
whoa,
democracy.
whoa. Hey, talcum powder. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. You're telling me they gave out more PPP loans or whatever, I don't know what that is, PPP money, than there were people over 18. That's one data point, I guess. And then he shifts to Romania? What happened? What just happened? What? Okay. Anyway.
The insider threat, right? The first thing you have to say, and my dad was a public servant, is 99%
Well,
of
he's
people
gonna
that
come
work in the
back
public
from the grave
sector
and slap
are
the shit out of
honest,
you, so hold
hardworking
on.
individuals. But there are some, and what you need is data and technology to root that out. There were examples during the pandemic. There were some examples even of last week where people got into the Medicaid system in a western state and stole $50 million in
Who are
less
these
than
people?
4 months. So you
Who
have
are
to
these
have these
people?
controls in place.
Who
right?
are these people?
Aren't individuals stealing, Mr. Cloud. These are organized criminal groups, both domestic and
Okay, well then the
That, as
DOJ
you
get
mentioned,
fucking Pam
taxpayers
Bondi
are
in
being
this
forced to
bitch.
fund the demise of our own country.
What the fuck is going
Mr.
on
Ritson, I
here?
wanted to
This
ask
is
you
this is
because,
like
there's a lot of
cartoon
talk about
Congress.
reconciliation right now. You mentioned Medicaid and what could be done to bring a pretty substantial amount of savings,
Here
and
we
this
go.
is without
This is where I
affecting
need
those
to
who
be.
truly need Medicaid and
Wait,
for what
where's
the,
our-
the
where are
purpose
they?
of the program was
Hold on.
extended for. Now,
The gentleman's time has expired.
So shut up because I'm
Does
I'm
the
in
witness want to
charge
answer your
now.
question?
Oops.
No, only to
Quickly.
say that yes, there's a tremendous amount of savings that
Oh,
can be found
damn
from the
it.
streamlining rule, but also work requirements.
There we go.
In the program,
Work
is another big
requirements.
area that can be done in reconciliation, and that's could save a significant amount as well. $241 billion in federal spending.
241 billion from work requirements, people.
Thank you.
thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Well, thank you. Thank you to all of our witnesses for being here. And I want to just start off by making something clear. I think we're all
I know what
here,
the war
to
is.
fight against the lies,
I got the war,
corruptions,
guys.
and the
It's
attacks
the war
our
on
social
poor
safety net.
people.
Now, we should in no
I got
way
it.
be cooperating with House Republicans who want to shut down the Department of Education and
Good job,
destroy
everybody.
Medicare
Good
and
job.
Medicaid. And we should not stand by as the richest man on the planet gives himself and his companies huge tax cuts while the American people get absolutely nothing. Now, I find it ironic, of course, that our chairwoman, Congresswoman Green, is in charge of running this committee. Now, in the last Congress, Chairwoman Green literally showed a dick pic in our oversight congressional hearing, so I thought I'd bring one as well.
Yeah,
Now,
get
this, of
Steve
course,
Mnuchin in
we
here.
know
There you go, Carla.
is President Elon Musk. He's also the world's richest man. He was the biggest political donor in the last election. He has billions of dollars in conflicts of interest, and we know that he is leading a power
I love
grab,
the guy next to him who's
also
laughing.
abided by and encouraged by Donald Trump and, of course, the chairwoman, Congresswoman Green. But I also want to run through what Doge actually is going to do. It's a demolition plan that's going to run through our government.
Dick pic,
Doge is trying to
zing.
abolish the Department of Education.
Good one,
That
Oof.
means
You win.
opportunities denied to kids. It means you're ripping away opportunities for children with disabilities who are dependent on this money. You're also halting medical research, which is also critical, which we have to also stop. The idea that we are going to eliminate or destroy the Department of National Institutes of Health, NIH, is crazy.
So
let's talk about
true,
the Department of Labor. We're talking about protections for working people across this country, where people can actually complain about abuses their companies are making against them and their coworkers. Workers are now going to be in danger. And let's also talk about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, another huge issue for us. Think about the scammers and fraudsters that will be empowered across this country because Elon Musk wants, essentially, these companies have more power over consumers and over people across this country. Look at the Centers for Disease and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. That is actually what's being discussed partly today. Healthcare, we're talking about being denied to millions of poor people, working class people across this country. And now, of course, they're on to their largest target, the U.S. Social Security Administration. We're talking about the destruction of the actual social safety net in this country. We know that 1 in 5 Americans collect Social Security, seniors, disabled people. This entire plan is about hurting the American social safety net and destroying our institutions. And it's important that we actually call
And
out
then
what is
privatizing
happening
it
at this subcommittee.
in a fire
This is not
sale.
about working with the richest man on the planet. This is actually about empowering. This committee
I'm
wants
sorry.
to empower the
I'm
richest
sorry,
person
that's what's
in the
happening
world
now.
to hurt people.
If
so they
you're
can
not
take
aware
all
that
of
that's
this
what's
money
happening,
that they
we're
so-called
gonna have
want
a
to
problem.
save, and then give it to themselves, their companies,
but yeah,
and their billionaire
politics,
friends.
red and blue.
That is the attack that is
Okay.
happening in this committee.
No, that left
and
in
across
November.
This country, and it's important that we call it out. We also know
There's no more politics. There's no
Elon
more
Musk is sending
parties.
his
There's no
unqualified
more.
Doge
There's no
staff
more.
to carry out this agenda
Now it's
across all these
we're
agencies.
trying to save.
And in some cases, actually
Our day-to-day
teenage staffers. No accountability, no experience, and problematic records. They're trying to rob you, and they're probably a minor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Garcia.
The gentleman yields, and I now recognize the gentleman from South
my
Carolina,
gosh.
Mr. Timmons, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find it sad that my colleagues across the aisle can't take this seriously. We have $36 trillion in debt. We run an annual almost $2 trillion deficit. When I got elected 6 years ago, we had $21 trillion in debt. So in 6 years, we've added over $15 trillion to the debt. And guess what? President Trump ran on fixing this problem. President Trump told the American people he would right the ship financially. And he said during the campaign that Elon Musk was going to be the person to lead this charge.
So it must come out his ear when he pees.
He's the richest man on the planet because he succeeds at his endeavors. And that's why President Trump has appointed him the head of this effort. This is a very serious problem. And it's incredibly hypocritical that my colleagues across the aisle are complaining about this because Joe Biden signed his name and wanted the American people to believe that he had the ability to forgive $250 billion with his signature. Guess what? The Supreme Court ruled he did not. That's our system of checks and balances. The president, Biden, he clearly was experiencing cognitive decline. He didn't even have the ability to be charged with a crime as determined by his own Department of Justice.
Sir, is this about Ashley
he
Madison?
signs his name and he thinks it gives $250 billion away, redistributes taxpayer dollars. It's just crazy that we can't come together to address the greatest national security threat facing this country, our debt.
He's the richest man in the world because he's so smart.
enhanced identity
Did you
verification,
see
and
the
enhanced
part
income
where
verification.
he told his kid,
What will
"Get your
happen? How
fucking
much money
fingers
will we
out of
save?"
my
You'll
ears"?
save hundreds
I
of
love
billions of
him.
dollars.
He's Elon.
Identity verification,
Don't tase me,
elimination
bro.
of self-certification, and monitoring beneficiaries will prevent
I
these transnational criminal
secretly
groups
have
from
an
accessing those
account
systems at
where
scale
the
so legitimate people
avatar
who need
is
the
a
benefits can get them in
Pepe
a timely
frog.
fashion.
So we're
And
going to
on
get
that
actual
Pepe
benefits
frog,
to people, to American
I
citizens
have a
that are in
sideways
need faster,
cap.
because if you do it
Because I
electronically
think
through web-based, like they did in Missouri, where the pilot program saved
really
almost
likes
20%
me
of Medicaid dollars. So all we have to do is
because he
adopt
loves
what has
those
already been
dudes
proven
who
in
have
Missouri,
Pepe
and it will save
frogs as their
20%.
avatars.
To the people out there listening, we spend almost $900 billion
Elmo, I mean
every year on Medicaid.
Elon,
And if
please
20% of that is
pick
saved,
me.
that's almost $200 billion.
I'd rather work on
got a
cool
$1.8
rocket
trillion
ships
annual
than
deficit.
this
We just knocked off
silly
$200 billion. Let's keep this
place.
train
I don't
going.
want to go
The fact that the
home
Democrats
and
are,
ask for
filing
votes.
lawsuit
I
after
think those
lawsuit to
people are
impede the
really
efforts
stupid.
President Trump
Oh,
to
Elmo,
right our
I
fiscal
mean
ship is unforgivable.
Elon,
It's
please
unforgivable.
pick me.
Mr. Talcove, you talked
Sorry.
about pandemic
If a
fraud. I
penis
have a
had
bill
eyes,
that
it'd be
would
me.
cause the IRS to share
But I
data
pee out
with,
my ear
the Small
because
Business
there's no
Administration and
hole
the FBI
in the
and the
top
Department
of my
Justice
head.
that would show that you were ineligible for
Up one from
PPP
yesterday.
loans,
That's right,
and you got it.
929.
So,
We are
I
steamrolling
think
our
that would
way
save
towards
probably
1,000
$100
subscribers here at Lolo's Lounge.
Do you think that we should go back and take money away from people that
We're the sleepiest success story in town.
During the pandemic, the PPP program was a virtual buffet for fraudsters, and it was because of that
penis has
1974
no
Privacy
eyes.
Act, where data sharing and matching is virtually impossible. Congress needs to change that.
But we can do it retroactively. We can do it retroactively.
Excuse
we
me?
can find the people that stole this money, hold them accountable, probably get some
That's
of the money
a DOJ
back. So
thing.
I already have that bill. For
One eye.
That bill, I think, would probably get $100 billion. So now we got enhanced identity verification, enhanced income verification that has been proven. in
Go
Missouri.
after those
It
poor
does
people.
work.
Go get
So
those
I'm
poor
working on that
people.
bill. We're going to drop it soon.
Go get those
That's
poor people.
$200 billion. There's a competition.
I know,
in
he
Congress.
should have
I think
shown
we
the
should have a
picture of
competition
Elon
on this
and
committee.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I got $300 billion.
Badger, I'll go find you.
We got to all pull our weight because we have such a massive
I
problem
will be
right
exploding
now.
out
But
my
I would
eyeballs
just
in
ask
2
my colleagues across
minutes.
the aisle to get out of the way if you don't want to help. If you don't want to help right the fiscal ship in this country, get out of the way. Stop filing lawsuit after lawsuit. We do not have the financial ability to continue down this path.
What?
And we're going to save this country with or without you. You can kick and scream all the way, or you can get out of the way. I prefer the former. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar.
This subcommittee is supposedly about looking into waste, fraud, and abuse. So I'd like to start talking about independent inspector generals who are supposed to be looking into waste, fraud, and abuse. Mr. Talcove, do you know how many inspector generals at agencies that were investigating Elon Musk's companies have been fired by the Trump-Musk administration?
No.
It is 5. Ms. Royal, the Inspector General of the Department of Labor had 17 open investigations into Tesla and SpaceX. Do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
No.
They fired him, and I think y'all know. Mr. Whitson, the Inspector General of the
I
Department
love
of
this guy.
Transportation was investigating Tesla. Do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
No.
They were fired. The Department of Defense's Inspector General was looking into SpaceX. Mr. Hedler, do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
I believe he was fired.
Thank you. I think everybody on the panel knows what the answer to these questions were. The U.S. Department of Agriculture Inspector General was investigating Musk's Neuralink. Mr. Talcove, now I'll ask you again under oath, do you know what Mr. Trump did to that Inspector General that was looking into one of Musk's companies?
No.
He was fired. The Inspector General at the EPA was repeatedly taking on Tesla. Mr. Hedler, since it seems that you're answering the questions that everyone knows the answer to, do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
I believe he was also fired.
Also fired. At least 5 Inspector Generals that were looking into
Inspectors
Elon
General.
Musk's companies
Okay, never mind.
were fired by the Trump-Musk administration. These inspector generals who are independent, protected by law, they are the people that find the waste, fraud, and abuse and found many of the cases of waste, fraud, and abuse that have been brought up today, fired because they were looking into Elon Musk. At the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, which is supposed to protect workers from getting their unions busted by folks like Elon Musk, made functionally broken by the so-called Department of Government Efficiency that really is the Department of Government Efficiency for Elon Musk, not for you. They are trying to shut down the Department of Education, the Department of Labor. You know what Elon Musk doesn't seem to be looking into? His own contracts. Again, I'll ask you, Mr. Talcove, do you know how much money a day Mr. Musk will receive from the federal government for his contracts?
No.
The answer is $8 million a day. Just last year, Elon Musk was promised $3 billion from close to 100 contracts with the federal government. Ms. Royal, do you know how much the average person in this country who survives on Social Security, one of our seniors who's worked their entire life, about how much they have to survive on a day?
I do not.
$65 a day. We're not looking into Elon Musk's $8 million a day. This subcommittee, chaired by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the House Republicans, is looking into your grandmother's $65 a day. Let me be clear. I think we would all support taxpayer savings, look into money we might needlessly send to billionaires and big corporations, find taxpayer savings, and send it back
Telling
to
you,
your hardworking family.
these
But
young
instead,
Democrats, they're
what
fucking
House
on fire.
Republicans
People
and the
need to
Trump-Musk
support
administration
them.
want to do is they want to look into your kids' lunch money, your kids' teacher's salary, into your grandparents' Social Security. They want to take that money and give it out in billionaire tax cuts, and they are talking about that in committee tomorrow. In Budget Committee tomorrow, they just released their plan. So let me be clear. When Republicans talk about government efficiency in this Congress, they're not looking into billionaires who don't pay their taxes. They're not looking into billionaires who get rich off of government contracts. They're not looking into Elon Musk firing watchdogs who are supposed to keep him accountable. They're looking at cutting your public schools. They're going straight for your Social Security. They're coming straight for cancer research. They're coming straight for the Department of Education. They're not looking at big tech. They're not looking at big pharma because those people fund their campaigns. If this committee were serious about rooting out waste from our federal government, then today's whole hearing would be about how Musk and Donald Trump are firing the independent watchdogs who've done this work for decades. Instead, my Republican colleagues' actual goal on this committee is to distract from Trump and from Musk's corrupt war on accountability. This will not be a subcommittee dedicated to making government efficient for everyday people. It's about helping Elon Musk and Donald Trump be as efficient as possible in robbing our government and handing out our government services to the rich. So this seems that this subcommittee is just
The
going to be
gentleman's
like
time
the
has
agency it's named
expired.
after.
The gentleman's
A sham.
time has expired.
A total sham.
The American people are $36 trillion in debt. It certainly seems reasonable that someone has been fired. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee.
You're going to put us
Mr.
further in debt with your billionaire
You're
tax
not
bills.
recognized.
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Burchett,
right.
You're recognized for 5
That's right,
minutes.
Kesar.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Chair
that's
Lady.
right.
The gravy train.
Oh,
for a lot of these folks,
this
it's been
guy.
on biscuit wheels. and
This
it's about
guy,
to
you're
run off the
oh,
daggum
Burchett.
tracks, and it's about time.
Warning.
Could you imagine standing
Warning.
up here and defending waste, fraud, and
Can you
abuse? But I think
imagine?
that's what we're seeing. When people squeal
Warning.
and don't ask questions, I think it shows the American
Warning.
public what the heck's going on.
Yes.
And that little gravy train is getting ready to run out. The spigot is getting ready to be turned off.
I like this one,
Mr.
actually.
Chalcove, that's correct how you say your name,
Oh, wait,
brother?
that's good.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, here we go. This is for the earlier donation from Gimme Coffee.
It's doing what the private sector does.
Nothing ever disappears. Disappears from here. Nothing ever Nothing ever disappears from here. Nothing ever disappears from here.
That's Harry Howery for you. Little musical break. Thank you, Gimme Coffee, for that little tip earlier. Not necessary, but totally appreciated. Oh, is Burchett still talking?
Yes, sir. And describe that, how that works. They're systems that are based on encryption. They use technology and they use data to validate you are who you say you are. The people that are stealing
Like uploading your ID?
are actually ghosts from China, Russia, Nigeria.
Where are these people? Where's the DOJ? Where's Pam fucking Bondi? Yeah, my parents are legally married cousins. Oh, wait, no sound. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. I forgot to turn them back up.
And are there loopholes that can be closed to avoid these improper payments? And I wish you'd describe those to me.
The biggest, most important thing, particularly in the benefit program space, is the use of self-certification. As Mr. Timmons noted, the state of Missouri is using a solution called Steady IQ to validate wages and wealth. You cannot allow individuals to provide the information based upon what they think. It has to be based on what you know, and that will stop the ghosts from using people's identities to steal money from U.S. taxpayers.
How much money do you calculate is wasted?
Go get those ghosts. Hey, this really does sound like a job for Pam Bondi. If there's a bunch of waste, fraud, and abuse and ghost people getting benefits.
$1 trillion a year by simply
wow, you
putting
only
in
have
front-end
one number in your head, don't you,
identification,
Talcum?
eliminating self-certification,
Talcum powder.
and monitoring
can't
the
say his
back
name.
end of the programs that are providing the benefits. Those three things.
You said you could eliminate that, but there are others you feel like some more low-hanging fruit?
Right. Like
I
what?
would start with those three things because they're simple. That'll take that 20% fraud rate that you're seeing in the public sector down below 5%.
Chair Lady, I would suggest that we adopt Mr. Timmons' legislation and get that out of the committee as fast as possible.
Oh, brother.
What actions also
God,
could
these
Congress
guys are
take
so
to fix
fucking
these
miserable.
problems quickly?
Look at gray suit. I mean, come on,
first
guys.
thing is updating and
Come on.
redoing the 1974
Miss Royal
Privacy Act.
should
That
probably
is
regret her
virtually
career
impossible
choice.
to do data matching. It's very difficult to have data shared. And when you look back at the pandemic, data sharing and data matching would have stopped probably 50% of the $1 trillion that was stolen from taxpayers.
What about the millionaires that got PPP loans that were fraudulent, sir? How do we
Congressman, I would
find
just
them?
add that
You're not interested in going after them?
rather than accepting self-attestation,
I want to know
that,
what he means by
states have to be
PPP
required
too.
to actually verify people's identities. And here's the key part: before they get enrolled, they shouldn't get enrolled and then eventually come down later on down the road.
Yeah, because you know what? You know what? People should starve while they're waiting to be approved. That's right. Don't give them a dime until they're approved. Because people should starve. Are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses? Good. I'm glad to see they're still in operation. This is ridiculous.
A doctor's appointment back in Knoxville.
This is
and
really
the
vile.
verification
These are vile
process is
humans.
very
I'm sorry.
expensive.
They're
It's more
vile
so
fucking
than
humans.
The federal government requires. For any
I
of
want
this.
Steve. Find Steve
What type of
Mnuchin.
computer
He's probably
systems
your
are these
culprit,
agencies
bitch.
using? And do they need updating?
They're using very dated technology.
Burchett, you should not have masturbated before this hearing because you are way too relaxed.
6.2 million words in a 10,000-page document.
You should have just kept that
shows
load
how
right
to
in there
implement the
and been a
rules of the
little more
program.
with it.
Nobody can figure that out. So one of the things that I think has to happen is the simplification of these processes and systems, and then just use the technology that we use every day in the private sector.
Okay, thank y'all so much.
It's just, I don't understand it. I don't understand how you can walk around thinking you're justified in this
I
kind
now
of
recognize
worldview.
the gentlewoman
I'm sorry,
from Texas,
I just
Ms.
can't.
Crockett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Talcove, I'm just going to go ahead and pick up where you left off really quickly. Just to be clear, the upgrades that you're talking about as it relates to our data processes, these aren't things that would be free, are they? They would cost some kind of money. Not looking for a number, but they will cost, correct?
Some are free and some would cost money.
Okay. All right. So I just
Nothing
wanna
is
leave
free,
it
you
there
stupid ass. You
because,
gotta implement
we've
it.
had a
Jesus
number of these
Christ.
hearings. So I do want to be clear, before the Trump administration came in, this committee did exist in the form of the Oversight Committee, and our task is to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. In that vein, we had a number of hearings, at least last term. I can't speak for any other term as I'm only in my sophomore term, and we dealt with improper payments. And interestingly enough, our chairwoman, who is so passionate about this today, she missed every single one of those improper payment hearings. But just to be clear, I was there, so I don't want anyone to believe that Democrats just come to work and don't plan to do work. In fact, I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is that the Republicans believe our job is, because right now they have relinquished
give me coffee.
their constitutional
a
duties over to
he works for the Project on Government Oversight.
bureaucrats.
He's a lobbyist,
Someone
but
who
for
no
pretty
one
good things.
went out to vote for, and absolutely, he is occupying the Oval Office as we saw yesterday, and that is a first for me to see someone occupying the Oval Office who's never actually been elected to the Oval Office and actually answering more questions than the person that allegedly got elected. But for whatever reason, this is the first time we're having a DOJ subcommittee hearing, and that guy's not here. Instead, we have y'all. So I do want to thank you for coming. But I will say this. It's also interesting to me that in the first few days of DOJ existing, we know that they are trying to get rid of the Department of Education, USAID, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They're laying off FAA workers. They are going after the FDA, the CDC, the HHS, the FBI agents, and they're talking about getting rid of FEMA. And they brought y'all in. And I am going to say that I actually was shocked that there was only one person that seemed like he was an overt Trumper as you laid out your opening remarks, because I anticipated that at least one of y'all would say, yes, what Elon is doing is exactly what we would prescribe. But instead, I will applaud you because you actually were focused. You talked about what the American people are looking for us to do. We've actually consistently on this side of the aisle promoted this idea of making investments into technology so that we can do things such as, say, look at the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense that takes up approximately, 50% of our discretionary income or our discretionary spending. Approximately 50% goes to Department of Defense. Department of Defense has not been able to pass an audit in the last 6 audits, and we're not talking about pennies. I understand that we want everything to be perfect, and if we could get all waste, fraud, and abuse out, that would be fantastic. But let me talk about the big numbers. The big numbers are on that side. When we look at, say, our entire workforce, our federal workforce, as we're trying to somehow fire all of them, they don't even make up a total of 5%. It's even less than that when we look at our budget. But let's talk about defense. That just happens to be the same side of the ledger that Mr. Musk gets the vast majority of his money from. In fact, at the same time that they were unlawfully, and we will stay in court, because on this side, we believe in law and order. We believe in, a number of us are actually lawyers, but nevertheless, we understand the Constitution. We believe in that as well. And so there's things such as, impoundment, right? Because as Mr. Whitson said, he said, we need to return the power of the purse to Congress. It never left. According to the Constitution, that's where it's at. Now, I know that people are confused right now because for whatever reason, we had a guy that went in, and you talk about people invading our data. Listen, people said that they were upset about TikTok, but I'm upset about the guy that runs Twitter, who for sure is doing nefarious things, because I don't understand, if you are trying to conduct audits and figure out where the waste, fraud, and abuse is, I don't know why you would go to some tech guy. In fact, it was only techies that were sitting there at inauguration. We didn't have auditors. I would welcome auditors to come in and do forensic audits. In fact, he sat there in the Oval Office yesterday and he admitted that he was lying, and he was using his propaganda machine to do it when he said that we sent millions of dollars to Gaza for condoms. That was a lie. So let me tell you something.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
It's time for
the
us
gentlelady's
to do our
time
job
has expired.
and rein in this rogue actor known
The
as
gentlelady's
Elon
time
Musk.
has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to
Certified
speak frankly
badass.
first to the American people.
Wait,
nearing
Mr.
$37 trillion
Burleson.
in
Hi,
national
it's
debt. What does that mean? That means that each and every
That's
U.S.
right. Every
taxpayer
American.
owes over
How much? How much?
$323,000.
Oh my God, what are we
Okay?
going to do
What does
about
that mean?
that?
That
Well,
means
send out
that
bills.
When the
Okay.
EPIC, which is the Economic Policy
All
Innovation
right,
Center,
Burleson.
says we have 18 trillion left. That's it.
Why is
18
my
trillion left
jacket
to
so
take out,
small?
and we're spending $2 trillion in debt every year.
Oh my God! Look
Folks,
at. I'm sorry.
we're
I
at
don't
the
mean to pick on his
precipice
ears
of a
because he
debt
didn't. He got born with those ears.
But
but I'm
a debt
distracted by the
cycle. We're
ears.
literally
so
at a,
I need
at a
to do
point in
something
which
about
the dollar
it.
will be worth nothing. What does
That's
that
what I
mean?
need.
I mean, we know Social Security goes
That's better.
bankrupt
Thank you.
in
Because I was
8
really
years,
distracted by his
right?
ears. I need something else
Medicare
to focus
goes
on.
bankrupt in 10 years.
Oh my
And
God!
then
What are we
15
gonna
years from now,
do?
the dollar is completely devalued. And
Oh
worth
my
nothing.
God!
So
What's gonna
what does that mean?
happen?
That means your pension.
Oh my
the money in your
God!
bank,
Social Security.
you know, your savings.
Oh yeah.
Is nothing. It's
Yeah.
worthless.
It's all gonna
what are we
be
doing?
gone.
We're trying to save this country.
Yeah.
We're trying to save your pensions. We're trying to save your bank accounts.
Yeah,
We're
we
trying
just
to save this
wanna-
country
we want it
for
to
the
be
next generation.
Dogecoin.
And it would be nice
Yeah.
if we had help. But instead, we have people that are fighting us on
No,
this.
yeah,
And, you know,
really.
I think that it's. I
Hey,
would hate
Mr.
to be in the Democratic Party right
Burleson,
now
and
because
I
you're in
am
a
here
really
to
bad
tell you
bind.
that
You're
that's a
having
really,
to defend
it's really
all of this
bad. It's
crazy
gonna be a really
spending, all of this
bad.
crazy waste.
It's
So how
gonna
do you
be
do it?
bad,
You
y'all.
do ad hominem attacks.
I am not
you
going.
attack the
no.
messenger. Oh, Elon Musk, right?
Yeah,
He's
Elon.
rich.
He's
he must be
great.
evil,
Elmo.
right?
I mean,
that's
Elon.
that's the attacks. Really,
He's
you
really
can't
good.
do any better than
Really?
that, right?
You're just picking on the rich
let's
guy?
talk on the policy.
Oh my
on the policy.
God, yeah.
Help us. We're trying to save this country.
Really?
This is
Oh, you
what and
are?
Elon Musk, who's making no money doing this,
yeah.
is
Oh, he's
trying to
making
save
no
this country.
money?
Why? Because he has invested in the United States of America more than anybody. Right? So I think that we should embrace it. In fact, not a single
Oh my God! You need to
company,
wipe your chin, sir.
governor
Wipe your
of any
chin.
state would ever turn down
Wipe your
Elon
chin,
Musk
sir,
and his team of Doge
please.
from coming in and providing free
Insurgency isn't
services
policy.
to right the
Curtis
course
Yarvin is
and
not
financially
policy.
in any state or organization. It's ridiculous that we would demonize
You're ridiculous.
someone that loves this
That's
country
rich.
so much.
Oh, loves this
Mr. Whitman,
country
the
so
formation
much.
of agencies via the executive action is not new.
You know,
right? The
I bet
formation
Peter
of
Thiel
Doge
is
not
laughing his
new.
ass off
Can
right
you-
now. Do
know,
you
are
imagine?
familiar
I
with
think he's
any
probably
other
laughing his
previous
ass off going, this is
presidencies where they've
great.
Formed organizations like Doge via
These
executive action.
schmucks completely fell
Yeah,
for it.
so
and we don't
actually
have to
the
do shit.
agency
We
that
just
Doge
sit
is
back and
occupying is one that
cash
was
the
created in the previous
checks.
administration. So it is something that happens routinely. But I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, there's been the Office of Budget Management was created,
my
the Environmental
balls
Protection Agency was created,
again.
the U.S. Digital Service,
I'm
which is now
smoking my
Doge, was created all by executive order.
Right. And actually, one other I'd add is USAID
Yeah.
was originally created through an executive order by President Kennedy and then later formalized.
And then,
Yeah,
Madam
Whitson.
Chair, I have a video I would like to end with. That
Oh,
just,
no.
Let's
Is it a
review,
campaign
if we could
cue?
Cue that. To remind, and I want to
Cue
remind my
that? No, I'm just
Democratic
kidding.
friends at a point in which you once had the majority of the American people on your side.
What?
This is what your party believed in.
What? Oh.
This report tells us how to cut waste, cut red tape, streamline the bureaucracy, change procurement rules, change the personnel rules, and create a government that works better and costs less.
I've read it, and where it says the president should, the president will.
Among the 800 recommendations, eliminating 12% of the federal workforce,
All right.
merging some government agencies
Yeah, this
like
is
the
totally-
FBI, the DEA, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and
Merging
Firearms,
agencies, yeah.
closing hundreds of
That
government
made sense.
offices outside Washington.
From the day I took office, one of the commitments that I made to the American people
Is
was
what?
that we would do a better job here in Washington in rooting out wasteful spending.
Good.
We thought that it was entirely
Excellent.
appropriate for our governments and our agencies to try to root out waste, large and small.
Okay.
In
That
a
sounds great.
systematic way. It means
Did you do it?
cutting some programs that I think are worthy, but we may
Yeah,
not
the
be able to
DHS
afford right now.
reorganization, exactly.
A lot of the action is in Congress and legislative, but in the meantime, we don't need to wait for Congress in order to do something about
So what
wasteful
you're
spending
saying
that's
is
out
the
there.
Democrats
We
do
haven't
believe
seen as
in this
much
stuff.
action out of Congress
Okay,
as we'd
thank you
like.
for proving our
And that's
point
why
is
we
that we've
launched,
stayed
on our own
consistent
initiative, the
on our
campaign
approach to
Cut
government waste,
And
fraud,
we're
and
gonna keep on
abuse.
finding every possible way that we can do that.
That's my
even if
takeaway.
Congress is not acting.
Democrats are
you go.
consistent, Republicans are insane. Okay, thank you, Mr. Burleson. That was a great example. Yes, it does speak for itself. It does
time
indeed.
has expired. Thank
Yes,
you.
it does.
I now yield to the gentlewoman from the District of
defund
Columbia, Ms.
Elon.
Norton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Our Republican colleagues and the Trump administration continue to demonize our friends and neighbors who work for the federal government and swear an oath to protect the Constitution and serve the public. Thousands of civilian federal employees have given their lives in the line of duty for their country. The administration seems intent on dismantling much of the federal government.
That's all I heard.
In violation of the Constitution, statutes, and regulations. And our Republican colleagues are letting them do it. They want to gut the nonpartisan civil service and to convert a significant portion of the remaining civil service into political appointees. Depriving the federal government of employees' expertise and experience will harm the services that the government provides to all Americans. Mr. Hetler-Garlett, the administration is attempting to cause a mass exodus from our federal workforce. Will this increase or decrease waste, fraud, and abuse?
Thank you, Delegate Norton. I think it's pretty clear that chaos is not the friend of efficiency. If you undermine the very functionality of the government, you are not going to make it more efficient. You're going to make it worse, and it's going to cost even more money to recoup or to fix things that go wrong in the interim. So again, I mentioned earlier that if you care about waste, fraud, and abuse, firing Inspector General doesn't add up. I think if you care about government being more efficient, intentionally creating chaos is the opposite of that.
Well, Mr. Hetler-Garlett, do federal employees operate without oversight or rules and regulations?
That part, Jen.
No, absolutely not. They are governed by plenty of rules and regulations, and when there are independent inspector general at the agency they're supposed to be at, they also have a cop on the beat making sure that they do so.
I want to highlight some stories demonstrating exactly the kinds of federal workers the administration is trying to force out. How about Chris Mark at the Department of Labor, whose pioneering work on mine safety has reduced minor safety deaths from roof collapses to almost zero today? Or Jared Koopman at the Internal Revenue Service, who pioneered new methods for tracking criminal cybersecurity currency transactions that led to the rescue of 23 children from rape and assault, as well as the seizure of hundreds of millions of child abuse videos and 370 pedophile arrests. This work also prevented funding from going to terrorist groups. Or Ronald E. Walters, who manages the 155 national cemeteries around the country and tends to the resting places of almost 4 million veterans. These are just a few of the federal workers who serve Americans every day. The workers are wildland firefighters, border guards, doctors, nurses, food inspectors, air traffic controllers, and law enforcement that do their civic duty, often despite the fact that they could make such more in the private sector. Thank you, and I yield back.
Lee, that's an excellent point. The gutting has
gentlelady yields.
decades-long
I now
impact.
yield to
Subject
the
matter
gentleman
experts in
from
these
Georgia,
agencies take
Mr.
years to
Jack.
develop.
Well, thank you
skill
very much.
sets learned by
Thank you very
experience,
much,
not
Madam
training
Chair.
or college
and I
programs.
also thank you for convening this hearing. I think it's incredibly important, and I want to thank our witnesses for appearing before us today. Like another member of this committee, I too was
I
once
need
an
to check
employee
this
of
guy's
the
hard
Executive
drive.
Office of the
Like
President.
he's giving me
I worked
immediate
in President Trump's White
vibes.
House from the very first to the very
Immediate.
last day of his first term, and I saw firsthand how entrenched and
does
resistant
anyone else feel
the
that?
federal bureaucracy was to his
Anyone else
agenda.
feel that shudder?
So it's no surprise that today a few of my Democrat colleagues have continued that trend by using their time to bash Elon Musk instead of discussing ways to work
because look at
together
our
to
blue
advance
ties
a
and our blue
bipartisan
suits. We
cornerstone
match.
of President Trump's agenda.
I called
the
Burleson
mission to
this morning
eliminate-
and said, "What
finally
tie are you
eliminate
going to wear,
waste,
Burley?"
fraud, and abuse. And I just
And
took
he
a-
said,
a
"Well,
rudimentary
Jackie, I'm going to
count
wear my blue
of,
one." He said,
the
"I
dense
am
testimony,
too."
Or rather, comments today. And I've got
So we're dressed
27,
alike.
mentions of Elon Musk and 3 mentions of waste. And I don't know
What?
if that's, in fact, the right count. Encourage anybody to fact check me.
That's
but,
actually a
I think it
terrible
illuminates
count,
and
but okay.
illustrates one of the problems
The
that we're
hell?
facing, which is a lack of bipartisan effort to
No,
address
what you
these
have
critical
is
things
a
that,
rogue
waste, fraud, and abuse is something that should be
administration
bipartisan.
who
The
is
chair
trying to
noted that in
seize
her opening
power
remarks.
from you, the Congress.
Now, Madam Chair, you know how much I enjoy
You
studying
idiots.
public opinion. So with your approval, I'd like to enter into the record the CBS News poll from this past weekend conducted February 5th to 7th, 2025. And I'd also like to
I would like
illuminate
to
two
submit
findings.
this poll.
First, 70% of Americans, Democrats and Republicans
Which
included,
70?
believe President Trump is already doing the job that he was elected to.
Are you kidding me?
Which is interesting because I have an article here from CNN from September 2024 that notes Trump says Elon Musk has
shut
agreed to
up.
lead proposed
My
government
God.
efficiency commission as
Wow, they're
ex-president
really doing a
unveils
snow
new
job on
economic
these
plans.
idiots, aren't they?
So he is doing exactly what he said he would do by empowering his administration to root out
Empowering,
waste,
is that
fraud,
what
and
we're
abuse,
calling
and
it
that's
now when
exactly
we
what
turn
we're trying
over
to do
the
here
reins
today.
of government
I'd
to
also
an
like to note
outside
one
party who's
interesting statistic
unelected
from that 62% of Americans
and who manages to make money
want
off of our government?
Democrats in Congress to work with us to advance the priorities that President Trump was elected
Yeah,
to,
we're going to actually have to
govern
really
on. So
talk about
I think
that.
those are two stats that
you
I hope
know,
everyone pays attention to. But to ask
because we're in a
questions of our
phase of
witnesses,
this
I'd first like to
destruction.
start with Mr.
You know, like
Talcove.
I'm
You know, one of the
convinced.
things that I found very interesting from your opening testimony is you talked
And it does involve the Russians in terms of there are so many people that would benefit
Privacy Act. And I had some
from
interesting folks visit my office yesterday
destroyed
who noted
democracy.
that 1/3 of all prior authorizations
There's a lot
are
of
still
people
done
that
manually
benefit.
by
It doesn't
phone,
matter
fax,
where
or
the
direct
money's going. You know,
postmail.
Russia's
First
advantage
off,
may
would
be
love your comments on
information
that, and I'd also like you to
warfare,
expound upon some of the
influence
solutions that we
operations.
can deliver to this Congress in
China
modernizing that
wants
1974
economic
Privacy Act.
These aren't
customers,
people
right? They
problems.
want
These are
IP, they
technology
want those
problems.
things.
You
They
can't
have different
process
goals.
the
You
number
see what I'm
of
saying? It's like
individuals that are accessing
this is
our
not
systems
it's not
person
a
by
it doesn't have
person.
to
It
be a
just takes
big
too
room
much
like
time.
Dr. Strangelove where
So
everybody gets
by
around a
updating
table
the
and decides,
1974
oh, this is what we're going to do to fuck the American
and
people.
allowing for digital matching, you would have
It
very
all
quickly
just works in
realized
concert,
that
and I
a
think it
large
does have a lot
portion
to do
of the
a lot
PPP loan
in terms
funds
of what
were
leads it
going to the
here in the
wrong
United
person. You would have been
States,
quickly
where
able
the
to
strongest
match.
point
I
of
think
center
the
of
number was
influence is.
20% were on the do not
I'm not
pay
listening
list.
to him. I'm
You
sorry.
can't expect
You know where the center of influence is where the money is, and the money happens to be with Elon, Thiel, etc., and those people, as influenced by people like Yarvin, as influenced by people like Alexander Dugin. You know, they are all influenced to some extent. And if you, I just don't want us to be so, so proud as to not consider that maybe there is somewhat of a playbook that they're following so that we can be knowledgeable about what is happening right now and call a thing a thing.
I think you're exactly right, Congressman Jack. And so I think
Since we have very little support from the media except for independent media and things like ProPublica and others, local, who are doing great investigative reporting. Okay, I'll shut up now.
So miss a lot, but commuting into DC versus being able to go somewhere else where it's a better cost of living and things like that might be better for the folks. And then lastly, these areas where you set up a headquarters are going to be populated by people that live in the area to fill the rank and file of
Network
staff positions. And so if you plant
states.
these federal agency headquarters
Network
in the heart of any area that's overwhelmingly one party or the other, then you're going to naturally get that sway versus something that's more representative of the people as a whole.
Oh,
Well, thank you very much,
What?
our witnesses. Mindful of my
That doesn't
time,
make
I want to
sense.
finish before my time
But anyway,
expires.
I'm
yield
sorry,
back
I
to our
spoke through that
chairwoman,
entire thing,
Marjorie Taylor
but-
Greene.
Marjorie Taylor
And
Greene.
Chairwoman, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to enter something into the record.
So what is it?
It is a report from the Congressional
What
Research
is it?
Service, nonpartisan CRS, that lays out the rules and the law for firing inspectors general, which of course look into waste, fraud, and abuse. And
Without
that rule-
objection.
Thank you. And that rule requires for the law to be followed, for Congress to be notified with 30 days and a reason for firing inspectors general to give Congress a chance to overrule that. And that's the law. So thank you for entering that into the record.
Madam Chair.
Without
That's a good
objection, the
entry.
materials Mr. Jack cited are also submitted for the record. I now recognize.
Apologies. While we're on it, I'd also like to ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record 2 items. One is a statement from the AFL-CIO, Department of People who work for a living with views on working people to make the government work. And the second is a statement from the Center
Yes.
for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington on ways to combat waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government.
Without objection, so ordered.
okay.
I now recognize the gentlelady from New Mexico and ranking member Ms. Stansbury for 5 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you once again to all of our witnesses for being here to testify. Thank you to my colleagues. We are going to have so much fun in this committee, this Congress. I actually appreciate the video that was shown just a few moments ago because when I worked at the Office of Management and Budget, I actually worked on the waste EO that was referenced that President Obama signed. But there is one fundamental difference between the presidents and vice presidents that were shown on that video and what's happening today, and that is that they followed the law. So my colleagues across the aisle who are asking us to get out of the way and stop trying to block things in the courts, let me tell you, we do not work for an unelected billionaire like apparently this guy does. We work for the American people. And so if an unelected, unvetted individual private citizen is hacking our government systems, breaking the law, firing federal employees, dismantling statutorily created agencies, withholding funds, we are going to fight you in the courts. And I'm actually really sad that my dear friend Mr. Burchett left because I want to talk about that gravy train on biscuit wheels that he just talked about, because that gravy train is not the federal workforce. It's the billionaires that are trying to hack that system right now, and which unfortunately my colleagues right now are working on a reconciliation deal to cut Medicaid, to cut Medicare, and use that money to give to tax breaks to their billionaire buddies. That is the gravy train that is actually going on here. But because this is the Oversight Committee, let's do a little bit of oversight. For the last several weeks, I've been talking to Treasury and OMB officials to try to get to the bottom of why Elon Musk and his team are trying to hack the Treasury payment system, because this is a completely nonpartisan system that literally just pays the bills of the federal government. So why are they so eager to hack this system? And I have to say that over the last several weeks, we have literally received thousands of calls in every single congressional office. In fact, we know that our friends across the aisle are also receiving these calls because this system pays the bills of the U.S. government. It pays our soldiers. It pays for the work that we do overseas. It pays your Social Security benefits. It pays your tax refunds. So why is Elon Musk and his hackers trying to access that system? And why did a senior civil servant who had overseen this system for over 30 years get asked to stand down after a 25-year-old intern working for Elon Musk tried to get access to the code for that system? Now, thankfully, they were shut down in the court system, but Musk has installed, with the president's blessing, one of his Silicon Valley buddies, who I want to point out, in which the media has not paid a lot of attention to, is the CEO of a private IT company, including Citrix, that has millions of dollars in IT contracts with the federal government. And not only is he still operating as the installed Doge person at Treasury, he's actively still the CEO of this private company. How is that even legal? Is it legal? I don't think it's legal because the federal court is trying to shut this down. We also know that that 25-year-old software engineer, in violation of the court order, was actually given access to modify the code. So what is going on here? And why is this such a threat to the American people? Why are thousands of people calling us? It's because of the size and the significance of these payments, because it is an invasion of the privacy and security of the American people, because it could threaten our ability as a country if there was a default in the debt ceiling, and because it contains highly classified information that our foreign adversaries are trying to cyber attack us regularly for. So why is a private citizen being given access to this system? We know they're trying to shut down payments. They're trying to shut down agencies. What's next? Are they going to shut down your Social Security payments? We don't know, because they have no oversight, and Elon Musk will not come in front of this committee. And in fact, the Treasury folks are saying this is the biggest insider threat they've ever seen in the history of the agency. So we are sounding the alarm, and no matter how many executive orders that Donald Trump signs or how many tweets that the VP sends, you cannot rewrite the Constitution, and we are going to hold you to account.
Certified badass.
The gentlelady yields, and I now recognize, yes.
I have 3 documents I want to submit for the record. The
What are
first document is the Constitution, Article 2. I would like to submit that for the record. That clearly spells out the president's authority. I would also like to submit for the record.
Stansbury's wonderful.
Code 3161, the employment compensation of employees, which clearly spells out his authority to create DOGE.
I'm Mr.
And then I want to
Burleson.
submit for
Yeah,
the
that was
record the
another one.
executive order that
There's
Trump
another executive
issued on
order.
January 20th
This
of
one, he was sitting on the
2025,
toilet for a little
establishing
bit, and then it actually came out.
Without objection, so
Okay,
ordered.
thanks.
I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for hosting this.
This guy's like a
committee. If
real
we've learned
Nazi,
anything
right? Like,
so
isn't
far,
he
it's
weird?
that
I gotta find the
Republicans
shit that
wanna
came
cut
out on him
waste, fraud,
recently.
and abuse from our federal
That's
government and save
Stansbury.
taxpayer dollars.
Where is she?
want to
Virginia?
grandstand and play
Where is
politics.
she from? I can't remember now.
We
North
can see
Carolina?
right now, even of the 6
Carolina?
Democrats on this committee, only
can't
one
remember.
can even be bothered to stay for the duration of this hearing. All we've heard about
sorry,
for
totally
most
wrong.
of this
New
hearing
Mexico.
from the other side of the
Hello.
aisle is Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Elon Musk, unelected bureaucrats. And I'd like to ask if Democrats really
Gil.
care about unelected bureaucrats making decisions over our lives. Where
Well,
were they whenever
they-
their god
he also
Anthony
wasn't hired,
Fauci was
Mr.
forcing
Mr.
vaccine and
Shrill.
mask mandates on the American
Gil,
people for 4 years
Congress.
during the
Oops.
during the COVID
I want to know. I can't remember now.
crisis.
He's got like a
Where
problem.
were they whenever
Brandon Gill. There
unelected
we go.
Alejandro Mayorkas was facilitating the invasion of our country by illegal aliens who were murdering and raping and pillaging our people?
Pillaging?
Where were they
What?
whenever the Secretary of Education,
kidding me?
unelected Cardona, targeted states and schools and people who were disagreed with his view of the radical left's transgender ideology? Where were they whenever Gary Gensler, former chairman of the SEC, also unelected, was lawlessly thwarting the development of financial markets,
Oh, yeah.
particularly
He
in the
submitted a
crypto
bill
space, by
in February of
lawlessly
just a few
pursuing
days ago.
regulation via enforcement.
America
They
would
were
be a better
nowhere to
place
be
if
seen because they
Ilhan
don't care,
Omar
because
from
all of
Minnesota
those
were
things
deported back to
benefited
Somalia.
their
So he
side
wrote
of
a
the
bill about
aisle
it.
at the expense of ours. And perhaps
Yep.
that's also
That's
why they
one
don't
thing he
seem to be
did.
very interested in
He's
rooting out
clickbait. Oh, here we go. Here we
improper
go. Here we
payments
go.
from our federal government. If you wonder why so many people are cynical about American politics, this is it. This is exactly
The creator
why.
of one of Facebook's most
The
popular
reality is that
MAGA
Elon
news
Musk
sites was
serves
sworn in
as an
Friday as the
employee
Republican
of the
Party's
president.
youngest member of Congress, replacing
And we were
Michael
given
Burgess
a
for Texas's 26th
massive
district.
mandate
Already
to
boasting
carry out
several
what he's
committee
been
appointments,
doing.
30-year-old Rep. Brandon Gill
His
looks
job
poised
is
to
to
be a
carry out the
reliable
will of the
loyalist to
American
President-elect
people as
Donald Trump.
expressed
Gill
through
comes
the
to Congress as a
executive.
former
That's
Wall
exactly
Street
how
employee
the
turned clickbait
Constitution
mogul,
is supposed to work. The
transformed in no small
Constitution
part
did
by
not
his relationship
create
to
an
longtime
unelected,
conservative
unaccountable
commentator
fourth
Dinesh
branch of
D'Souza.
government
He's
in the
married to
administrative
D'Souza's
state.
daughter Danielle, who's a real
The
head
American
case.
people
I'm sorry,
know
she's
this.
terrible.
My
She's a
colleague
terrible,
Brian
terrible
Jack
person.
discussed some of the opinion polls recently.
In terms of she
We're
tries to like
doing, and
get into
President
people's
Trump is
heads.
doing
That's what I mean.
exactly what he was elected to do.
He married his
And that's
daughter
why he's
in
polling at a
2017 and
53%
entered the
approval
political
rating, higher than
media.
he was
He
at any
launched
point
a
during his first
hyper-conservative, hyper-partisan conservative
Even
news
Elon
blog
Musk
called
and his
DC
Doge
Inquirer.
efforts now are polling at a 49% approval rating, which
So he's
just to point out
he's a
is
shock
16
jock.
points higher than President Biden was polling at whenever he finished his term in office. The Democrat Party has for decades systematically grown and weaponized the administrative
that's a good
state
one, Jane.
against
I'll take
the
a
American
look.
people, and the American people have had enough
Why not
of it.
introduce the whole Constitution?
Right now, we're talking about $2.7
Pillage
trillion
idiot. Oh my God, that's
in
funny.
improper payments since 2003. We're uncovering what could be the biggest money laundering
I'll try and find it,
scandal
Jane.
in American history.
It had Rolling Stones on it.
And the other side of the aisle could care less. They have no concern about where this money
Interesting.
went, to
Yeah,
what
I'll look for
entities
that.
it went, to what governments, to what people or groups. Nothing.
It's even
All
reported by
all they wanna
reporters
talk about
sometimes,
is
right, Jen?
Elon Musk incessantly. So it does make me
Ooh,
wonder
gulp.
if they don't care
He
about where
gulped
it's
on
going.
that
Do they have
one.
an idea?
That's interesting.
Because what we've uncovered so far is that so much of the waste, fraud, and abuse of our federal government is actually funding their
This
side
guy's
of
just
the
an
aisle. It's
incel.
funding
That's all.
media outlets that are running cover for
He's an
Democrats
outrage
routinely.
baiter.
The
He's a
NPR,
master
PBS,
rage baiter.
BBC, Politico. It's going to fund
those are his gills
left-wing,
struggling with the air.
NGOs that are facilitating the invasion of our country. It's going to fund left-wing
talked about
transgender
Elon and he
activism
made
and
me
sex changes all over the globe. This is money that's
They want
being
our warped
used,
brains to work
taken
even
from the
harder. See,
American
that's the
people and
problem. See,
used
this is
against their
I'm just lazy,
interests.
right? So I was hoping we would
If you
elect
care
the
about
lady who
rooting
laughed
out
too
waste,
much,
fraud, and abuse,
and
we should
then
be
we could
serious
protest
about
against
this.
them when they
I'm
didn't do
very
things
excited
and
to
weren't
be on this
progressive enough.
committee. I'm excited
And we could push
to
the
expose
progressive
what's
like
being going
from
on.
a
Thank
from
you,
a
Madam Chair,
okay
and with
place
that, I
to an
yield.
even better place. But no,
The
now
gentleman
we're
yields.
back.
In
Now
closing,
now
I want
all of
to
us have to
thank our
push
witnesses
more.
again for their
So that's my
testimonies
only.
today. I now yield
Aw,
to the
gee,
ranking member for
shucks.
closing remarks.
I was hoping we didn't have to.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Well, I never thought so many conspiracy theories and wild accusations could be wound into one 5-minute speech, but I appreciate my friends across the aisle. First of all, let's talk about this massive mandate that supposedly brought Donald Trump into office. Donald Trump did not run on putting an unelected billionaire in charge of dismantling the federal government. He ran on lowering prices for Americans. And I think it's interesting that while we're sitting here this morning, the top of the New York Times is reporting that inflation has risen unexpectedly as food and energy prices have soared. What's going on, guys? I thought you were going to tackle inflation and food and energy prices. Isn't that what the executive orders were supposed to do? Oh, wait. Or is dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion in our federal agencies and putting an ideological agenda and trying to fire the federal workforce your actual agenda? Have you been too busy trying to actually address the fiscal health of this country? Because the numbers are telling us that you have. So let's be real about what's going on here. I also want to point out that literally while we've been sitting here for the last almost 2 hours getting lectured on fiscal responsibility, literally the Republicans just released their plan to raise the debt limit while we were sitting here. And they want to raise it by $4 trillion. Okay, guys, like literally, I'm just like without words.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Inflation
at
is
least
going
no
up.
Democrats
You wanna
voted
raise
for
the
her.
Debt ceiling by $4 trillion. You want to gut Medicare. You want to gut Medicaid.
I don't know, guys.
You're
You
talking
know,
about going
I
after
voted for the
Social
lady who
Security
laughed
after
too much.
promising
I
that
don't
you
know what to
wouldn't.
tell you.
I mean,
I don't know what to tell you.
What is going on here?
Hey,
We're
Russia.
not trying to take down Elon Musk as a businessman. This dude is literally breaking the law inside of the federal government. And for a party that is supposed to be the party of law and order, in quotes, I really do not see you holding him accountable and doing your most basic constitutional responsibility in the separation of powers. So, I want to end where I started. We are the Oversight Committee. We are the People's House for the United States of America. We represent the American people. And so, Mr. Elon Musk, if you would like to appear in front of the Oversight Committee, you have been duly invited. Please, come tell us what you're doing. Come testify in front of the American people. And please, come hold yourself to account. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady
Certified
yields. I now
badass.
recognize myself for closing remarks. President Trump was elected with.
Oh, sorry, Marge. My sound just went out. Dang it all. Oh, I'm really sorry about that girl. Golly molly. Jeez. She might have, but my little YouTube channel on that one seems to have shit the bed. Golly darn geez. Okay, well, let's see what else. Gabbard confirmed as Director of National Intelligence. Goodbye, America, how are you? Say, don't you know me? I'm your native son. I'm the train they call the city of New Orleans. I'll be gone 500 miles when the day is done. Sorry, I don't know the words to that song, so I probably made them up. I might have made them up. I could have said hello. Wow, why does she wear white? Is that a weird, like... I know sometimes that's supposed to be, like a feminist thing, but I don't get the feminist vibe from her on the white suit. Can I just say that? And I would be terribly afraid of having any kind of... President Trump posts on Truth Social that he just had a highly productive call with President Putin of Russia. He says he has authorized a team to start immediately negotiating toward peace deal with Ukraine. And that comes from Maggie Haberman, who was able to get off her knees and get to a laptop and file this report. There's no negotiating with the czar. Well, wait, I actually clipped a little picture the other day, yesterday, where Trump said that maybe Ukraine would be Russian. Maybe Ukraine would be Russia someday, I think is what he said. Yeah, I heard about that, Lee. I then read a little bit about the Nancy Mace thing. It's interesting because people were saying to put that out there on the floor of the Congress, was to protect the speech in the speech and debate clause, which I don't know if that's really the thing. I think it is clear to me that Nancy Mace has gone through a tremendous amount of trauma. And that's what my response was. When I read the thing about that outlined what Nancy Mace was talking about on the floor about a sexual abuse case from an ex, she does. She really does need help. And I don't mean that in the you need help, kind of thing. I mean, she really needs someone needs to help her. I'm actually worried about her. And I don't care about her because she's really incredibly evil. She's trying to pretend she's Giselle Pellico. Yeah. Well, I mean, regardless, I was devastated by her stories, by the story that I read. I didn't listen to what she had said. But all I could think was someone needs to help this woman. And it is really fucking disgusting to me that that probably men around her, I would imagine, are influencing her to lean into it. And it really fucking chaps my hide that you take advantage, because clearly she's been through something very devastating. So anyway, just saying, that was my reaction. That's why I don't really need to go over in detail what she talked about. But she has got really fucking horrible politics and horrible worldviews. And I don't know what that has to do or if it has anything to do with the trauma that she suffered. But I think, she's not doing anybody any favors. And she's actually harming people in communities that have done nothing to that bitch. Yeah, exactly. So get help and fuck off. Exactly, Muskie. Thank you so much. That's exactly it. And the people around her do better, right? Like fucking do better. Do better. But whatever. You know what? I'm not her mom, so I don't give a flying fuck what happens to her. Okay, so let's see. Jesus Christ on a cracker. Today's procedural vote was as expected pass would set up a final confirmation for RFK as early as Thursday morning. Did you see the celebrities anti-Kanye? No, I didn't. I don't care about those people either. I don't care about Kanye. I don't care about Woody Allen. Really? Woody Allen? What's in it? Oh my God. Or don't and fuck off. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. But man, there's something else going on there. Okay. There's a lot more. All right. Well, there you go. We've got Tulsi Gabbard. That's fantastic. Wow. Isn't that great? Isn't that wonderful? Let me just see what else I can find, because I think there's something else. And I have a little time before I have to go to an appointment. Hold on. Because I know there was some other things happening. This one. Censorship Industrial Complex. What's that? I don't know if is that doing anything? Let me see. Get out of there, duck. Get out of there, duck. There's another Jerome Powell thing, but I think we got the gist of Jerome Powell yesterday, frankly. So I'm not too concerned about that. This, to
counter the foreign disinformation campaigns.
All right. So this is, I'm just going to throw this up here so you can see what I'm looking at. This is the censorship industrial complex. Ooh. Let's see. When did they start? Let's go back. I don't need to hear him. I don't need to hear him. I'll hear Jamie. That I'll hear. Okay. Now we'll start at Jamie's part, and I'll probably let me put it at $1.25 here, just to speed things up. It's a lot of celebrities. Just saying, LMAO. It's a sign of exactly how bad we thought it was. Oh. Hey. We can't renege on an agreement we already negotiated and signed. Yeah, well, I don't think we're supposed to. I don't know what agreement we're talking about, but yeah, whatever that is. All right, here we go. I don't know what this guy's up to, but we're going to hop to Jamie.
Globally, which impacts Americans as well. And this is something the committee is
going
to look into as we move forward. But I want to thank
speed.
you all for being here today. And with that, I would recognize the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all of our witnesses today. The wrecking ball of right-wing authoritarianism is swinging right through Congress and coming directly at the freedoms of the press and the people right now. The self-appointed CEO of this operation is the unelected bureaucrat and aspiring techno-dictator Elon Musk, who Steve Bannon calls a truly evil individual, trying to create a techno-state in which he's king and most of us are reduced to the status of serfs. Break things and break things fast, Steve Bannon says, is Musk's M.O. De facto President Musk and his nocturnal Doge Muscovite Youth Brigade have now taken control of dozens of federal computer databases in order to dismantle entire federal agencies and programs that we in Congress created and funded with appropriations to keep our people safe and secure and healthy. Just this week, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the agency that lowered overdraft fees from $38 to $5 and cut credit card late fees from an average of $32 to $8 for American consumers, saving us billions of dollars, an agency that has actually stopped corporate ripoff artists from stealing $21 billion from us, got a stop work order from Elon Musk. The billionaire plutocrats want to dismantle the EPA, which protects our air and water, and the NIH, which promotes life-saving scientific and medical research. Yesterday, Donald Trump banned the Associated Press, a 179-year-old newspaper organization, from the White House because it declines to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. This is straight up press censorship based on retaliatory viewpoint discrimination. Trump's DOD kicked out 8 news groups that had space in the Pentagon, but which asked skeptical questions of the new secretary, including the New York Times, NBC News, and the Washington Post, all ousted in favor of outlets willing to faithfully advance the party line of the state, like Breitbart and One American News Network. Mr. Chairman, I despair sometimes when I reflect how far this war on representative democracy and the rights of the press and the people has already gone and how far it might go. But then, Mr. Chairman, I confess I think about you. I think about you because you and I, a MAGA Republican, a conservative Republican, and a liberal Democrat, have always shared a common commitment to the First Amendment. This gives me hope. As you've put it, quote, the First Amendment is first for a reason. Without it, we cannot enjoy our other liberties. So I tell myself that if things got really bad here, if we begin to look more like Orban's illiberal democracy in Hungary, or Putin's Russia, where journalists end up in prison for their writings, and young people are jailed for expressing anti-war sentiments, and opposition leaders like Alexei Navalny are poisoned and die mysteriously in jail, or Kim Jong-un's North Korea, or Xi's China, authoritarian dictatorships where all must worship the orders of the dear deified leader, I will call upon you as a colleague, Chairman Jordan, whom I have known to work seriously across the aisle sometimes, to come defend political freedom in America. These are dark times, but in the past we've agreed strongly on the fundamental importance of free speech, free press, the right to assemble, the right to petition for redress of grievances, free exercise of religion, and no establishment of a state religion. I'm proud that you and I worked together to move the Press Act, which passed this committee unanimously in the House by voice vote last Congress, to protect reporters against compulsory disclosure of their sources and their notes. And you supported my resolution against blasphemy laws around the world used to torment Christians, Hindus, Muslims, and free thinkers everywhere. We have clashed vigorously, and we no doubt will continue to do so through this very difficult period. But forgive me if I quote Abraham Lincoln, the great founder of your party, who said, "We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break the bonds of affection." I hope we can call on these bonds if Elon Musk or anyone else in the executive branch seeks to destroy our constitutional freedoms and the powers of Congress. Although this hearing has been arranged to belabor a rather tiresome point that has been made ad nauseum for the last several years, it actually gestures at an important issue, specifically whether social media platforms like Meta and X should be treated as common carriers and pushed to be open to all speakers and all content, regardless of how dangerous or extreme or false it may be, or whether they should be seen as private speakers who have their own freedom to exclude any content that violates their own policies, the way that newspapers and TV stations do. It's a fascinating problem, but it's clear as a matter of law that there are private entities, that these are private entities and speakers who control their own speech, despite the fact that they are protected by Section 230, which immunizes them from liability for other people's defamation and fraud and other criminal and tortious communications posted on their platforms. The status of 230 is something we've discussed that we should seriously examine in a thoughtful way, since the internet has clearly gotten off the ground and doesn't need this kind of subsidy anymore. But what I insist upon is that we be consistent in our treatment of the tech giants. You pushed them hard, Mr. Chairman, to remove objective fact-checking and to let all of the extreme right-wing forces get back on the internet. You pushed for an absolute and wide-open market in speech. But then you should push them equally hard not to censor dissenting viewpoints, whether they come from the anti-immigration wing of the MAGA movement, like Steve Bannon or Laura Loomer, who says she has been shadow banned on X by Elon Musk, or from the populist left, as when Musk purged his platform of journalists critical of him and other accounts critical of him back in 2022. Even one of your own witnesses today, Mr. Taibbi, was privately censored or de-amplified by Elon Musk, and I assume must walk on eggshells now in order not to get kicked off of that platform. But I'll be interested to hear what he says about it. If you use our congressional bully pulpit to stand up for the rights of extreme right-wing speakers on these private platforms, you should stand up for the rights of anti-Musk speakers to be on that platform too. But right now, the issue is this. We face a profound First Amendment crisis in the actions taken by this administration. One of my constituents who's serving in the armed forces, Mr. Chairman, alerted me this past Friday to book bans by the government at their kids' Department of Defense school, where they're closing the library for a week to complete a purge of books that appear to offend the new government orthodoxy against DEI. and gender ideology. That's fine if you hate those ideologies, whatever you think they are, but this is naked content and viewpoint censorship of books. I hope you would join me in denouncing the purge of books, the stripping of books from the Department of Defense libraries or any other public libraries in America or for American citizens. When this father saw a school official removing not just books, but posters of Susan B. Anthony and Dr. King, my constituent asked why they left up the poster of Leonardo da Vinci, and he was told that's a real historical figure. More sweepingly, Trump and his FCC are using their powers to investigate, sue, and threaten news groups that dare to criticize the administration. Trump is suing CBS for $20 billion in damages because, check this out, he believes an interview with Kamala Harris produced too favorable an impression of her. So that means that I could sue Fox News because I think their interviews with Trump produce too favorable an impression of him. I mean, this is lunacy. And now, exploiting his asserted unitary executive powers, Trump is unleashing his sycophant FCC chairman Brendan Carr on every news group whose stories he doesn't approve of, actually threatening to pull the government broadcast licenses for ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS, and NPR. Nothing of a hostile nature, of course, has taken place against Fox News, which is now the de facto state-approved media, enjoys immunity from the repression visited on its liberal competitors. What is this, North Korea? It reminds me of the treatment of Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's former private lawyer, who worked for Trump for more than a decade and became deputy finance chairman of the RNC. He went to jail for Donald Trump for, among other things, lying to Congress and making unlawful corporate contributions in the Stormy Daniels cover-up affair. When Cohen was released from prison during COVID to home arrest and probation with an ankle bracelet, he was abruptly rearrested and taken back to prison when he refused to sign a statement saying he would not speak to the media or publish a book about Donald Trump. Everybody's got to hear this. He was thrown into solitary confinement where he remained until a United States District Court judge found this to be a clear First Amendment violation and an outrage and freed him immediately. What is this? Castro's Cuba? Putin's Russia? The free speech violations taking place now against Department of Justice prosecutors and FBI agents are equally astounding. The First Amendment forbids reprisal and punishment against professional government employees for political reasons. Yet Trump has fired and demoted dozens of federal prosecutors, many of whom he had appointed during his first administration simply for doing their jobs, including prosecuting January 6 violators. Trump's subordinates also asked for a roundup of information about more than 6,000 hardworking FBI agents who were assigned to work the January 6 probe, a dangerous, blatantly unconstitutional order which was enjoined by a U.S. District Court in a case brought by the Association of FBI Agents. The administration is attempting to do its work. I'm about to finish up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I see a lot of pages there. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I'm going to speak fast like you. Watch me do it, all right? Look, this is happening in secret. They're keeping the press, the Congress, and people in the dark. I know you feel strongly about government transparency, as you do about free speech. The administration's illegally fired 17 inspectors general, totally violating the statute which says they've got to come to Congress first, 30 days before they fire them, and set forth the specific explanation for why that's happening.
You make me wanna
finally,
do it, Iggy.
you and I are both fierce advocates for the First Amendment and government transparency. Both of us see in the First Amendment a right that protects everybody without regard to viewpoint, substance, or politics of the message. And if we stand up strong for the First Amendment, if we defend not just the speech we agree with, which is easy, but the speech we oppose, which is hard, then we will be constitutional patriots and we will protect a truly free society. When we together introduced our Free Flow of Information Act, you said all rights protected in the First Amendment need to be defended. We had real success. Let's work together again to end the attacks on news organizations, to demand transparency from the administration, and to allow every American to exercise his or her free speech without being intimidated, harassed, or prosecuted. Thank you, and I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Matt Taibbi is a journalist, author, and founder of Racket News. He reported on the original Twitter files in 2022, showing the federal government's pervasive involvement in the company's content moderation decisions. He is author and journalist who has earned the National Magazine Award for Commentary in 2008, the Izzy Award for Outstanding Independent Journalism in 2020, and he has authored 10 books, 4 of which were New York Times bestsellers. Mr. Taibbi testified twice last Congress before the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. We're glad to have you back. Mr. Michael Schellenberger also reported on the original Twitter files in 2022. More recently, he released the Twitter Files Brazil, which highlighted the Brazilian government's attempt to censor dissenting opinions on X. Mr. Schellenberger is the founder and president of Environmental Progress, an independent nonprofit research organization based in Berkeley, California. The best-selling author of San Francisco and Apocalypse Never, and was named a Time Magazine Hero of the Environment. And is a Green Book Award winner.
Oh my God, there's retribution. Penis tip is right behind him. Oh my Lord, oh my Lord, oh my Lord, oh my Lord, oh my Lord.
is a Canadian journalist with the Free Press who has written extensively about foreign
stop
censorship
touching his
laws. Her testimony
penis.
before
What are
the
you
Select
doing?
Subcommittee in November 2023 warned of the coming censorship legislation in Canada, Brazil, Ireland, France, and the EU. She has reported on the weaponization of foreign hate speech laws to target voices that dissent from liberal orthodoxy. Free Press founder Barry Weiss wrote that, quote, "If there's one theme that runs through Rupa's work, it is this, the urgent threat to our liberties by the combined power of government and big tech." And finally, Mr. Craig Aaron is the president and co-CEO of Free Press, not to be confused with the Free Press. Free Press Action, a nonprofit organization that advocates on media and technology policy. Prior to joining Free Press in 2004, he worked as an investigative reporter at Public Citizen and was the managing editor of In These Times, a bi-weekly political magazine. We welcome all our witnesses. Thank them for appearing. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. You can be seated. Thank you. And again, thank you all for being here today. We really do appreciate the work you've done over so many years and now coming back, in some cases, for your third time in front of the committee. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. We will start with Ms. Subramanya.
Thank you. What if I were to ask you, what are the most repressive governments around the world when it comes to freedom? Who suppresses freedom of speech and enterprise the most?
I think we've seen her before.
You'd surely say North Korea, Iran, Russia. But what if I told you Germany should be on that list? Or for that matter, France? Or Canada, where I'm from, should be on that list too.
Make
I'm
Nazis
not saying
great
these countries
again.
are the same as the fear-based authoritarian societies of North Korea and Iran. Not by a long shot. But I am suggesting that some of the free countries are not, in fact, living up to the promises of liberty. And that many allies of the U.S. have gotten in the habit of using the government against political enemies or disfavored companies. In Scotland, hate crime legislation adopted last year criminalizes anything that stirs up hatred against an array of protected groups, including the disabled, the old, the LGBT community, and others. In Australia, the government started enacting hate crime laws just last week that impose jail sentences on those who display hateful symbols like swastikas. In Germany, authorities have ramped up the policing of online hate speech by arresting people who made offensive posts and seizing their laptops and other devices. Last year, the German government banned a far-right magazine for anti-human hate speech and agitation and shut down a protest because the protesters were Irish and speaking Gaelic rather than English or German. In the UK, the police have taken to arresting people who post videos and social media accounts deemed offensive. They've been sent to jail for weeks and months at a time. As my colleague Maddie Kearns reported for the Free Press, British people have been arrested and convicted for antisocial behavior, such as praying silently near abortion clinics. The Orwellian Big Brother punishing you for expressing an impolitic thought is now the law of the land.
Hey, remember
in the
history?
Land of Orwell.
Fuck that shit.
In the European Union, the Digital Services Act bars the dissemination of any content deemed harmful or illegal.
Yeah,
but
let us
doesn't provide
say
much
our
clarity about what that
words.
is. Right now,
Freedom.
EU officials are going after Elon Musk, threatening his platform X with fines because he endorsed the AfD party in Germany. But make no mistake, a precedent is being set. In the future, other
That's
people
right.
with unpopular politics
Once you go
and
after
agendas
the
will be targeted.
KKK,
Back in Canada, Liberal Party
you can't
leaders,
do that.
including
Oh
the
wait,
late Duchess
you
of
did
Trudeau,
do
have
that,
come up
and we
with
still
tons
had
of
free
terrible
speech.
ideas
Wait a
that will
minute.
regulate what you can
Wait
say
a
or
minute.
do. As I reported for the Free Press, they want to push the limits of censorship. One
Hate crime
proposal would
laws
fine
kill
you for saying
people.
good things
Yeah,
about fossil
according to
fuels.
her.
Another proposal arresting people for hate
Not the
crimes
hate
that have
crimes
yet to be committed.
themselves.
The ongoing political turmoil in Canada is the only
It's the
reason these things
laws.
have not
Come
yet
on, Jane,
happened.
get with it.
But understand this, there's nothing stopping the next Liberal government from moving forward and making these proposals the law. You may be thinking, well, that's a shame for the Australians or Canadians or Brits or whoever, but we're not them. This is the United States, and we have a long storied tradition of protecting First Amendment rights. American courts have ruled time and again on the side of the protesters, the flag burners, the neo-Nazis, the assumption being that if the most offensive speech is protected, then all speech is protected.
You know, it's
And so
interesting,
recently,
Ms.
as you're no doubt
Subramania,
aware, it was
because
the left in
back
America
in the
that
day,
felt
the
most passionately
ACLU
about defending those
defended
rights.
the
Historically,
KKK's
the people
right
who
to
stood up for
have their
unpopular
speech,
opinions
and we
were
still
ACLU lawyers
survived.
and academics. It was people on the right who were less enthusiastic about the full-throated
Okay,
exchange of ideas.
we survived.
Whatever the case, I'm
So
a great
yeah, when
admirer
it's
of
due,
Americans'
we
affinity
stand
for
up
free
for it.
expression.
When it's
And I
not due
cannot
and
stress
when
enough
it's
how unique
hateful,
this
we
conversation
stand
is, the one
against
that we're
it.
having
Come
right
on,
now.
catch up.
In no other country that I'm aware of do people argue with such passion for our right to say or
I'm
protest
sorry.
or believe whatever we want. But I am worried because we live in an
I know
illiberal
this is
moment.
the words
This
don't
moment has
matter,
been building for many
folks.
years,
Okay,
and there's
these are the
many
words
forces
don't
behind
matter.
social,
I know
political,
these
and
people.
economic.
They're
For
all
one thing,
over the
left has
internet.
lost its passion for the First Amendment. Now, it's true that there are plenty of conservatives who would prefer that school libraries
I
not
might be
include books
freezing
about
up a
gender
little
fluidity
bit.
or
I'm not
critical
sure
race
if you're
theory.
having problems,
There are
so
others who've
forgive
gone
me.
so far as to ban authors like Toni Morrison or Margaret Atwood. All that is wrong, but I'm less concerned about this trend than I am about the censorship that has happened under Joe Biden. in partnership with Washington and much
yeah.
of corporate
Damn
America,
that Joe
including
Biden.
banks and
Thanks,
social media
Obama.
companies. This partnership affects far more people than a relatively small number of school boards canceling Ibrahim Kendi's How to Be an Anti-Racist. And it's harder to detect. When a school board removes a book from its shelves, there's usually a meeting and a public airing of opinions. But when Meta or the Bank of America decide that one of their users or account holders has voiced the wrong opinion,
Oh, honey,
they can
have
take
you
action
caught
that
up?
the vast
Because
majority of us will never
Meta's
know about.
all on
They can
board.
suppress
They're
an
balls
algorithm,
deep.
remove a
Okay?
book from the digital
They're
shelf,
balls deep,
suspend a
girl.
checking account,
They're not.
which raises a
You
very
got a
frightening
friend in
prospect.
him.
We do not even know
You
that our
got a
freedom is being
friend
taken
in
away.
Zuck.
In case you think I'm overstating things,
You
consider
got
the
a
relatively recent
friend
phenomena
in
of debanking, which I've reported on for the Free Press, where big banks have quietly ended their relationship with customers who have unpopular opinions. Banks have targeted people on both
like
sides
Michael
of the aisle, from
Lindell.
President Trump's
That's who
most
she's
fervent
talking
supporters
about.
to Muslim Americans, among others. What's concerning isn't so much who has been wrong, but the creeping illiberal tide that
I'd
has
have to
swept
have more
America over the last
context
several
on
years.
that one, but
The number
thanks.
of tech CEOs who attended President Trump's inauguration gives me hope. I'm told this signals the dawn of a new era in America, a return to first principles. Many of you may have misgivings about
What's
so
the
many
first
billionaires
principle? Which first
steering national
principles?
policy.
Whose
and for good
first
reason.
principles?
But if the billionaires coming around to President Trump means they're coming back to their Silicon Valley roots and their belief in an unfettered marketplace
Oh,
of
honey,
ideas,
I'm from
if this
Silicon
means that the
Valley.
shadow
Don't you
bannings and
drag us
mysterious
into this.
manipulations on social
Don't you
media will
fucking
stop,
drag us into
if
this.
this means that we can speak more freely now, then, well, that is a great thing. And that is the most important thing because, as you know, all freedom stems from this freedom. I'll leave you with this thought. The city on a hill that is America, with its
Reagan.
abiding faith in people's right to speak freely and think freely, is as important today as it has ever been.
Knew that
Maybe more,
debanking nonsense
at a
would
time
come
when
up,
we're told
yeah.
over and
They're
over
just
that we're
real
suffering from
butthurt
late-stage
about that.
capitalism, or that
Gosh,
Western
you
liberal
mean I
values
cannot
are
be a
wrong-headed.
shithead and
I
you
want to
will
emphasize that
not
there's
do
nothing
business with
wrong-headed
me
about standing
if
up for
I'm
the
a
liberties
shithead?
that you, the Americans,
Really?
have so valiantly defended for so long. Liberties that other
that's
peoples
isn't that
and governments are
capitalism?
too cowardly
Wait,
to
I thought
stand
that
up
was
for.
capitalism.
In some places, this commitment to liberty ebbs and flows. It has more
They
to
want
do
it
with prevailing opinion
always.
or what's trending. The great wisdom of America has been always to rise above this, to ignore whatever was in or out of fashion, and to commit with unwavering fervor to your first principles, principles that must be defended now
Which ones
more
are
than ever.
those?
Thank
Which
you.
ones? I don't know which ones you
Thank you,
mean.
Mr. Schellenberg.
I
You
don't get
recognize
it.
that. Super mine to go a little long, but I hope you'll stay a little closer to 5. That was a makeup for Mr. Raskin's statement, I think.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and members
Oh,
of the
God,
committee,
here's
thank
another
you for inviting
one.
my testimony.
Did you take
Nearly
your
2 years
pills,
ago, I testified
Schellenberger?
and
This guy's a
provided evidence
fucking
to the subcommittee, to a
idiot.
subcommittee of this committee about the existence of
I think
a
he's
censorship
honey.
industrial
I think he's been
complex,
honey potted
a network
too.
of government agencies,
That's
including
my
the Department of
favorite.
Homeland
Look at the
Security,
nipples on that
government contractors,
retribution,
including the
dude.
Stanford Internet Observatory, and big tech social media platforms that conspired to censor ordinary Americans and elected
Look at the
officials
jugs
alike
on
for holding
Ivan.
disfavored views. Today, the censorship industrial complex is on the defensive. On January 20th, 2025, just hours after
You
his
are the
inauguration,
censorship
President Donald Trump
industrial
signed an executive
complex,
order
you
on restoring
fucking
freedom of
nerd.
speech and ending federal censorship. 1 week earlier, Meta
you have an
CEO Mark
iron?
Zuckerberg announced,
No, I'm kidding.
we're going to dramatically reduce the amount of censorship on our platform.
Honey,
Zuckerberg announced
he's
that he
your
and
man.
Meta would follow the lead of Elon Musk at X
You
and
got
create
Zuckbucks.
crowdsourced fact-checking known
You
as
are the
community notes
Zuckbuck
to replace
guy.
much of the fact-checking the company had outsourced to others. And thanks in large measure to the work of this committee's subcommittee on the weaponization of government last year, as well as to the investigative reporting by those of us here today, we were able to shine sunlight on some of the worst
is that what
actors
we're
in the
calling
censorship
it
industrial
now?
complex,
Is
such
that
as
what
the
we're
Stanford
calling
Internet
it now?
Observatory, which I singled out in my testimony 2
I
years
hung
ago.
out with
In
Ivan
June
once,
of last
Lolo.
year,
What was
the
that
observatory
like?
shut down in
It
response
was
to our collective exposés.
it was rather
Unfortunately, the censorship industrial complex
comical,
remains
actually,
almost entirely intact.
because he's a caricature.
In Europe, Australia,
he's not
Britain,
a real
Brazil,
boy.
and other nations in the West continue to
He's
seek new
just
forms
like
of
a little
censorship and
caricature.
information control.
He's very
including
nervous
digital
too. Don't walk up
identification tied to
behind him.
social media.
Like
My
I
colleagues and
did,
I are over
because he
2
gets
years
very
into our
nervous.
research
I have to put that
characterizing the
tape
censorship
out. I
industrial
haven't
complex,
actually put
and
that
we continue
clip
to
out.
discover
I'll do that.
whole new institutions involved in censorship.
Yeah, I
The
was.
latest
I
is the
stood
United
right
States
behind him, and
Agency
it
for
made him
International
mad.
Development,
Oh,
or
good. Let me
USAID.
play a song.
Last October, we published a report that noted that USAID had funded the creation of a censorship industrial complex in Brazil, complete with third-party fact-checkers, committees of
Find the facts so fast.
Make the fun times last at Lolo's Lounge. Lolo's Lounge. The best damn friends in the whole damn town. Nice, Jen. Thanks. Rocking around the lounge, shutting the fascists down.
Finding the facts so fast. We make the fun times last at Lolo's Lounge, Lolo's Lounge, the best damn friends in the whole damn town.
Thank you, my love. Thank you, Jen. Very generous. You guys don't have to do that. I just love you so much. Thank you so much. Where is the minority witness? I don't know. I don't think we've met them yet.
but it's also clear that many governing and media elites worldwide view expanding censorship of online platforms as a must-have, not a nice-to-have feature of global governance. The head of NATO, NATO-backed think tanks, the European Commission, former President Barack Obama, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Oh, his nipples went down. I'm on nipple watch. I don't know about you guys. Oh, you guys can't see his nipples. Okay, hold on. I'm going to fix it. Hold on. I just realized you can't see Ivan's nipples like I can. And so you too can be on nipple watch. Hold on. Hold on. I got this. Guys, I got this. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Here we go. There's the nipples. There's the nipples. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Sorry. Didn't realize you guys couldn't see the nipples. Sorry. My bad. Mea culpa.
I strongly urge Congress to defund the censorship industrial complex and various efforts to fund it.
Dear Diary,
Pass-through organizations and shell organizations
someday I'll be a real boy.
to fund groups like OCCCRP.
Until that point, I don't know what to do.
Oh, wait. I cannot cover the nipples. Come on.
To the threat of censorship
Don't
from
do
Europe,
it.
Britain, Brazil, and other nations. We should respect national sovereignty.
Brazil, you hold the things I love so dear. And when you stick it in my ear,
Mr. Taibbi, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
my balls go into second. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I really am sorry, everybody. I'm just a terrible person. Oh, shit.
Democratic members called us so-called journalists, suggested we were bought off.
You are. Yeah, you are. Still true. Still true, bitch. Still true, bitch.
And remember two things.
Whoa, Matt's looking a little old. And I think his head's getting bigger.
I was shocked. I thought the whole thing had to be a
Oh, wait, I gotta find that. Speaking of which, Mars Attacks. Hold on. I'll be right back. Yeah, I am making fun of him. Everybody shut up. I don't care what you say.
He said, quote, our First Amendment stands as a major blow to our ability to
I don't care what you say. I'm gonna make fun of him.
that it's really hard to govern because people self-select where they go for their news, which makes it, quote, much harder to build consensus. Now, I defended John
Damn
Kerry
it.
when people said he
It's
looks
a goddamn
French, but Marie
picture.
Antoinette would have been embarrassed by this speech. He was essentially complaining that the peasants are self-selecting their own sources of media. What's
God, shut up, Matt.
Lastly, building consensus may be a
Matt just came from the bathroom where he ground up his testimony.
failure to understand this is why we have a censorship problem. This is an
Why are these all videos? I just want to fucking fuck, man.
pointed out, have already adopted draconian.
Give me a fucking picture.
Are surrounded. The EU's new Digital Services Act is the most comprehensive censorship law ever instituted in a Western democratic society.
There.
Ranking Member Raskin, you don't have to go as far as Russia or China to find people jailed for speech. Our allies in England now have an online safety act which empowers the government to jail people for nebulous offenses like false communication or causing psychological harm. Germany, France, Australia, Canada, and other nations have implemented similar ideas. These laws are totally incompatible with our system. Some of our own citizens have been harassed or even arrested in some of these countries, but our government has not stood up for them. Why? Because many of our bureaucrats believe in these laws. Take USAID. Many Americans are now in an uproar because they learned about over $400 million going to an organization called
This is Matt. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, and I'm not sorry. I don't care. I'm not sorry.
People in journalism, but her views are almost identical to Kerry's. She gave a talk once about
That's him.
trust and combating misinformation
Prove me wrong.
during the pandemic.
Prove me
She said that
wrong.
after months of a really beautifully unified COVID-19 message, vaccine enthusiasm rose to 87%. But when, quote, mixed information on vaccine efficacy got out, hesitancy ensued. We're paying this person to train journalists.
Tell me that's not him.
The press does not exist to promote unity or political goals like
You watched Jodis Sotomayor appearance from last night at some college where she said exactly the same thing as last year and the year before, defended conservative SCOTUS. Wow, that's weird. I wonder what happened. Oh, it is really low. I turned him down. Sorry.
Again, if you don't know, the fastest way to erode trust in media is by having government sponsor exclusion lists.
Sorry.
You shouldn't be getting $1 in taxpayer money, let alone 476 million of it.
Ooh, cool.
And USAID is just a tiny piece of the censorship machine Michael and I saw across that long list of agencies. Collectively, they've bought up every part of the news production line: sources, think tanks, research,
fact-checking, anti-disinformation, commercial media scoring, and when all else fails, straight-up censorship. It is a giant closed messaging loop whose purpose is to transform the free press into exactly that consensus machine. There is no way to remove this rot surgically. The whole mechanism has to go.
That's taibbi.
Is there
Hasn't he
right-wing
aged,
disinformation?
Pep?
Oh, yes. It exists in every direction. But I grew up
He's
a
talking
Democrat and
about
don't remember
their
being afraid of
side,
it. At the time, we figured we
Taibbi's a
didn't need
nut.
censorship because we thought we had the better
He
argument.
was rubbing his
Obviously, many of you lack the same confidence. You took billions of dollars from taxpayers and you blew it on programs whose entire purpose
This
was to
is
tell them they're wrong about
insanity.
things
Life
they can
is
see with their own
really-
eyes. You sold us out. And until these rather tiresome questions are answered, this problem is not fixed.
And I'll fix my tie later. Shut up.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to testify today. To my understanding, this hearing is motivated by concerns over free speech, censorship, government interference with private companies, and the influence of billionaires who control our media system. And I share these concerns. I worry about government censorship, which is what the First Amendment protects us against. I worry about collusion between government officials and powerful tech executives. I worry about algorithmic discrimination used to push partisan agendas or spread hate. I worry about independent journalists and whistleblowers being attacked, harassed, doxxed, or muzzled for asking hard questions or simply reporting facts. And I
Everybody's
think we should
too
all be worried
angry.
right now because
okay?
we are facing a
Calm
true free
everybody
speech
calm
emergency.
the fuck down.
Elon Musk, the owner of X and one of the richest men in the world, is now embedded inside the federal government, unelected and apparently unaccountable to anyone. He's a special government employee with all the privileges of a high-ranking official, but no regard for transparency or the laws of this Congress. Musk also has shocking conflicts of interest and a giant social media megaphone that he uses to threaten and retaliate against his critics. With his power to distort narratives and spread falsehoods, he's fueling a constitutional crisis. Inside the government, Musk is attempting to tear down vital institutions, sabotage essential programs, carry out personal vendettas, and terrify civil servants.
I love you, Iggy.
He sent a gang of hackers to breach core government systems, giving him unfettered and unprecedented access to our most sensitive information. Yet members of this committee tasked with oversight have been blocked from even entering federal government buildings to investigate. Journalists trying to tell the public about the so-called Department of Government Efficiency are being harassed at Musk's instigation or threatened with prosecution by the U.S. Attorney. These government employees are actively trying to suppress speech about government activities. This is a free speech emergency, and it's not the only one. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, wants to revoke broadcast licenses because he doesn't like the viewpoints he sees on TV.
The last guy's
That's
the nipple
censorship.
guy from Little
The FCC has
Nicky.
also threatened news organizations over editorial decision-making, reporting on law
Look at the
enforcement,
picture.
and basic fact-checking.
Look at the picture
The
there
FCC is now threatening to
that
block a
Iggy made for
merger
us.
sought by CBS at the same time that President Trump is suing the
Canoe.
company for $20 billion because he didn't like how 60 Minutes edited
love
an interview
that.
with the former vice president.
No, I just
Big
called
media
it
tech
nipples.
companies, Disney, ABC, Meta, maybe now CBS, are paying tens of millions of dollars to settle specious lawsuits. They
I gotta
appear
pee.
to be
I gotta
paying off
pee.
the president
That's
to
too
shield
good.
themselves
That
from
was a good
reprisal
one.
or to
That was a
gain
good one.
regulatory favors. Social media companies, too, are making
Douche canoe.
drastic changes to
Douche, I
content
touch
in response to the new
myself
administration.
when
Meta,
I
for
sit
example, went from promising
behind
to
you.
step
I
away
touch
from politics
myself
to actively pushing the
to
president's
make my
agenda after
nipples get
Mr. Trump
really-
threatened Mark Zuckerberg
whatever.
with life in prison. If you were concerned about low-level officials sending emails to social
Oh
media
my God,
staffers 5 years
LBRB.
ago,
Well
then you should
well
actually
played,
be worried
Iggy. Well
when all
played.
the billionaire owners of these companies line up on the dais at the president's inauguration, clutching million-dollar checks to show their loyalty. The Trump administration is using the power of the government to shake down the media and quash dissent. This country was founded on the premise that our public sphere and our free press should be protected against government manipulation or retribution, including from the president or from special government employees. I'm a former journalist. I'm sitting here on a panel with journalists, and I may not agree with them, but I will defend their right to speak and write without fear of intimidation and harassment by government officials, without fear of unlawful government surveillance for simply speaking to their sources, without fear of unconstitutional retaliation. I hope we can agree on that. I hope we can set aside our differences and speak out against true government censorship, no matter who is in power. Free speech is not reserved for certain viewpoints. Free speech isn't meant to just protect the rich and powerful. Free speech isn't just for billionaires. The First Amendment protects everyone's freedom and free expression, and we must defend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. We'll now move to 5 minutes questions.
Let's see. Butterflies. I'm going to say doggy nipples. That's it. That's
you,
what I've got
Chairman.
for this morning. Doggy nipples.
Taibbi, Aaron went
Everything
on
is
for 5
fucking.
minutes, and the feel and the fact was he said multiple times that if you're a billionaire, you're not qualified to do what has made you a billionaire. If you're a billionaire,
Oh my
you're
God.
corrupt.
Daryl,
He was
I know.
particularly assaulting Elon Musk.
You need some more adrenochrome.
Let me just go through a couple of quick questions. One, Elon Musk.
There is no
would you
minority
say that
witness.
he's
What's
best known
happening
as
here,
rich
Jamie? What happened?
or successful?
Did we not get a witness on this
Probably
one?
both, depends on who you ask.
Did he in fact reinvent launch so that we went from the inefficiency where we were paying the Russians to basically put our people in space to today 92+%
Yeah,
of
let's
all
talk
launches
about
in
the
the world are
history of
SpaceX, and
Elon's
they're done for a
involvement
fraction
in
of
the
the cost.
space program.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, so
Let's talk.
you're a
Yes, it
journalist,
takes
not
a
an employer
pillage,
per se, but
butterflies. That's the
if you were going to
perfect
employ somebody to take cost out of
sum
something,
up of what
would
we're
you
experiencing.
Find someone that reinvented financial transactions, then went on to reinvent space launch, then went on to reinvent the automobile, and did all of those successfully.
Wow, you really like
before he was my age.
him. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, now as
Give
a
it to me,
journalist,
baby.
you do
Give
look
it to me,
at who in
Elon.
government does what, and you've done it
Dude,
globally, but
give me that-
particularly
that-
you're an expert in the U.S.
Those
How many
bucks,
elected
that
officials
money, that
look
stuff.
at
Give
tax
it to me,
returns or
Elon. Take
government
me on your
documents directly?
plane.
How many
He's
elected
probably
officials
100
do
millionaire,
that
I
for the
would
United
think.
States government?
He's been here a
I don't
long
know. I would
time.
like to know. I have
Well,
my own case.
officially, the number is 0.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's 100% done by career bureaucrats. In fact, nobody elected does the basic work of searching databases.
Well,
and
I
doing
think
that.
that's
It just isn't
actually a
part of the
great
system.
thing.
The reality is that almost all of the
Hey,
dives
you know
are either
what?
done by
That goes in
career
the
people
plus
or
column
people
for
like
me.
Deloitte or PricewaterhouseCoopers. The fact is,
Peach nectarine.
looking for government inefficiency, we have spent
Peach
billions
nectarine.
of dollars
Ooh.
inefficiently looking for government inefficiency
Sounds
for decades.
good.
Isn't that true?
Wait, what
Yeah,
happened?
I did a story on the
What
failed
flavor?
audit of the
Ooh,
DOD
peach nectarine. That
included,
sounds
yeah,
so
we had spent
good.
a ton of money on those audits.
Ivan
at no
disabled
effect.
comments.
So we've paid outside auditors,
What is he
including
afraid
some of
of?
the world's best, and they've basically thrown in the towel as far as actually
Welcome
making a
to
permanent
America,
change.
brought by.
So when the president has
Welcome to
a group of
Costco. I
individuals
love
go
you.
in
Do I
with
have
career
that picture
people in
here?
the room,
Wait, I think I
and
do.
look for it, and they
Oh, I
find
do.
it. Is that a reason to
Let me
go
see what I've
man,
got
he's
here.
a billionaire?
I've got
rather
some
than, this
idiocracy
is a
picture
disruptor
here.
of
Oh, I
industries
know
that
what
has
I
proven
have.
he can
Hold
take
on.
massive amounts of cost out of doing
Hold
things,
on.
and as a result, the United States of America would benefit by its money going further.
I've got that one.
Representative, I said that some of this falls outside my area of expertise.
Well, it falls outside Aaron's too, so that's why I'm bringing the point to you. Let me go on to something that isn't your expertise. As a journalist, if you took the many words and phonemes of a half-hour, an hour interview and cut and pasted them to create a completely different set of answers to questions, what would you be doing?
Yeah, that would be typically that's a kind of
I thought I
deceptive
had,
editing. I think that was the issue in the 60 Minutes case.
Well, wouldn't you call it outright fraud if a person says X and you print Y?
Hold on.
Wouldn't you be sued for it if you maliciously and deliberately change the outcome in order to affect an election potentially on behalf of a candidate?
It kind of depends on the situation, but I think most news organizations would be embarrassed to be caught doing that kind of thing.
And wasn't 60 Minutes and CBS embarrassed when they got caught?
Well, they settled in the case apparently, so I think that speaks.
Oh, yeah, it speaks
So in other
for
words, they
itself,
were
yeah.
embarrassed.
Okay.
It would
Oh,
seem
yeah,
that way from
yeah.
the
Would you say they're
Well, I'm glad
embarrassed?
you're here today, and I just
Yeah,
want
okay,
to note
great.
for the record and ask that it be placed in the record.
Idiot.
Last week, we put another
Fucking
piece of legislation
idiot.
in with Rep. Salazar, Baumgardner, and Gill.
Hold on, I'm
that
gonna
in fact
find this
specifically
great picture
is,
I have.
It provides for foreign government officials who engage in censorship of American speech to be inadmissible or deported. And I look forward to that going through the committee on a bipartisan basis.
Gentleman yields
And I yield back.
Gentleman yields
Yeah,
back.
would you
General
yield
recognizes the
back,
gentleman from New York,
please?
Mr. Natter.
Nobody wants to talk to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, President Trump has launched an all-out assault on the press. Don't take my word for it. Here is the president himself.
Uh-oh, where's
Trump
Josh?
publicly attacking ABC News, going so far as to suggest it should lose its federal broadcast license. They've discussed issuing subpoenas for news organizations, prosecuting journalists and their sources, and cutting funding for public media.
I think you have to do it. I'm going to be bringing one against the people in Iowa, their newspaper. We're filing one on 60 Minutes, a big part of CBS News, against Bob Woodward. And we have one, very interestingly, on Pulitzer. We have to straighten out the press.
There's
The president says we have to, quote, straighten out the press.
There's the cabinet.
That should be chilling to anyone who believes in the First Amendment. The Trump administration is already targeting media outlets that refuse to praise the president. Yesterday, the White House barred the Associated Press from the Oval Office because the news organization simply declined to change its style guide to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Trump himself has made it abundantly clear that he thinks any journalist who
He's
dares to
wasting
criticize
so
him
much
is a,
money,
quote, enemy of the
people. What
people.
is wrong with
He's
you?
even threatened to revoke the broadcast licenses, we just saw that, of news organizations that criticize his administration. This assault on free speech has been
Yes,
orchestrated
Iggy, I'll send
by
you. I'll
Trump's
put it
pick
in
for
Signal.
FCC chair,
I'll put the picture in
Brendan
Signal
Carr,
right
a
now.
right-wing co-author of Project 2025. Carr is using his position to punish the news outlets that diverge from the White House's approved narrative. Acting in violation of the Constitution, federal law, and the ICC's own mission, Chairman Carr has decided to use the agency to harass and intimidate news organizations that stray from the White House's talking points. One of Carr's first actions was to revive 3 complaints made to the FCC by a conservative group, the Center for American Rights, against ABC, CBS, and NBC for their critical
Okay, I
coverage
just dropped it
of
in
President
Signal.
Trump. For the record, there was a complaint that Carr didn't revive. Of course, it was a claim made against Fox News, a news organization that agreed to pay an $800 million settlement to a private company, Dominion Voting System.
It'll be the third time, Jane, we've watched it, and I think you're absolutely right. Every time we're going to hear something different.
Mr. Aaron, what message is Brendan Carr and the administration sending by investigating ABC, CBS, and NBC, but not Fox News?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I think this is, a blatant abuse of power from Commissioner Carr. He's saying, we're coming for you.
Oh, is he the
At
minority?
same time,
I'm so
the
confused.
president is literally negotiating
very
a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit settlement, and he has pulled out all the stops. He said, I might not approve your merger. He said, I want to see the transcripts. He's come back again and again and again. I just imagine when a Democratic FCC chair thought about, like, hey, could we do an independent local study? Everyone was up in arms. Here we have the chairman of the FCC saying, I'm going to use the power of my office to squeeze these news organizations either to settle or change or transform their coverage simply because the president and Mr. Carr don't like it. That's textbook government censorship.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. The former chair of the FCC, Mr. Carr's predecessor, Jessica Rosenworcel, said these complaints, quote, seek to weaponize the licensing authority of the FCC in a way that is fundamentally at odds with the First Amendment. To do so would set a dangerous precedent, close quote. She also warned that the agency, quote, should not be the president's speech police. When Mr. Carr was before the Oversight Committee last Congress, he was asked a very simple question. If the president directed the FCC to revoke ABC or NBC's broadcast license because he felt they were being unfair to him, would you comply? The answer should have been a simple and resounding no, yet Mr. Carr repeatedly refused to answer. Mr. Aaron, what do you see as some of the most dangerous actions this administration is currently taking to attack the freedom of the press and to silence critics of this administration?
Well, Mr. Nadler, I appreciate your lifting up the FCC because this is an agency that people don't necessarily know a lot about, but it has an incredible amount of power over the public airwaves, over the wires that bring us our cable television. And so far, in his short time in office, Chairman Carr has used that position to go after journalists, to file these very threatening letters questioning how individual reporters are covering stories of national importance, to really abuse this power in ways that we've never seen before. The FCC usually talks about licenses on very narrow terms. If an owner has committed major crimes, maybe there'll be an investigation into their license. The idea that a news organization could be threatened because they asked a tough question of the president, because they tried to fact check him during a debate, because they edited their own news content before putting it out over the airwaves is preposterous and it's dangerous. And I think it does really warrant the attention of this committee because it's quickly getting out of hand. He's expanding this. He's started to go after cable companies to investigate their internal corporate practices. This is all happening and it only seems to be speeding up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Schellenberger, is the press afraid to attack President Trump?
No.
I mean, you can look at the front page of Politico. Every headline is an attack on President Trump, but that's what the ranking member of the subcommittee just said. Like, they're afraid. I mean, ridiculous argument. I yield to the gentleman. I recognize the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 days ago, Senator Chuck Schumer created an online portal for federal employees to disclose wrongdoing and abuses of power. And in a way, I'm kind of glad he did this because I have been here for a while, and there's a plethora of abuses of power I've seen, particularly in the area of censorship. So at the top of my complaint list would probably be Joe Biden and his staff, because they continually pressured large social media platforms to change their content moderation policies, to have a built-in bias system against any speech, which even had a hint of criticism against the Biden administration. And we do know one thing. Censorship can occur through an agent, through a direct link to government contact, even though it's a private entity that's censoring. We know that from the case law that's come out. But here we have Facebook admitted that it started censoring posts about COVID originating from a Chinese lab and content critical of the vaccine after tense conversations with the Biden-Harris administration in which they were told to do more to combat speech, which has since been verified as true. Facebook officials described one White House advisor as outraged that Facebook didn't remove a meme. It was a joke about COVID-19. That White House advisor was Andy Slavitt. He would go on my list of people that you complain against. President Biden himself said that Facebook was, quote, killing people, close quote, for not taking down this type of content, which caused Facebook to change its policies further. Facebook employees would later say that this decision, quote, stemmed from the continued criticism
Andy,
of
have
our
you
approach
caught
from the
up?
Biden
Because
administration, close
Zuck
quote.
is
Mark
totally
Zuckerberg even
balls
told
deep
Joe
with
Rogan
you.
that people
He's
from the Biden
ready to
administration,
rumble.
quote, would call up our team
I
and
mean,
scream at them
literally.
and curse to take down things that were
He sounds like Porky Pig at 125.
The White House employed the same kind of pressure campaign with YouTube, Amazon, and other platforms. We could also include Anthony Fauci in this list since he perpetuated falsehoods about everything from the vaccine, social distancing,
You know what? Leave
masks,
him alone.
and more.
Okay, he's had enough of your
demanded
nonsense.
that
You already put a target
these
on his
social media
back.
companies clamp down on
you
anyone,
fucking
including
asshole.
qualified scientists who dared say anything that was contradictory of him. Then there was CISA.
They're still
headed by Jen
quacks.
Easterly,
I'm
who went
sorry.
out of her way to
Nothing has
report posts on a
changed.
platform which they thought were
Nothing
too much
has
against the
changed.
administration's narrative.
Sorry.
And there's the
That's
FBI
not how
who
it
ordered platforms
works.
to
Just
censor the
because
New
you
York
win an
Post story about
election
Hunter
doesn't
Biden's
make your
laptop, despite knowing
quacky
that the story was
doctors
true
right
because
all
they
of
had
a
possession of the
sudden.
laptop. And we could go
Oh my
on
God.
and on.
Yeah, the
So, but
laptop.
I wanna-
Ask
I wanna
Lev.
read- I just, this notion here is that after this committee's oversight, and we did some good oversight, President Trump's resounding victory, the entities that I've just mentioned, CISA, the FBI, and DHS's cybersecurity, have all stopped their direct censorship activities. What do you think, Ms. Subramania? How do we know that that's true? How do we know that they've stopped their censorship activities?
Sorry, who has stopped their censorship activity?
Well, allegedly the FBI, CISA, and DHS's cybersecurity bureau.
Well, we don't know. We don't know anything for sure. And I think this administration is only
Wow,
getting
what
started.
an interesting, oddly
investigating these
worded
agencies.
question.
I think
Poop
my own personal
buckets.
view on
Wait,
this
what
is
are we
that,
talking about?
it's essentially baked into the system right now. And it's going to be very hard to get rid of these tools of censorship. Oftentimes, they're
When the poop buckets took over the
they're
National Mall,
shape-shifting, if
Steven
you want to use
screamed.
that term. They're recast into different
I know.
tools.
Yeah, I clipped
but
it.
essentially, it's the same tools of censorship that go after individuals. And
But,
as
you
I
know.
reported on debanking, I'm very, very happy
That's when they
that
found
this
out who he
administration is
was.
finally paying attention to this very important issue of ordinary Americans being censored, being cut off the financial grid for having unpopular opinions. I believe there was a Senate
In my
Banking
group.
Committee hearing last week that heard from witnesses on the issue of debanking, which I reported on.
Impeach Red Bull.
That's pretty
Wow.
scary.
I didn't
So
even
I'm
know that
very, very
existed.
happy that this attention is finally getting, this issue is finally getting the attention it deserves, and hopefully average Americans will not get debanked in the future. But we don't know anything for sure. It's still too early.
Thank you. And I want to just comment on Mr. Aaron has said in his written statement, he's defining censorship as requiring government action.
Oh, that's
And yet,
interesting, Max. I didn't realize that.
In order to
That
get
was a
First Amendment
COVID death
protection, you have
last
the Murphy
week, the
v.
most
Missouri
in a long
case,
time.
which said that the plaintiffs did not get protection because they could not directly link the actions of government officials to their instances of censorship. That's very different than the Vallow case, NRA versus Vallow, where the
They
courts
wanna be
in
on
a
one of the
unanimous opinion
rockets, you
said
guys.
because they could show a direct
They wanna
link.
be on one of the
That's the critical issue here. And we know that the Biden administration, and we could show that direct link, that they were causing censorship. They were and this is the Vallow case relying
Oh my
on the
God.
1963
Well,
case.
that sounds like a you
They
problem.
were using coercive tactics
And what happened?
to get
Well, it didn't
censorship.
do them very
And
good
that's the
because
distinction,
guess
Mr.
what?
Aaron.
They
Thank you, Mr.
lost. So what now? What now,
And thank you,
dude?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Aaron, in November, your co-witness, Mr. Taibbi, went on Chris Cuomo's show and said one of his great concerns was, quote, there's going to be an enormous temptation within the Trump government to do things like going after media organizations they don't like, and they can't do that. If they end up doing that, it's going to be a disaster. Has the disaster arrived?
I believe we're witnessing it right now. It's underway and speeding up.
What's the evidence of that?
Well, we talked already about the problems at the FCC. I think what we're seeing is incredibly powerful government officials using their power and their pulpit to go directly after news organizations. President Trump called for 60 Minutes to be, quote, terminated. Mr. Musk has gone after individual reporters who are trying to cover what Doge is doing. We don't know what Doge is doing. There's very little public information available.
Yes, his
and yet
rockets
reporters
blow
who
up,
dare to
'cause
actually
it's a-
ask, who are these
it's a
people? What are they doing? Why do they
flim-flam.
have access to our most
We got to go
important
back
personal
in time and
information?
talk about
when that
how
happens, here comes Mr.
Elon
Musk, a
got
government
involved
employee,
in
but also the head of a
space
social
shit.
media company coming after individual reporters. Those are some of the things that I'm incredibly concerned about, and there are many others who are saying they're going
His
to come after
connections
journalists,
with
including the nominee
congressmen
of
at the
FBI.
time
I think all four
to
witnesses have spoken about the dangers
get
of state
private
censorship,
industry
but also
involved
the
in
dangers
space.
of big tech censorship. With Elon Musk now appointed a
long
special
story.
government employee, although he's not filled out his ethics forms or gotten a conflict of interest waiver. I hope, Mr. Chairman, we'll get a chance to work on that. But do we believe now that the dangers of state censorship have merged with the dangers
Oh
of
yeah, could you
big
throw
tech
peach
censorship?
concentrate in it?
I'm obviously very concerned because it's one thing for the government to express its viewpoints and say, we wish you would do this or we wish you would do that. It's quite another for this kind of merger and full-on collusion happening. You know, we were worried about the government, this committee was very worried about the government in the previous administration putting pressure on Twitter. Now we have the head of X working inside the government to actually take apart government computer systems. That would seem to rise to a higher level of concern.
Right, before people were worried because some nameless, faceless bureaucrat would write a memo saying there's election disinformation, it needs to be corrected. And they thought that that was a First Amendment violation, although the courts ended up rejecting that. But in any event, they didn't like the government even warning of factual disinformation being warned of online. Now what we've got is the head of X, the owner of X, who controls all of that speech, being part of the government itself. And yet a lot of people aren't uttering a peep about that. Why is it?
Well, I have to ask in some cases, where are they getting their news? Are they hearing about it? I have questions about that, but I think people are outraged. I see people every day here in Washington with signs saying, why is Elon Musk's hands on my data? I talk to my cab
You know,
driver.
I know there's millions of people in America outraged. I'm talking about my colleagues who couldn't stop talking about a handful of memos that were written to the social media about factual disinformation. They were upset about that. Now we've got an absolute merger of the social media state with the traditional governmental apparatus. Look, I'm not sure I understand what my colleague's position is
Dave Troy,
on whether there
good
should be
work.
free speech on social media sites or not. For several years, they campaigned to get sites like X and Facebook to remove fact-checking on their sites. It sounded like what they were saying is we want a radical, open, free market in speech, no censorship for anything, racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, fraudulent speech, whatever, not because they endorsed that speech, but because what they were saying was we just want a radically open free market. But then Elon Musk takes over X, he kicks off journalists who are critical of him or Donald Trump. He kicks off Texas Observer journalist Stephen Monticelli, Ken Klippenstein of The Intercept, podcaster Rob Rousseau, progressive political groups he doesn't like. And so now X is flooded with all of the racist, anti-Semitic filth, the misogyny, all kinds of studies about how it's dramatically through the roof, and yet he's getting rid of political speech he disagrees with, and my colleagues have nothing to say about that. Is that the right approach to free speech if you think free speech is at stake on the social media?
Absolutely not, Congressman. I mean, as we've talked about repeatedly in this hearing, we need free speech for everyone. We need to protect free expression. And so if Elon Musk is doing something, this committee should be as concerned about it. If Elon Musk and Donald Trump are colluding to pressure media companies, they should be just as concerned, I would argue more concerned given the evidence than they have been in the many hearings covered here about low-level employees concentrating low-level staffers.
Mr. Taibbi tweeted to Elon Musk, he said, Elon, I've repeatedly declined to criticize you and have nothing to do with your beef with Substack. Is there a reason why I'm being put in the middle of things? He said, am I being shadow banned? His answer from Elon Musk was, you are dead to me. Please get off Twitter and just stay on Substack. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the Democrats complain that Mr. Musk is an unelected bureaucrat. Well, I'd remind them that every bureaucrat is unelected. That's why the elected president is solely vested with the executive powers of the federal government. There is no bureaucrat that's independent of the president. That would mean that they're independent of the people, which is the very definition of a tyranny. Mr. Musk is accountable to the president, who in turn has been accountable to the people. The threat that we face is unelected bureaucrats who are working contrary to the will of the people as expressed through the presidential election. It seems to me that the beating heart of a democracy is our freedom of speech. You know, that's how a free society sorts truth from lies and right from wrong and wisdom from folly. Americans have always believed that the way to do that is put the two of them side by side and trust the American people to tell the difference, and they've done a good job of that in 250 years. It's clear to me that in the last 4 years, the Democrats attempted to install themselves, rather than the American people, as the arbiters of what is true and right and wise. And what we saw was the power of government focused on muzzling their opposition and preventing the democracy from working. I'm particularly concerned about the coordinated suppression of the story of the Hunter Biden laptop because of post-election polling in which respondents said that if they'd seen that information during the election, it would have changed their vote. And in numbers, it would have changed the outcome of the presidential election. That's election interference on a historic scale and about as clear a threat to democracy as it gets. But I remember a story of a retiring law professor who said that for many years he'd begin his course on the First Amendment by telling the joke of an American and a Soviet talking about freedom of speech in their countries. The American said, well, we have the right to say whatever we want about our government officials. And the Soviet replied, well, so do we, except the officials don't let us lie about them. He said that always got a big laugh in his classrooms until the last few years. And that's what I find very shocking about what has occurred in our society. I agree with the Democrats that we need to be just as vigilant in defending speech we disagree with. That's absolutely true. It was something that they were unwilling to do themselves during the last 4 years that they held power. Now, Mr. Taibbi, you've talked about this before. I've often said we must never allow the left to become our teachers. But you saw this transition firsthand, and you've spoken out about the importance of freedom of speech on all sides. Would you care to elaborate?
Sorry, I'm a little, thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. This sudden adopting of the free speech religion is a little jarring, where obviously you're very concerned about things that Elon Musk may be doing or Donald Trump may be doing. But where was that concern when White House officials were pressuring Twitter to remove New York Times reporter Alex Berenson, who was ultimately taken down for saying an absolutely true statement, which was that the vaccine does not prevent infection or transmission? That case is still going through the courts. Where was that concern when the New York Post was locked out of its own account for 2 weeks for an absolutely true story about Hunter Biden's laptop?
It seems to me two of the most consequential issues that affect the lives of every American are the debates over climate change and the debate over COVID and how to respond to it. And yet the government worked overtime to suppress contrary opinions. Mr. Schellenberger, you mentioned that one thing we need to do is defund the institutions that are suppressing speech, and I couldn't agree more. Let me ask you, what else should we be doing right now? What legislation should we be pursuing to enshrine the First Amendment freedoms that the left waged war against these years?
Well, thank you for asking, Congressman. I mean, I think it's really, we don't have accountability yet. We don't have the files. We don't know what really happened. We have some of the files of what's occurred, but just on the Hunter Biden laptop case, you had a sophisticated influence operation being operated by the FBI through the Aspen Institute to pre-bunk, which is code for brainwash journalists and the social media censors in advance of the story coming out. I mean, that is next level kind of manipulation going on, illegal by the FBI. We don't have any of the files on that. But I think the most pressing threat right now is from Europe. The censorship industrial complex is sort of retreating into Europe. They want to, weaponize their Digital Services Act. I don't, as a taxpayer, as an American whose life and my family's life is on the line to protect Europe, I don't know what I'm doing if I'm trying to defend a continent that wants to suppress freedom of speech for their own people and for the entire planet.
Well, my time's expired, but I'd be very interested in the thoughts of all of our panelists on what additional actions the government can take. You're saying defund them and get to the bottom of it. I couldn't agree more. Then what? Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all the witnesses, the outstanding testimony. The lady from Canada, I want to welcome you. You're our first witness from the 51st state. This hearing is interesting because, breaking news, Joe Biden lost the election. He's not going to run ever again. But this committee's hearing, and I mean, some good can come out of looking about what happened.
I love Cohen.
Proper. But Joe Biden's gone. We need to be looking at what's happening right now. And what's happening right now is we have a constitutional crisis. This is the Judiciary Committee, where the Constitution should not be something we think of as something we study in school, but something we defend and protect against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And right now, it is being attacked. The rule of law is, I think, Ms. Subramana, I think they quoted you and said something about special, something about our core, what's at stake is our core values. And what's at stake is our core values, the rule of law. And this committee is doing nothing about it. We should be concerned about the rule of law, concerned about the Constitution, concerned about the truth, and we're not doing that, and we have a great problem. The American people thought that they were going to elect a government that was going to get involved with inflation, reduce the price of eggs, make their daily lives better, end the war in Ukraine on day one. None of that's happened. Instead, we've gone off on all this stuff. And we've got a guy we call a special government employee, which sounds too much like a special military operation. And it's kind of a scary term, but that's what we've got. They talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. They say it all the time. But they don't show us the waste, fraud, and abuse. They just say they've discovered it and they're finding it and whatever. All this. Well, I think it's just their policy differences, particularly USAID, not necessarily waste, fraud, and abuse. And Mr. Taibbi, I think you said that they can't do it surgically. If Mr. Musk is such a genius, and he's a damn smart boy, X is a smart boy too. They were the two smart ones in the room the other day. But you do it surgically. You don't do it with a sledgehammer. He's doing it with a sledgehammer. And a gorilla can do it with a sledgehammer. A genius has to be surgical. And you could save USAID's programs that are humanitarian purposes and medical purposes and providing food, working against hunger and all kind of problems we see in Africa with HIV.
There was this great article about Elon's first interaction with Congress to get his first contract for SpaceX back in 2006.
Elon Musk,
took over Twitter.
And I really want to find that. I can't find that article.
More anti-Semitic comments on Twitter since he took over by far. I had some before he took over, but just a small amount. Now, almost every time I post anything on Twitter, I'm going to get something about Jew, go back to Israel, we don't need your type, Cohen, oh yes, Cohen. I'm sick of that. And Musk allows it. Go to Blue Sky. He's ruined Twitter. He went through that with the same tactics he's going through the U.S. government, the fork in the road, getting rid of people and firing so many people. Twitter has been ruined. It was a marketplace for ideas. It no longer is. It's a mouthpiece for the extreme right and for Musk. Musk has not shown him to be able to understand the government and speak truth.
Oh, that's nice, Orrin. Good reminder. Please be nice to government employees. Just got off the phone with a very nice lady who's calling with reminders, and people are yelling at them and cussing them out.
It didn't allocate any money for a football stadium. And he said it emphatically, $3 billion. He said it was going to be a 40% salary increase for Congress people. No, it said there'd be a cost of living adjustment of 3%. On USAID, he reposted
He's just kidding. Oh my gosh. He's not, he doesn't want you guys to be the 51st state.
Operative
He's on your side.
Ukraine paid $20 million for celebrities like Angelina Jolie, Sean Penn, Ben Stiller to come to Ukraine.
He's a Democrat. He doesn't want you guys to be the 51st state.
Musk said $50 million, Trump $100 million on condoms in Gaza.
It was a bad joke.
And that's
I'm
not
sorry.
true. There was $7 million, is all USAID spends all over, and that's for helping on HIV/AIDS. And the Gaza they spent some money on was Gaza in Mozambique. I mean, they can get on a map and see the Gulf of America, but they can't find out what's going on in Africa. And that's going to be the largest growing.
No, it's fine. It's totally fine. I understand.
I'm just concerned about the truth. I'm concerned about Musk. I'm concerned about Doge. I'm concerned about
I'm just letting you know he actually doesn't believe that that's a good idea.
Just for the record, I was racist before it was cool.
So he was being sarcastic.
You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity. We want to normalize Indian hate. And that's not Tonto. That's an entire country. And I would not mind at all if Gaza and Israel were both wiped off the face of the earth. That's a real nice character. And that's who they took up as their champion. Thank you, sir. And I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the end of your testimony, Mr. Taibbi, it says, no wonder your approval ratings are lower than psoriasis.
I get it.
By the way,
Hey,
I've had a few bouts of it. It's nasty stuff.
I voted for the lady who lied about working at
Explain what you're
McDonald's,
saying at the
okay?
end of your
Whatever.
testimony.
Many of the programs, thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. Many of the programs that Michael and I reported on in the Twitter files, these are taxpayer-funded programs that are being spent to remove the speech of the taxpayers themselves or to encourage platforms to take down content of the taxpayers. And I think most people would disagree with that allocation of resources.
That's him at 1 1/4 speed. Can you imagine him at normal speed?
I should be in favor of the Department of Homeland Security partnering with Stanford University to do a mass flagging program ahead of the 2020 election where the speech of ordinary citizens was taken down. These are two completely separate issues.
Excuse me?
It's the institutional problem.
These guys just don't understand what actual censorship really is.
The Counter Misinformation Program, the
I get
FBI's
that's the
Foreign
point,
Influence Task Force, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. These are all big institutions that are part of the government that are directed towards this exact activity, and it has to be shut down in order for us to get back to an absolutely free press environment.
On March 9th, 2023, I believe you were in this building testifying,
Okay.
and the IRS
All right,
knocked on your door. Give us a retrospective, if you could do it kind of briefly. I've got other questions here. Give me a retrospective as you look back on that incident 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I came back from testifying before this committee. On the train, my wife told me that the IRS had left a note on my door. They had knocked
You have
while
a
I was
wife?
testifying. This, again, is why I'm finding it funny that people are suddenly concerned about
I don't
the
have to pay a
harassment
cent,
of journalists.
just
I don't remember any of
saying.
you saying anything when this happened at the time.
I like you guys.
We subsequently learned, thanks to Mr. Chairman Jordan, who reached out to the Treasury, that case was
You could
opened
have
on
us.
December 24th,
You can take California. It's
2022,
fine. Or Denmark. I don't
the most
care.
consequential Twitter files report that I dropped was published. It was a Saturday and it was Christmas Eve. I don't think
I mean,
the
we
IRS
had a
is
good
usually
run.
working
249
Ms.
years.
Subramania,
Come on
in
now.
regards to Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, might it be useful
This is
if
the
the
next
liability
phase.
shield that is currently in place be conditioned on companies to make sure that they adhere to a free speech standard?
I mean,
Do you think
I
there maybe
voted
should
for
be
the
changes
woman
made
who,
to Section 230 to make sure that free speech is
didn't
protected?
let people on stage.
I'm not familiar with this legislation. What is a
She
liability
should've,
shield?
Probably.
Mr. Schellenberger, would you like to take that question?
Sure, and I've testified in front of the
Everybody
Senate and written
should
a
have
white
been
paper on this issue. I
more
think that Section 230 should be reformed.
inclusive,
If you're going to offer the sweeping liability
frankly.
protection, then I think that adult users of social media platforms should be able to choose and filter their own legal content. And I've said that publicly quite a bit before. I haven't found a lot of interest in either party for that proposal, but I do think that's the best way. Certainly, you can still have a feed that the social media platforms choose to feed you, but I do think there should be that option for people to choose their own content.
You say in your testimony, PSYOP tactics being used by the U.S. and U.K. military against the American people. That is really scary stuff.
Yeah, is that? Oh, wait. Hold my beer. Have you met the?
Yeah, I mean, we now know what happened.
What is it?
Basically, after the war
What's
on
the
terror,
IRS
the United States
in Russia?
Used counterterrorism, counterinsurgency,
Internet
counterpopulism tactics first in
something
the Middle East as part of the
Internet
Arab Spring
research
uprisings, then in
services.
Eastern Europe as part of the color revolutions,
yeah.
using social media to
Schellenberger
foment revolutions
loves Q.
against places that we wanted regime change, and then using censorship in places to repress.
Yeah, regime
conflicting
change
opinion in
is
places that we were
bad,
trying
so
to
we can talk
stabilize.
about that.
Those tactics
But
were
you
then
don't
turned against the
actually give
American
a shit
people
about
after the
regime
populist revolutions
change.
of 2016.
Okay?
First, you saw Russiagate.
You don't give a
this
shit.
wild conspiracy theory that President Trump was
You want
somehow
your
controlled through a
billionaire
sex blackmail operation
boyfriends
by
to
the
be
Russians.
rich so
But
that
then we
they will
also
send
saw
you
a
money,
very
and you can
elaborate
live
effort
with your
to do
trophy
exactly
wife,
what they
who's
had done
probably a
abroad,
red sparrow,
creating, small
to
committees
keep
of
you in
experts to decide what
line.
the truth was and demand censorship on the basis of it.
That's
But
what's
I also mentioned
really
there's also
happening,
these proactive
Shelley.
influence operations, the most dramatic of which is the Hunter Biden laptop, severely illegal, but we also saw in the mobilization
It's also
of the intelligence
created
community.
by,
And now in the
it
latest
was
study,
curated
article that we
by
published
Lev
today,
and
we have
his
documented that the
cohorts,
Agency
and
for
he
International
admits
Development
it.
has overseen basically
So,
a takeover
sorry,
over the
facts
last
are a
decade
little
and a
bit
half of
different.
independent investigative journalism in Europe and
Well,
around the world.
I'm
going to
go with
OCCRP
Denmark
and
because
supposedly
they have
independent
Mads
journalism organizations
Mikkelsen.
with
I'm
an eye to
sorry. If
basically
you come up,
controlling
if
the
Canada
information
comes up with a
and
Mads
controlling the major news
Mikkelsen
media
that
do
I can
investigative
obsess
journalism.
over, then
Mr.
great.
Chairman, and
You guys
Mr.
are in the
Chairman,
running. But
thank you
until
so
you
much for
get
the
a
work
Mads
that you have done
Mikkelsen,
over the last couple Congresses
I don't
on
know.
this.
You're gonna have to.
Appreciate it.
You're gonna have to fight for my heart.
Lady from California.
I'm just kidding. I love
Thank
you
you,
guys.
Mr. Chairman. You know, Donald Trump is a litigious individual. He's quick to sue news organizations
Zoe.
that try and hold him to account, but he's also the commander-in-chief who appears to be using every weapon in the federal government's arsenal to go after those same news organizations. He is currently suing, in his private capacity, CBS for $20 billion. But at the same time, his FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, is investigating CBS, while Mr. Trump, President Trump, is calling on him to go even further and to revoke CBS's license because he didn't like the coverage that they gave. He's doing all this while Paramount, CBS's parent company, is in merger talks with billionaire Trump super donor David Ellison. So, Mr. Aaron, can you help us understand how these actions by President Trump and his administration might send a chilling message to news organizations?
Yes, I mean, I think the message the administration is sending is pay up and get in line. I mean, they've repeatedly, President Trump is a private citizen, filed these lawsuits, but President Trump is no longer a private citizen. He's sitting in the Oval Office, using the power of that office and of his appointees to go after the same companies he's filed lawsuits against. That's outrageous. And on terms that are almost unthinkable. We're talking about editing a video. We're talking about asking some fact-checking questions. We're talking about, unbelievably normal operations of news organizations, reporting on the activity of law enforcement, all First Amendment protected things that these news organizations are doing. And yet under the Trump administration,
Neil.
the message is,
Thanks for putting
if
in
you're
a
not
good word
line, if
for
you're not singing
us.
from our hymnal,
Thanks.
we're going to come after you with the force of the government. And that's what we should be concerned about. That's where it crosses over from the concerns of an individual saying, I didn't like what you did, to actual censorship and government power being abused.
Well, it's not just what you've said. In December, ABC agreed to settle a $16 million lawsuit by Mr. Trump and his foundations, and then just last month paid $25 million to settle what, honestly, as a lawyer, seemed to me a pretty ridiculous 4-year-old lawsuit. Just last July, Mr. Trump threatened to throw Mark Zuckerberg in jail, and then after he won, Zuckerberg went down to Mar-a-Lago, had dinner with him. Where Mr. Trump told him he could be brought into the tent. And then, of course, Zuckerberg and Meta settled the lawsuit brought against them for four years ago. Meta settled for $25 million. That's on top of the $2 million Meta and Zuckerberg contributed to the inauguration. It looks like these companies are agreeing to make these payments to Donald Trump in kind of a pay-to-play measure. What do you think, Mr. Aaron?
I agree with your analysis, Congresswoman. It looks like they're making payoffs. These were not cases, the lawyers that looked at them, the law professors that looked at them, when they were filed, said these are completely specious. These are outlandish. These are not actually viable cases. And yet now that Mr. Trump is in office, some of these media companies are lining up, writing checks for tens of millions of dollars to a sitting president either to say, please, take the target off their back, or to seek major regulatory favors, like a mega merger. I don't support a mega merger, but the idea that the cost of
Taibbi
getting
has
that
a
merger
very
done
troubled
is altering your editorial
relationship
content or having
with
to respond to have your other business interests
controlled
challenged, your licenses
substances.
taken away. It's unbelievable. It's outrageous.
Well, I agree with you, Mr. Aaron. I'm not sure whether
This is all
the president is
ridiculous.
shaking down these corporations.
This is
or
all
whether they're
ridiculous.
offering him bribes because they realize that if they pay the right price,
This
they'll get their way.
pushed
But
us
it's
so
clear to
far
me
back.
that there
So
is these
far.
outrageous settlement payments.
Now
to
we
the
got to
president
do
and his
this
foundations
and
are
the
really,
other
I
stuff.
think, incompatible with a free press. Can you explain, Mr. Aaron, what happens to a free and fair press, to journalism, when media organizations and the president are engaged in this type of pay-to-play? Is this something that other media organizations are going to pay attention to? What's the impact on the ego structure?
Well, I do think there's a danger that they follow each other's leads, right? What we would like to see in this case is these media companies actually standing up for their rights, actually fighting these cases in court. But they've made, I would say very unfortunately, business decisions that they've decided the cost of settling because it's advantageous to other parts of their business.
You're just farther back on the amount, it feels like. I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like it pushed us back a little bit, and now we have to. But maybe that's the way it's supposed to be.
You're
I don't
probably going
know.
to get paid.
I don't have an answer for that. Unfortunately,
because we might face one of these outlandish lawsuits.
My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schellenberger, last Congress, you helped expose censorship grants at the National Science Foundation, specifically known as Track F grants. Can you tell us more about those censorship activities conducted associated with these grants?
Yeah, this was the National Science Foundation's Track F was basically to create censorship tools that would become sort of the middleware to, such as NewsGuard, for example, is the most famous of which, or the Global Disinformation Index. The idea is to essentially impose on people's
He does not like things that measure
either directly through
disinformation.
their computers or adopted by social media companies, a set of tools that would allow centralized authorities to decide what the truth was and filter
Wait,
it for
I need the basic one sentence on Schellenberger. Is he actually tied to Russia, or is it? Because I think he's married to a legitimate Russian
subsidize the creation of elaborate censorship tools that included the use of AI in creating that censorship.
So taxpayers are actually paying for the government to help private companies censor their free speech.
Yeah, and then the idea was that they were just going to, give these tools to Facebook and X and others to use, or to give them to Microsoft and others to use. It's awful stuff. And by the way, it also came from Department of Defense. So much of those NSF grants are sort of recycling older DARPA DoD projects.
When I coached T-ball, the kids shared helmets, and so occasionally there'd be an outbreak of lice. And we'd comfort the parents by saying it's not a sin to get lice, it's a sin to keep lice. So with these Track F grants, later today, I plan to reintroduce my bill.
Okay, I found an interesting article from 2024.
The White House and anybody in the executive branch
from
who's
the
listening,
international.
Wait,
what is
you
it?
need to
I'll
go
tell you
after
what
these
it is.
Track F grants and
That was a big
defund
noise.
anything that says mis, dis, or malinformation. Those are all, in my opinion, Orwellian terms. Also, we have an omnibus coming up in March where I'm scared to death. We're going to refund all of these things. We're basically going to feed the lice that were contracted in the last administration. But this isn't just limited to NSF grants. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, within DHS is a flagrant violator of free speech. It had things like election integrity partnership. Mr. Taibbi, can you tell us anything about this? What's going on at DHS or CISA?
Yeah, so CISA was as we found in the Twitter files, the election integrity partnership was run by Stanford. They had 4 partners, including the Center for an Informed Public, University of Washington, Graphica, the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Labs, but they partnered with CISA and the Global Engagement Center at the State Department, and we found in the Twitter files, and also Chairman Jordan also found some.
So I found an article from 2024 from the International Journalists Network.
Was founded at the behest
it's a nonprofit.
of DHS.
And let's see.
This essentially EIP was a CISA.
We're excited to announce the launch of our new toolkit to help exiled media outlets make sense of the many challenges they face. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to link this article about
removal
Schellenberger
that was sponsored by the
and one
American
example of what an idiot he is.
Another example of American taxpayers
Like you needed
unwittingly
it, but
knowing,
here it is.
well, unwittingly, without knowing, funding their own violation or deprivation of their First Amendment rights. Mr. Schellenberger, can you explain how you traced USAID funding that served as the basis for whistleblower report in 2019, which led to the impeachment of President Trump?
Sure. Well, you may remember that the so-called whistleblowers in the White House was actually a CIA analyst. And in that whistleblower's complaint, which led to the impeachment, one of the central pieces of evidence was created by a USAID-funded and controlled organization called the OCCRP. And we have another piece out today about how we participated in the Russiagate hoax as well.
It's Michael Schellenberger. Sorry, Michael.
That's
for Michael.
Leading to that. So, I mean, you have in USAID a much larger fund of money and a much broader strategy for information control that included censorship, but also, as I mentioned, taking control of investigative journalism really worldwide. I mean, its ambitions were amazing. So, yeah, I mean, that's an agency. When we saw that get shut down by DOJ, I thought that was completely appropriate. If there's something in there that it was doing that's valuable, and you could refund it later. But my view, same thing with CISA. Death penalty for organizations that participated in violations of the First Amendment like CISA. Cybersecurity is an extremely important
Just
function.
Get rid of it. Fuck it all. Throw the baby. See that baby in the bathwater? Get it the fuck out of here.
I think it's always been known that our government has funded the change in administrations, if we can say it politely, of other governments. But isn't it borderline treason
Thomas Massive
when
asshole.
the taxpayer is when organizations entrusted with protecting our country are now undermining our own government?
He's got a little.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're trying to do regime change, illegal, if you're weaponizing DHS, FBI,
say something gross,
CISA, that's treasonous regime change activities redirected, that you developed abroad, that we developed abroad for regime change, directed against the American people.
You want to shut down the CIA?
I mean, it's shocking, and we still haven't dealt with it as a country.
Mr. Chairman, I see my time has expired. I'd like
Talk
to
about
introduce into the record,
extrajudicial killings about to happen.
The record, an article in Newsmax, Schellenberger, USAID paid for Trump impeachment effort, dated February 6, 2025.
Without objection.
Good job, everybody.
From Georgia's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. Today's hearing entitled Censorship Industrial Complex. It's puzzling to me that when we're talking about censorship and denial of First Amendment rights, we're talking, the witnesses here from the majority seem to be stuck on Hunter Biden's
When you get a flat tire, you don't defund tires.
Repeatedly.
Hello.
But nothing uttered about what has been transpiring since January 20th when this president was inaugurated. You know, free speech necessarily means freedom of the press. And co-president Trump has been talking for years about the press being the enemy of the people. Mr. Aaron, what impact has the president repeatedly calling the press the enemy of the people had on our free speech?
Well, I think it's very chilling. I think it's a big problem when the most powerful person in the country, who is tasked with upholding the Constitution and the First Amendment, repeatedly goes out of his way to threaten journalists for asking hard questions, to sue news organizations because he simply doesn't like their conclusions. I think this is a real overreach in his power, and it creates danger for journalists out there actually trying to report on this administration, as I assume it's intended to do.
And he's been doing more than simply attacking journalists. He's also been threatening confidential sources of journalists. How does that chill free speech?
Well, I do worry about any administration, and you know, I've worked with folks on this side of the dais over problems of the government trying to go after whistleblowers, trying to force reporters to hand over their sources. You know, there were new regulations put into place during the Biden administration that, you know, I hope offer some greater levels of protection. I don't know if those are going to survive the new administration. I know members of this committee have supported the Press Act, have supported important protections for journalists. We need those because at a moment like this, we are reliant on whistleblowers to know what's happening.
And we're also reliant on inspectors general who are essential for an ethical and transparent government. Yet during his first week in office, co-president Trump illegally fired 17 inspectors generals over 18 different federal agencies. And just yesterday, he fired the 18th inspector general. A day after that inspector general from USAID released a report detailing the wasteful impacts of Trump's chaotic and illegal funding freeze and stop work order. The message was clear that if you speak out, you will be fired. Co-presidents Musk and Trump clearly want to shroud their administration's actions from public scrutiny while they illegally freeze federal funds, purge federal workers, and rummage through sensitive private data that they can use to retaliate against any critics who dare to speak up. I'm concerned about the firing of the watchdogs who dare to speak up. Just this past week, this Inspector General fired for revealing more than $489 million in food assistance that was at risk of spoilage or potential diversion after the Trump administration implemented its aid freeze and stop work order. The very next day, he was fired, as I said. Do you agree that
What does
It
U.S.
chills
backed
freedom of speech
end
and
to the war
independent
mean?
oversight when
What
inspectors
does U.S.
general are
backed
fired
end to
literally
the
the day
war
after they release a
mean?
critical
Wait a
report.
minute. I
And
love
what
Mr.
message do you
Johnson from
think that it
Georgia.
sends to
He is
other
absolutely
whistleblowers who might come forward?
brilliant.
Well, it sends a message to whistleblowers that nobody may be there to listen to you or protect you. I think the Inspector General system is incredibly important at exposing government wrongdoing, no matter who's in power. These are supposed to be independent people. It's my understanding that moves against them are supposed to come before Congress. Congress is supposed to be informed before it happens, and that hasn't happened here. So the wholesale of removal of Inspector Generals at a time when there's so much confusion and chaos about what's happening, I think is very, very dangerous. And I hope that this committee and others with jurisdiction here in Congress will be looking very carefully at these decisions. I know the courts are starting to get involved, but if we don't have these independent watchdogs, we won't know what's happening. In many cases, the press won't know what's happening because they're relying on the kind of information that an Inspector General can get that nobody else has access to on the outside.
Well, I tell you, I know that if Inspectors General had been terminated by a Democrat in this committee, as it is now, was under the control of Republicans, these Republicans would be through the roof about it. They would be, they would not allow it to happen, but it is troubling that they are so transactional now that they don't believe in the Constitution. They just simply will follow whoever's sitting in that seat who can accomplish their political objectives, and then to hell with the Constitution. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Taibbi, do you have any idea how many people work at the United States Department of Treasury?
Oh, I don't. I'm sorry.
108,376. And part of the Department of Treasury, of course, is Internal Revenue Service. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, big part, frankly. Big part. Thousands of people work there, too. And on December 24, 2022, one of those 108,376 employees at the Department of Treasury decided they were going to start an investigation into you. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And that just happened to coincide with the day you did one of the Twitter files. I think one of the important ones. I think it may have been the second one, if I'm second or third, but one of those important Twitter files. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
And then a few months later, you're sitting in that same seat testifying in front of this committee, and the very time you're testifying, another one of those 108,376 people knock on your door. Unannounced visit to your home, which, by the way, they've discontinued because of this issue and a bunch of other crazy things they were doing. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Just for the record, they actually owed you money, right? You didn't do anything wrong. Is that
They
accurate?
did. They owed me quite a lot of money.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make that clear. But obviously, a way to intimidate someone who is focusing on this issue we're discussing today, right?
Yes.
Now, we just got an order from a judge. The judge in this other district in New York said that no political appointees or special government employees can have access to information. 108,376 people can have access to information, but the people the President of the United States selects, the guy who's elected by 77 million people, he can't preliminary injunction against the defendants during the pendency of
That's
this
right,
from
Mr.
granting any
Jordan.
political appointees,
That's
special government
correct.
employees from any access
You
to that
are
information.
correct, sir.
I don't know about you, Mr. Schellenberger. I
I
find
don't know
that kind of
about
troubling.
you, but I'm
108,000
just
people
like,
can do it. At
whatever.
least one
Wow,
of
you
them.
are moving
Christmas
all over the
Eve,
place. I can't even
we got
move the
federal
eyes
government
fast
employees
enough.
working
Wait,
hard
I'll
on
put him on this
Christmas
guy
Eve,
because this
not
guy looks
remotely
like he
working,
could use
going
him.
after Mr. Taibbi, but the
He's
President of the
gonna
United
sit
States
a little
can't have
more
people
still.
going to look and see if we
Never
can save
mind.
some money for the
God damn
taxpayers.
it.
He can't do that according to this judge. Think that makes sense, Mr. Schellenberger?
No.
It doesn't. I
Yes.
mean, my understanding
Wait,
is that the president
what?
controls the executive branch and the executive
Article
branch.
2,
Here,
Section 1,
Mickey,
very
come here. I'm
first
gonna put
sentence,
the- look at- I'm gonna
executive
put these
power shall
on
be
your
vested in the
titties.
president, not the, in
Come here,
a president
Ivan.
of the
I'm gonna
United
put these
States
on
of
your
America. First
titties.
sentence. Yeah,
Don't
but this
touch
judge says,
your
no, we gotta trust
nipples.
this is the fundamental issue. Do you trust the unelected
I
bureaucrats?
was watching the
think
hearing
it
and I
was
think I
Mr.
cried.
McClintock, or do you
Aw.
trust the guy who was elected by the people? And that's where
Was
I
it
would rather
2
put
hour
our trust in the
back
people
up
who
in
they put in
DC
office
when
to do these kinds
workers
of
had to
things. Now, you
commute
mentioned
to the
earlier, Mr. I'm
office?
gonna
Really?
jump around here and try to get to all of you. Mr. Schellenberger, you mentioned that USAID, which has been in the news of late, spending taxpayer money on all kinds of stupid things.
No, they're not. It's
is
not
also
stupid.
involved in the censorship effort. And I want you to just elaborate.
No, I'm going to stop you, Mr. Jordan, because I feel very strongly about this issue, and you know I do. Those were not stupid things. And just because you dorks don't know how international development works and don't know how you use the press and the media and entertainment and all kinds of things in programming with actual evidence that it works, and that you monitor those activities and you evaluate those activities, and you have to prove to USAID that the money that they granted you was used for what you said it was going to be used for. There are extensive reporting requirements. This is all a boondoggle. None of this is true. And furthermore, if they pay for comics for transgender identity in countries, it is absolutely something that has been researched or that is being researched to determine its impact on the community and whatever issue it is that they're trying to solve. For example, let me tell you an actual example. I think it was in our programs in the Congo, DRC. Okay? We had programs in the Congo to remove people out of slavery, out of indentured servitude in the Congo, and out of the mines and other industries that were using children and humans as slaves. And our grants, which may include USAID, I don't remember if that one did in particular, but regardless of the grant, even if it was a private foundation, we would lay out very detailed what was going to happen on the ground in the Congo, who was going to do it, how we would evaluate whether or not it worked, what money to the penny that would be spent on what. And then we had to every month or whatever the reporting requirement was, we proved it. And when you talk about the use of theater or comics or television or whatever, you're talking about using and building the infrastructure within a country of independent media. That might be what that grant is for. And that when you use entertainment, going back to the Congo. Sorry, I got distracted. In the Congo, one of the projects and one of the activities was that there was a group inside the Congo of Congolese individuals and Rwandans, because they're very close to each other. You know, their organization that they were trying to do would drive from village to village and set up outdoor movies that would help people understand that they did not have to be enslaved in those mines. And that was one of their ways of opening the eyes of people in the community that there was some different reality that they could experience. And it wasn't the thing that got them out of slavery, but it started that conversation and that confidence that maybe you could have a different type of life. So forgive me when I get really fucking upset that they talk about, the trans comics is so useless. I can totally imagine where if you were in Brazil, I don't know if that's the country they're picking on, and you had a lot of violence against trans people in that community, which, sorry, trans people exist, have existed, will exist, whether or not you are uncomfortable or not. And you are the problem. So if those comics help a community start to humanize each other, if those comics tell a trans child that they're not a freak and that they don't deserve to be terrorized by their neighbors, then that's fucking great work. And that's exactly what we should be funding. Because that's real motherfucking systemic change. You're empowering people on the ground to help determine their next steps. You're giving them confidence. You're showing them that there are people who believe that there's a different reality for them. And that's just one fucking activity out of millions of activities that are funded through those dollars. And you would not believe how far those dollars go on the ground in country. People can do a lot with a little bit of money. So yeah, I got a real fucking problem with this. And I'm sick to death of them picking on the fact that it's a comic book and it's stupid and it's this. Fucking Elon, he doesn't know shit about how it is to change something in a community. He doesn't fucking know anything. How fucking insulting to the people who do this work and the people who are the citizens of these countries and our own communities here in the United States, by the way, because they're not going to just cut the USAID programs. They're going to find a way to demonize the NGOs who are on the grounds doing those types of creative and innovative things in our communities right now for our people, regardless of who you voted for or didn't vote. So fucking take a seat. If you've got a problem with aid, you fucking take a seat. Because next time it's going to be your family that needs the protection. Next time something you do is going to cause someone in the ruling party to get pissed off. Because that's what you're just opening the door for. You know, so goddamn dumb. That's all. It's just goddamn dumb. Jesus. You know, Dunning-Kruger, maybe you don't know everything about everything. Maybe there's a reason people are experts in their field. I cannot believe we're having this fucking conversation. What a waste of time. People are dying, for fuck's sake. Yeah, but it's red and blue. It has nothing to do with politics, you nimrods. That left the door in November. All right? That conversation has shifted. Jesus Christ, idiocracy.
On that a little bit, because this is going on as we speak. I want you to elaborate on that for the committee, if you would.
Yeah,
No.
I mean, I think it's important to understand that USAID
I'm sorry, we've got to
viewed
move
this
ahead.
very holistically, and it's important if you look at the Hunter Biden laptop.
And if
We've
you
got to
I should
move
have said
ahead.
this
I'm
outside
sorry.
of-
I'm sorry, Mr.
independent
Jordan.
journalists
Yeah,
whine
Mr.
about
Taibbi,
Hearing
shut the
title
fuck up. Here we
would
go.
suggest. And I would argue the difference between a Democratic approach and Democratic activists on this issue and Republicans is that as Democrats seek to attack mis and disinformation, it's because their perception of information is that it is a means to the truth. And for many Republicans, they believe that information is a means to power. And so they are primarily concerned with using information, whether it's disinformation or misinformation, as long as it gets them to power, they're okay with it. And it's difficult to try and litigate what do you do with mis and disinformation. And I will be honest with you. Sometimes Democratic voices object too much to mis and disinformation. A lawyer once told me when I was a young prosecutor that I was jumping out of my seat too much, objecting to conduct by the defense attorney, and while I was probably legally right, it was just annoying the jury, and that I should pick my battles. So I get frustrated too sometimes when it feels like the penalty flag is being thrown too often. However, there is a difference, though, between censoring somebody because you disagree with them. I'll credit Chairman Jordan. He and I have had some spirited debates in this hearing room. Sometimes they've gotten quite personal by both of us. And sometimes when I land a point, he gets upset. His staff gets upset. But he takes it like a man. And he'll make his point right back at me. And I take it like a man. You know who doesn't take it like a man? Donald Trump. Because he's not a man. He's a child. He's a small child. And he views censorship as a mean to get rid of people who disagree with him. He wants to get rid of judges who disagree with him. He said that as recently as yesterday. Speaker Johnson is backing him up by suggesting that judges should just pause in interpreting his violations of the Constitution. Trump goes after his perceived political opponents. I know. When I was a part of the Russia investigation, his DOJ subpoenaed my emails and my cell phone records. He's a petty, punitive child. And I can recognize a toddler because I'm a parent of 3 of them. And I recognize the same behavior. And yes, censorship is occurring, but it's self-censorship.
I am so sorry. I didn't mean to have the eyeballs
Because
on.
I hear you in our private conversations when you agree.
But everybody
that Trump
feels like that
is a
on the
child.
inside.
I hear the people you tell that Trump is a child.
I
whether it's
could put him
lobbyists
on
or
Mike
reporters.
Johnson.
But you shrink
Mike's little
in this
Johnson.
room, and you shrink in the chamber, and you
Here
self-censor
we go. Let's
yourselves
try this for a
from
second.
speaking out because you're afraid. And he's laughing at you that you take him so
I
seriously.
wish I could turn him,
because
but I
he's
can't
unserious.
adjust
He's
it
laughing
like
that you think he is so powerful because he's weak. He's laughing that you think he is so big because he's quite small. So we need you. We need your voices right now. It can't just be this side. We're all in to speak up, and we need you to speak up too. Otherwise, we are all out of freedom. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. I'm going to recognize myself for the next 5 minutes. Mr. Taibbi, the Twitter files showed how the State
Oh
Department's
my
global
God,
engagement
Mr. Fitzgerald,
center,
I
know
think
you've
we're
done some
having
reporting
an
on this,
issue with
initially
the
created
tape. Hold on, I
to
think
counter
we're
the
having
foreign
an issue.
disinformation
I don't know,
campaigns.
maybe.
Absolutely have to go in.
Oh, whoops.
No, this is not true.
Oh, no, here we go. Oh, no, that's fine. Oh, whoops, I don't know.
Once they've taken hold.
Use with witnesses from the social media.
Absolutely have to go
Okay,
in
there we go.
and either rework start to finish or just eliminate it. Is that correct?
I would think so. And again, the process of scattering the organization throughout the building, and this is a prime example of how it's so difficult to eradicate these institutions once they've taken hold.
Excuse me? Eradicate institutions?
You talked earlier about these types of organizations that are embedded, and then how do you eliminate
Who's
them? How do
the
you
burn
change
it
them?
down crowd?
You really have, I mean, my view is that you have to shut them down and reconstitute
What are you going to replace it with?
Different rules, different leadership,
Look at
personnel
those.
policy.
Look at tits.
So, I mean, you can't have somebody heading up CISA
nipple
that thinks
tits
it's their
right
job
there.
to go around and to censor their fellow Americans.
Touch your
You've got to have
nipples,
somebody there that's
Ivan.
really
Touch your
committed to
nipples.
cybersecurity,
Come on,
which
do
is-
it.
which
Do
is in
it.
their
Do
name
it. You know
twice.
you want
That's how
to.
supposedly
You know
committed
you
they are
got an
to. So
itch.
any
Come on, you want to
organization that has
touch
that
it.
level of
Raise your
mission
hand,
drift, I think,
Ivan. Raise your
you got to shut it
hand.
down and reconstitute it
Raise
later.
your
And I hope Congress
hand.
considers doing that.
Thank you
Raise
very much.
your
My time's expired.
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous consent request.
Ms. Crockett.
We have heard over and over today that the government was coercing social media companies to take down specific content, mainly targeting conservatives. You and I both know this is not true because not one of the dozens of witnesses
Point of
who
order.
came before
What
the
is
Ms.
the
Crockett, what is the
what is
what's
the
the UC request, Ms. Crockett?
GUC request?
For the record, I would like to introduce excerpts from transcripts of interviews with witnesses from the social media companies who this committee interviewed last Congress. They all testified that there was no direct
You
coercion.
just need to put the document in. Point of order, doesn't she just need to put the document in to the record?
No, I need to.
I don't believe that she needs to include any
I'm asking-
explanation.
Ms. Crockett, go ahead and finish your UC request.
It's May 16th, 2023, transcribed interview with a Meta security policy employee who confirmed that Meta's hack and leak policy
Again,
was
point
not
of order,
mandated.
isn't it just the document that goes in?
Without objection.
He
Without
has to
objection.
describe it.
The second one
Without
is
objection. It will be. We don't need any further description of the document.
we have multiple
Without
transcripts.
objection. Without objection.
So all of my
Yeah.
transcripts are in.
Without objection.
Okay.
I'll go to the gentleman from California who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Trump administration
It's time to get in
issued
the
a series
streets.
of executive
I'm out.
orders that are
I'm
brazenly
done.
illegal and unconstitutional.
Oh,
And
my
that's why
God.
federal judges appointed by Ronald Reagan, George Bush, and Donald Trump himself have halted a number of these orders. And none of these orders are designed to
I
lower
love you,
inflation
Ted
or
Lieu.
lower your costs.
You're amazing.
Donald Trump campaigned on lowering prices. He lied to you. Congressional Republicans have also done nothing to lower prices. And this hearing is a prime example. This Republican-controlled Judiciary Committee could hold a hearing on price gouging. The Republicans could hold a hearing on antitrust and how monopolies are using their monopolistic power to raise your prices. But no, we're holding a hearing on Twitter and Facebook, about Twitter and Facebook. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna show you a video now of what is at the top of Americans' minds, which is inflation and grocery prices, and specifically the high cost of eggs.
Tonight, shell shock with the price of eggs continuing to soar. The average price for a dozen now more than $5. Eateries coast to coast also feeling the pinch and passing their cost increase to customers. Waffle House diners now paying 50 cents more per egg. A surcharge the company says will be short-lived. We cannot predict how long this shortage will last. What about you personally?
Me personally, I'll just stop eating eggs here.
And since that NBC News report came out, egg prices have increased again. Fox News just recently reported the wholesale price of eggs is now an
Ted
average
is
of
amazing.
$8. And Donald Trump's indiscriminate tariffs that he's already leveled and threatened to level.
But I need you
are
to
making
read
things
this
worse.
new
I'm gonna show you a
update
video now
about the
of what
call
Donald
with
Trump's
Zelensky.
tariffs are doing
Please.
to shoppers at Costco.
Sorry, I'm choking. Oh, sorry. This is. Oops. Oh, God damn it. I'm so sorry.
Trump's tariff war has turned into an egg war at Costco. Everyone fighting for eggs at Costco. I
Fighting for
recently went
eggs at
grocery shopping,
Costco.
and the price of eggs
I
were
don't
between
have eggs
$7.99
locally.
and over $12. And not only were
I mean,
the
I
prices
guess I
that
do,
high,
but I'd
there
have
were
to
no
go.
eggs. There are no eggs
Waffle House
on the
uses
shelves.
real eggs.
And that is leading the American people to realize that Donald Trump lied to them, and congressional Republicans are not focused on the issue that the American people care about. And that's why consumer sentiment has now dropped. And that is a very important factor of the economy. I'm going to show you a video about a recent consumer sentiment report.
This Michigan number, all of them are pretty terrible. The University of Michigan sentiment falls to 67.8 from 71.1. The current conditions index 68.7 from 74, and expectations 67.3 from 69.3. So people are not at this point seeing a lot of strength in the economy, but they are seeing inflation. This is really, really interesting. The Michigan one-year inflation number jumps to 4.3%. That is a 1 percentage point gain in one-year inflation expectations over the January number. 5 to 10-year inflation goes up just a tick to 3.3 from 3.2. But these numbers, we'll have to go under the hood and see exactly where people were upset. But these numbers are not particularly good news for the Fed or for the administration.
And
Michael
just today,
McKee appears in
it
one
was
of my
announced that
videos.
Inflation increased again. And it's not just on eggs, it's also on meats and poultry and fish. on gasoline, fuel oil, used cars and trucks, prescription drugs, car insurance, and rent. And congressional Republicans are doing nothing to address this issue. So look, do I think it's obnoxious that Twitter bans the term cisgender? You can be punished and suspended for using that term. Sure, it's obnoxious, but that's not what the American people care about. They care about the number one issue, which is inflation. Same thing last year, same thing this year. And Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are doing nothing to address that issue. In fact, Trump's terrorists are making things worse. So I urge our congressional Republicans to get serious and stop doing dumb hearings. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas.
See ya, Iggy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is so wild to me that when we talk about an issue that so much indicts the Biden administration for the laws they were breaking, that the only thing Democrats can do is call it a dumb hearing, talk about bird flu, and say, here's one that one of my colleagues said, Joe Biden is gone and we need to be looking at what's happening right now. They spent the last 4 years talking about Donald Trump after he left office. And now that the American people got what they wanted, which is another 4 years of Donald Trump, they don't want to talk about Joe Biden. You know, I don't want to talk about Joe Biden either, but I do want to acknowledge the lawfare, the censorship, which is the whole point of this hearing. And, you know, I'll mention, I'm glad that inflation was brought up because I do believe that we're going to finally head in a good direction. But my colleague from California
Have you checked the Economist report, sir?
And the cost of eggs.
Just
wondering. The cost of eggs were up a month ago, which is why the Biden administration appropriated or spent $300 million on bird flu. I'm not even going to blame Joe Biden for the cost of eggs or Donald Trump. We got a bird flu going on.
What gender are eggs?
Yeah, it's terrible. But let me tell you something else that's terrible, and that is what this committee uncovered that my colleagues from the left said wasn't a real thing. And that is that big tech platforms changed their content moderation policies because of pressure from the Biden-Harris White House.
Girl,
the Biden
you won.
White House's censorship campaign targeted true information, satire, and other
trivial.
content that did not violate the platform's policies. No one on the other side of the aisle has indicated that they have a problem
with
that.
Todd Blanche, at his confirmation hearing to be the number 2 Justice Department official, said he is still President Trump's lawyer, personal lawyer, although he's no longer working on any active cases because they've all been dismissed.
These companies to censor conservative speech.
Are you still Donald Trump's lawyer? Asked Senator Adam Schiff of California. My attorney-client relationship with President Trump remains. Yes.
Meta Zuckerberg on August 26th. But he spent 2 whole pages talking about all the things that he was pressured to do by the Biden White House. And this was after Trump said, I'm going to lock up anyone who interferes in this election. My colleague from California mentioned that as if that was some terrible threat to make. I'm going to defend the integrity of the election. Well, after Trump said that, this letter came out, as if Mr. Zuckerberg was admitting, which he did, that they'd been breaking the law because the White House had asked them to. Mr. Schellenberger, I'll ask you to comment, if you will. I haven't heard any outcry or condemnation from the left about all this censorship from the Biden White House. I want all the censorship to stop. But what am I missing here?
Well, good news. Nobody elected Joe Biden.
I mean, look, the whole censorship industrial complex was created by Democrats. I mean, it's really quite disturbing and depressing when you think about it. I mean,
You're disturbing and depressing when I think about it.
And what we had in common with the liberal left was that we supported
Depends on how you dress
the
them up
Brandenburg
on
ruling.
Easter.
We supported Skokie. We Democrats were supposed to believe in supporting
Teresa, that's a good
allowing
one.
like Nazis to march through neighborhoods of Holocaust survivors. That's what the Supreme Court has upheld. That's how radical America's commitment to free speech is. So when I hear members of Congress complaining that people said something racist online and they weren't censored, I'm offended as an American by that. I mean, free speech is
Hey
kind
guys,
of, we do a
we're
lot of
taking
things
over
badly in the United
Ukraine.
States. The one thing we do well and have done well for 250 years is protecting free
So
speech.
you know.
So when you see an entire political party get behind weaponizing government,
He said he
to
and
put their
Trump
main political
discussed a
rival in
plan,
prison,
this is
create an
Zelensky,
elaborate
that would
censorship
secure
industrial complex, run
continued
lawfare,
U.S. support
run
in
information
exchange
operations
for access to
against their fellow
Ukrainian
Americans is
natural
very disturbing.
resources
And so I think that the fact that we're still talking
and
about
the
what happened, we should
preparation
be
of a
talking
new
about what happened. It was
document
a
on
woke reign of
security,
terror for the last
economic
12 years,
cooperation,
where people were scared
and
to say their mind
resource
in public, in private, and we had these
partnership.
elaborate
That's
governmental
right,
apparatuses in
kids. We
place
own
to aggressively
Ukraine.
censor
Hell yeah.
behind the scenes
Let's
using
hear
law
it for
enforcement
us.
organizations to do it. So I think that the fact that we're all still a little upset about that and that we're very concerned about what the Europeans are doing, I think should be a little bit more understandable for those of us that were raised in the true liberal spirit of the left.
I appreciate that. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Gentleman
unanimous
yields
consent.
back.
Mr. Chairman, a unanimous consent
Gentleman's
request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Supreme Court's opinion in Murphy versus Missouri, especially footnote 4, which states that the factual findings about alleged government
to me in
censorship on
legalese.
social media,
Oh.
quote,
Point of
appear
order.
to be
Does
clearly
the document
erroneous.
just go in?
Without objection.
Shut up, Harriet.
The gentlewoman from Washington is now
Sexy lawyers talking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are many issues in this committee's jurisdiction that are top of mind for the American people, like the constitutional crisis that we face when the Vice President suggests that we don't need to listen to the judicial branch, or when the administration takes repeated actions to undermine the Article I powers of Congress, Or how about if we use this hearing to take on the giant profiteering corporations that use monopolistic practices to raise prices and drive out competition? Remember when candidate Trump said that he was vowing to reduce prices on day one? Well, here we are, almost 1 month into the Trump presidency, and not only have Republicans done absolutely nothing to lower prices, but their policies are actually driving up prices, as today's financial data showed. But instead of dealing with that, we're here wasting time on repeatedly debunked accusations of censorship, even as the real censorship is happening right before our eyes.
I know,
Donald
I go to
Trump's
that
assault
farmer's market.
on free speech rights through a series of executive orders that dictate terms of allowable expression and identities, demand political loyalty from all civil servants, and punish anyone
Top
who
NIH
dissents.
official
One of the
abruptly
executive orders
resigns
requires
as
federal
Trump
government
orders
agencies to,
deep
quote,
cuts.
remove all statements, policies, regulations, forms, communications, or other internal and external messages that promote or otherwise inculcate gender ideology, and to cease issuing such statements,
One person
policies,
familiar with the
regulations,
decision
forms,
said Dr.
communications, or other
Tabak
messages.
had been confronted
This
with a
executive order
reassignment
has
that
now
he
been
viewed
used by
as
the Centers for Disease
unacceptable.
Control and Prevention to send out guidance prohibiting the use of terms
So the head
like
of the
gender,
NIH, no, number two.
transgender, pregnant person,
Number two at the
transsexual,
NIH just
and non-binary.
resigned.
Mr. Aaron, how does this lead to direct or indirect censorship of employees in their role as private citizens?
Well, I think it's very concerning, Congresswoman, the
FCC
idea that
chair
in
orders
order to
investigation
receive
into
government funding to do
Comcast
scientific research, to
DEI
provide healthcare, to
practices.
provide community services, that you
I know.
have to read from
we
an
just
approved
read
list of
about
words,
that.
or if you use one of the words that's on the
He
banned
said he's
list, you could
Trump's
lose
personal
your entire
lawyer.
funding. You could
Sorry,
have to
I don't
fire
mean
your
to speak
staff.
over,
You'd have
but
to get rid
we
of
don't have time.
essential programs simply to push, speaking of ideology, an ideological agenda. I think that's very, very worrisome and so unnecessarily cruel on top of it.
Transgender individuals constitute a small but important minority of the federal workforce. They serve in public health, economic, and national security positions alongside thousands of non-transgender coworkers.
Yeah.
What impact, Mr. Aaron, does censorship of transgender employees have on the broader federal
Thank
workforce
you.
and
Finally,
its
someone's
ability to serve
talking
the
about
American
this.
people?
Well, it forces government employees to essentially go into hiding, to have to
Yeah,
hide who they
it's
are
inhuman
and what their
is
identity
what it is.
to feel that they're being watched by their colleagues,
It's
to essentially
inhuman
ask
to
their
erase
colleagues
people
to erase
from
their
existence.
existence, whether that's from government
Hello,
websites
he
or
and I
from,
are totally in
the
sync with
ability to
this.
simply meet with other people in the government who may share their identity. I think
That should have
it's a
been day
massive
one, the
overreach that's
biggest
really
thing that we were upset
an
about.
attack
I
on all of us.
understand.
You know,
It's
it's
just
attack on
so
all
many
of us.
things to be upset about.
Another
But that was like,
executive order
hello,
directs
they
the termination
erased
of all
people.
diversity, equity, and inclusion programs
You
in the
cannot
federal
be
government.
non-binary.
As a result, staff
You-
at the National
you
Science
are
Foundation have been
forced
combing
into
through
your
thousands of
sex
active
assigned at
science
birth.
research
It's
projects
just, what?
alongside a list of keywords to determine whether or not those grants should be halted. These keywords include words and phrases like activism, equal opportunity, institutional, underrepresented, and get this one, women. Women. Do these actions, Mr. Aaron, constrain academic freedom or the ability of researchers to freely express their views?
It seems to be an insane way to decide what our scientific researchers or other researchers should be studying. The idea of cutting off funding via keyword as opposed to evaluating independent academic projects, as opposed to evaluating, is this a good cure for disease? Are we going to be able to research cancer? And the idea that that could be stymied or cut off because somebody used the wrong word, incredibly chilling.
The NSF funds about 25% to basic academic research in the United States, including critical research on medical devices, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence. What effect does mass censorship of NSF-funded research have on our ability as a country to advance scientific and technological development?
The scientists need to be in charge of the science. I think that's what it comes down to. The idea that we are making decisions about what our research priorities should be by inserting AI to look for keywords. AI can barely handle your airline reservations and get it right, or your searches online. So I think it's a big problem.
I thank the gentleman, and I
Yield back. Gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, it's humorous to me. President Trump's been in for 3 weeks. It's about 3 weeks, right? And you all are blaming him for the inflation engine that was created over the last 4 years.
This little bitch.
Come on. Seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
Realistically? Come on.
Yeah.
But let me get to the real issue
come
here.
on.
And the real issue, Mr.
Van
Chairman,
Poo.
is the censorship that happened
Get a
at
jacket
so many
that fits
levels
you,
of our
you
government,
little
at so many levels of our institution, in our media. It penetrated every single level of our society. Let's just look at a little bit of what this committee did over the last 3 years.
he's like a Q-tip.
Look at social media.
Doesn't
The
he
Biden
look
White
like a
House
mini
colluded
Pence?
with Facebook to silence
Yeah,
American
Van Turncoat.
citizens.
He's
They
a
censored
dick.
satire. They censored dissent.
You're
They
a
censored
dick.
facts they
And
didn't
you're a
like.
dick.
It was censorship.
You're still a dick.
And this committee exposed
And you're
it.
still a dick.
And now even Mark Zuckerberg
and you're
has
even
to say
more
in
of a
August
dick.
2024, he said
That's
he
right.
publicly regretted
That's right. I
apologized
regret
for
it.
what happened.
You know who else
because of
regrets
the
it? Your
compliance
mother.
that they had with the Biden administration that used the executive branch
Your mother's spinning in her
Let's
grave
talk about
saying,
more.
oh my
Let's talk
God,
about education.
my
Let's
turncoat
talk about our
son.
students and our professors. And they came before this committee too,
Shut
and they
the
told
fuck
us how
up.
they were punished for holding
up.
conservative
Shut
views,
up.
different
Shut up.
views than the
Shut up.
mainstream. And it could
Shut
happen
up.
to you all. It could happen to
Shut
somebody
up.
with a progressive
Shut
view or a liberal view. It just isn't right.
Shut
Every
up.
view should be accepted,
I thought you were going to say
tolerated, and
Coles
encouraged in
or
education.
in
They were disinvited.
fashion
They were
advice from Coles.
deplatformed. They were chased
Yeah,
off
Roy
of
Cohn.
campuses
Yeah,
by
he
angry
actually
mobs.
is
At the
becoming
University
Roy
of Buffalo,
Cohn. Oh my God,
conservative
he's like a
students were
mini Roger
physically
Stone.
attacked. At Cornell,
Look at, he's
a
almost
student
morphine
called for
before our
stabbing and
eyes.
raping Jewish women.
He's
while
really
professors
got the
continue to
gold
push
thing going
blatant
on. He's got that really chunky
anti-Israel
bracelet.
objectives.
That is so.
Mr. Aaron, I never heard you say a word
I don't know,
about any of this.
1986
At Tulane,
or
Jewish students
something? I
were
don't know.
beaten in a protest while administrators stood by. And at
I don't
Berkeley
even
Law,
like your
these are just
suit.
a
You know,
few
normally I
examples.
might even like
Student
your
groups
suit, but your
created
sleeves are throwing me
Jew-free
off.
zones, banning anyone who supported
What is wrong
Israel
with the
from speaking.
sleeve
Because that's
length
what it was
and the
about.
jacket length? I
Censorship,
know,
because our free
Teresa. I
speech
can't
is the
stop
most
looking at
powerful
it.
tool that Americans have.
It
This is
looks
all
like he's
censorship.
got those big French
Committee
cuffs,
exposed
you know,
it.
which are really
Let's talk about
gorgeous on
healthcare.
blouses.
Doctors were
Oh boy, do I love a
silenced.
good French cuff.
Scientists were
Ugh.
blacklisted.
Get-
Intel
oh,
officers
man.
suppressed DOD
Awesome.
and FBI findings
But
on
my
the lab
God,
leak. Remember the
whoever,
lab leak in
you
Wuhan?
guys who voted
Impossible.
in
I said it,
Van
man, I was
Poo,
mocked.
you
It
guys have to really
possibly
think
and
about where
probably
he's
did come
spending
from a
his
lab
money.
and not from a wet meat market.
Oh, he's
That
a
was a big joke back
dentist.
then. You were censored.
Oh, he's got
You
a
were
tooth
censored
on
if you had a
his
different
lapel.
opinion. The CDC and the FDA
Do you
withheld
see
data
that?
on vaccine
This
side
is a-
effects.
wait, let me
It
show
was
you.
censorship.
This is
And
a
committee, again,
tooth.
exposed it. The FBI, the
That's a
Department
tooth.
of Justice.
I think.
Remember
Oh, maybe
that
it's
stuff?
not a
Spying on
tooth. Oh no, it is a
conservatives,
tooth.
Spying on Catholic churches.
Yep, that's a
They were going
tooth,
to.
you guys.
Spying
He has
on
a human
concerned parents
tooth on
and
his
labeling
lapel.
parents
That's
who were
weird.
concerned about their kids
What a
and going
weird
to school
flex.
board meetings as domestic
And then I'm just not
terrorists.
sure.
They were
Like
trying to
these
censor
cuffs
them.
are
And
too
using
much
FISA, worst of
for the
all,
jacket.
to go
Like the
after
jacket should
millions
come
of
down.
Americans
Who's this
inappropriately.
Taylor?
It was censorship.
Is
and
this
we
like what,
exposed it.
Macy's?
The
Did he
ultimate
go to
censorship?
Macy's off the rack
The
or
media,
something?
the
Or
legacy
Nordstrom
media,
rack?
which
Is
pretended
this a
none of it
Nordstrom
was
rack
happening.
suit?
Most folks never got to hear about it.
Is this
Didn't
a
even know. There's
Nordstrom
still
rack
a lot of
suit, sir?
Americans that don't know. It
Did
was
you
all
spend all your
censorship.
money on those cuffs
And now I hear the other
or that
side
watch? Are
lecture us
you rocking a
about
Rolly?
the abuse of power.
Are you rocking a Rolly?
Really?
Yes.
Seriously? After what happened
That's
after the last
right.
4 years.
Abuse of
You
power.
gotta be kidding me.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Yes.
You know, I was talking to a reporter outside before. They said,
No,
what's the one thing you
really?
regret? They were doing a little bio on me.
No,
in years
really?
of politics and government. You know what I regret? Is that every single
Wally
American
of
didn't have to
Trenton.
sit here in these judiciary meetings and hear what's going on to their country. I wish they knew. And they don't, because the legacy
24
media
hours
doesn't
and
let
the
it
war
out.
would
Barely
be
covers
over.
it. Covers
Well,
a
it
tiny
essentially
fraction
is,
of it.
butterflies.
I'm surprised we've survived
Essentially
the war with
is.
free speech. Hour after hour, hearing after hearing, case after case. I wish they were here. We fought back. We won for now. But we're in trouble around the world. Our country's in trouble. We still are. We could really be losing our
Drove my
freedom.
Chevy
We could be going into
to
a
the
dark age.
levee.
Mr. Schellenberger, I have questions for you real quick. I don't have much time. Please, just yes or no. Sorry to do this to you. Has President Trump, to the best of your knowledge, ever pressured Facebook or Twitter to censor true information? Yes or no?
You know, I think you looked into this, right?
Got to do this quick. I'm running out of time.
We didn't see the request.
Did President Trump ever, last question, I can't get through them all. I asked that they'll be put in the record. Did President Trump ever direct intelligence agencies to work with social media companies to suppress damaging news stories before an election?
Not to my knowledge.
Did President Trump ever label parents as domestic terrorists?
No.
Did President Trump ever spy on Catholic churches?
No.
Did President Trump's DOJ ever pressure big tech to silence political opponents?
Not to my knowledge.
Did President Trump have done any of these things, wouldn't the media say he was abusing power if he had done it?
I'm sorry?
If President Trump had done any of those things, would the media say he abused his power?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I yield back.
The music died.
Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member for holding this very important hearing on the First Amendment and, of course, censorship. Thank you also for all the panelists for being here. Appreciate your recommendations and contributions. Mr. Aaron, I want to turn to you first. I want to talk about Main Street, back home. We're talking a lot about theories, discussions, But back home, people care about bread and butter issues. Over the past 2 weeks, more than 8,000 web pages on over a dozen government websites were taken down, including over 3,000 pages containing healthcare information, CDC. They were taken down until yesterday when the federal
Very
judge
good job
actually
representing
ordered
the OC,
public
Mr.
health
Correa.
pages put back up. Some of those pages, information, guidance on vaccinations, on autism. That's what people care about back home. So, Mr. Aram, we have vaccine mandates, controversial, but regardless of where people stand, how do people react to a situation like this when the information they probably rely on, paid for by federal taxpayer dollars, research, on these pages is no longer available to them.
I share your concern, Congressman. I think that we have a big problem, again, with taking the sledgehammer to all of these things.
Censorship.
And is this censorship? Is that the question, sir?
It is.
Well, I want to be clear. The government, does have the ability to say, this is what we're going to put on our websites to a point. They have the ability to say, these are our new priorities, all these things, right? The problem we have is when that is extended out to stripping away the most basic information that people need for their health. When you're talking about doctors suddenly unable
I would love to go with you,
patients
Oren. We should do
about
that
what's
one
happening,
day.
we have a more serious problem. I think that's why the courts have intervened here because of the misalignment between.
Let me cut you off real quick. I'm just looking at the CDC.
Asked how President Trump views
website.
Russia. Caroline
Vaccines
Levitt.
and immunizations.
Caroline.
Statement here.
The White House press
CDC's
secretary
website is being
said,
modified
as a great
to comply with
competitor.
President Trump's executive orders.
Russia is a great
What would a
competitor
parent
of the
say
United
if they saw
States. Hello.
I think it's just confusion. I don't think people understand why is the government taking away this basic life-saving information? Why are they taking away information about, diseases?
The Autism Spectrum Disorder website, CDC's website, is being modified to comply with President Trump's executive order. This disclaimer is everywhere. What's a doctor supposed to do when he reads this?
I share your concern, Congressman, that the idea that we're taking away basic health information, basic scientific information, making it harder for people to just know what's going on, especially when they're dealing with serious disease, serious health problems. It's very unclear to me why this would be a priority for this administration.
I get you,
why they would
Oren.
be trying
Totally,
to take away
No
life-saving
worries.
information.
I just got excited for a minute.
Is there a chilling
I'm
effect
sorry.
here on academic research?
No question. No question. There is a chilling effect. Anytime someone has to say, before I can do my job, am I using the wrong words? Anybody who's going to say, if I make the wrong choice in what I say as an independent scientist, does that mean my funding is going to disappear? These are
17 inspector generals fired. How's that affect academic research, people working in these agencies?
Where is the accountability going to come from? I think that's the question. When you get rid of the inspector generals, where is the independent voice when there is a problem, when people's research is being interfered with, when government processes are broken or ignored?
Mr. Aaron, for people
I don't
watching
really get
this
out
back
much
home on TV,
myself.
what's an inspector general?
Well, as I understand it, Congressman, the Inspector General, right, is an independent office within a government agency tasked with making sure that that agency is following the law, ethics laws, other laws, and the procedures of that agency. So they have investigatory power within an agency to be able to
You can remove an inspector general for cause, but there's been no demonstration of any cause for any of the firings that have taken place.
The only reason to get rid of all the inspector generals en masse is if you don't want them conducting investigations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aaron. Run out of time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
That's not what innocent people do.
We'll finish the top row here, and then we'll give you a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back at it. So the gentleman from
All
Virginia is
right.
recognized.
I'm going to have to actually.
Your comments from your introduction.
I'm going to have to
What a
go,
difference
unfortunately, because I have an
several years makes.
appointment
And while the
at 11:30. I forgot. I just looked at the clock. I didn't realize it was later than I thought. But I'll go ahead, and when I get back from my appointment, I will link all of the hearings that we watched, as well as all of the documents. I know I totally forgot. Oops. So I will link that. I'm going to be honest with you. I could understand if I have to come back on later on, because they're going to be discussing RFK's nomination. So depending on how everything works out, I may try, if there's something worthwhile to stream for us to get together on, I'll definitely throw up a new live. So just, keep an eye out if I post anything on the socials. But hopefully, I don't know. I'm a little, it's interesting about this Russia, and Trump did say yesterday that, or whenever it was, that bye, Carla, have a good day, darling. Trump did say that Ukraine is Russia, and so, or could become Russia again, or something like that. So I think that it's a difficult time. It's a difficult time. I don't know. It's really difficult. Yeah, have an easy day. Everyone have an easy day. I posted a like to Maryland Senator town call tonight. Oh, really? Oh, excellent. I'll take a look for that. That would be interesting. Oh my goodness. That's fantastic. Okay. I'll take a look at it. I'll take a look for that. And then, that might be very interesting. Probably better than listening to people debate RFK's nomination on the floor. Hi. So I feel like there's a lot to get caught up on for myself, if not for all of us. And so, keep an eye out to see if I come back in case helpful to you in your day. All right. Thank you so much for coming this morning and spending time in the lounge. I really appreciate it. And I will definitely see you all later on. Have a great Wednesday. Take a deep breath. Connect with something real. You know the drill. All right. Okay. I'll see you on the Discords. Oh, and there's a lot of new emojis and stickers. Thanks to you, Oren. There's emojis and stickers that are just fun and distracting on the Discord. So if you haven't joined the Discord, today's the perfect day to do it. All right. I'll talk to you guys later.